Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Yes, welcome, yes. We're back for another episode of Torture and Keys. Actually, who am I kidding? No Keys. The torture of no keys. So we finally got some information about Season 5 for Diablo 2 Resurrected. Namely, only the date, September 28th. They didn't really give us much else. If there's any actual changes coming with the new season, they're not letting us know, and I'm assuming that it's nothing, which is rather disappointing in my book. I'm gonna go in. At first, I was like, there has to be changes, and then people were like, they're saying there's no changes. I'm like, there's no way there's no changes, and now the blog post comes out, and I'm like, I guess there's really no changes. Okay. It's kind of surprising in my book that there wouldn't be changes with the amount of time in between the two. Makes me think they pulled the entire Diablo 2 team to help with Diablo 4 and somehow still failed with Diablo 4, which is... Yeah. I'm still hoping for some changes. I don't know if we're going to get any changes, but I'm still hoping for some changes. I can hope. You guys can't take away my hope. Alright? You guys can't take away the hope. Can't do that. Can't take away my hope. It's my hope. Can't take away my hope. Can't take away my hope.
Hello.
I got hope in my heart, and you can't take it away. I got hope in my heart, and you can't take it away.
Good day.
Anyway, I'm still going to have fun. I'm still going to have fun regardless. If any of you guys want to join the kinship, by the way, and join in on Season 5 fun, we will be having fun on Season 5. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be nice and excited to get back into Season 5 soon. I will try and get a sign-up sheet prepared and ready soon so that everybody can sign up and we can organize groups. Yeah. My hope was taken last night when I couldn't find a key. What do you mean? What happened last night? This is the first time I've done a video on the Ubers. I haven't farmed any keys yet, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't farmed any keys yet. There wasn't I didn't even stream yesterday. I slept all day. Yeah, I slept all day. Yeah. What's up, Free from Depression? How's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. So I guess we need to start out with the rules. So I always start out with the rules. Let's start out with the rules. Yeah, you don't get to see that one. That's a video that's coming soon. You don't get to see that one, though. You could pause it and like zoom in on it and read it, but you can't get the whole thing, so haha. So rule number 1, you cannot change the difficulty at any time, and it must remain player's 8 always throughout the run. Number 2, you cannot use any item from any other character at all. Number 3, trading is off limits because you can only use items that you find yourself and you see fall on the ground. Number 4, you cannot specifically target farm any specific item. Target farming is when you farm a target until it drops the item that you are looking for specifically. And then number 5, which has always been the rule, is the SSF run is over after killing Hellbale, which this character has already done. We've also talked about how doing the Ubers kind of violates rule number 4, because obviously to do the Ubers, you have to specifically farm the keys, and the keys would then count as specific target farming. But there's really no way around this because you have to have the keys to do the Ubers. So, unfortunately, we might have to just add in an addendum, like in parentheses, except Uber keys or something like that. Because the rule needs to be addended because obviously you have to target farm the keys, otherwise you're not going to get the keys. They don't drop from anywhere. You know, they only drop from specific monsters, so you have to farm them to get the keys. So it's just, it's one of those little quirks that we have to adjust the rule just a little bit so that we can actually include Ubers in the run. Normally, Ubers aren't included in the run, as you can see from rule number 5, but, yes. So yesterday, and I'm just going to black it out, okay? Yesterday never happened. Today we're going to farm for keys. Yay! You know, I haven't farmed for a single key yet, so I'm excited. Maybe I'll get a key on my first run. Yeah, Diablo 4 is falling pretty hard. It's falling pretty hard. I have a video coming out soon that I hope will do pretty well. It's a video basically just a little bit. It's a video basically about how I would fix Diablo 4. I have a lot of notes. I got notes. These are my notes right here. You don't get to see them all. There you go. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Look. Yep. Got a good look at my notes, didn't you? Boop, 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 boop. I know some of you guys are going to pause it and actually take a look. But basically, it's a whole thing on how I would fix Diablo 4. And that video, I'll probably put it out tomorrow. I need to get a nice thumbnail made for it and put it out tomorrow. I prefer Uber delivery service always, so key farming Sork first and then Smiter second. I mean, that would work if I was online, but since this is a solo self-found, farming the keys on a second character would be a direct violation of solo self-found. So, unfortunate, but 'tis the truth. 'Tis the truth. La 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 la. 'Tis the truth that it would violate the rules of the solo self-found. Because in the SSF you cannot do that thing, because it would violate the rules, and you wouldn't have a solo self-found character anymore. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot to showcase my items. Let me do that real quick before I forget. Okay, so my current build that I'm running as of episode 2 of Ubers is I have a Hoto. I managed to find myself a Vex, which was pretty nice. Rolled 33 on the all-res. I have a lore helmet still, which I definitely need to replace. Smoke, which I'm using for the resistances, although I may eventually replace that as well. A very crappy spirit, which rolled 8 all-res, but at least it's a sacred Rondash, and it has the good smite damage, which is what I need. A pair of G-Toes. I got a Ravenfrost, which is a nice find. A crafted mesh belt for the open wounds, as well as a Dwarf Star, and I also have a an amp damage dagger, which is not bad. I also have a laying of hands, and I have a pair of crafted blood gloves, which isn't bad either, with 10% crushing blow on them, which is pretty nice, and 20% increased attack speed. On my other hand, I'm using a life tap wand, and I just have a res shield just so I have something else in that slot. Bunch of garbage charms. I did find a Geeds, which was pretty nice, but most of my charms are pretty garbage. I have not found a single skiller. I did find a couple 7% magic find charms, which I'm hoping will bring me some luck in finding some decent pieces of equipment. But for the most part, I have not, unfortunately, found decent pieces of equipment yet. My Merc is using an Insight Bill, a Treachery, and a Bulwark helmet. Mana potions. I love the mana potions.
Your blood will boil
My blood will boil. Don't you just love it when your blood boils? And the bad luck streak continues. And the bad luck streak, it continues all the way into the second day. And I'm gonna go insane. Wait, what? Wait, what? GGM is on another live in another video? I am? Really? How did I do that? I'm live in 2 places at one time? Have I duplicated myself? Duplicated. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Look, I got 3 of them doojanks. Give me another one of them doojanks. Put that one in there. That one in there. That one there. Get them binkum back there. I need a rune tab. Badly. I gotta reorganize my inventory a little bit here. This is getting embarrassing. This is embarrassing, y'all. This is embarrassing. I don't know what to do with myself. This is downright embarrassing. I can't be holding on to the whole world, that's for sure. So many runes. It's so embarrassing. So many runes. It's so embarrassing. So many runes. It's so embarrassing. So many runes. I gotta do something about this. Alright, this one can go. I don't need that anymore. I don't need him. Don't need a 5% poison resistance, a small charm. I don't know why I'm holding on to that. That's a 14% magic fine ring. That's why I'm holding on to that. I like this belt, but I think it's going to bye-bye. He's going to bye-bye. Lebaba. Mr. Rust Handle can go lay bye-bye too. Don't need him anymore. Be a little more stingy about my doojanks here. Need a little bit of more space. I need a little bit of more space. Need a little bit of space. A little bit of space. I need a little space. I was hanging on to these just in case I wanted to use them for like the Ubers and stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure if these are worth hanging on to, though. I think the smaller ones might be better, especially since you can get up to 20 on a small. So like 320s is 60. So I don't really know if hanging on to these grands is really worth all that effort, especially since I think I have a couple of lifer smalls in here as it is. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I got like a 13, which is already better than that, and I got like a, yeah, there's a 28 large, which is better than a 38 large, or grand. Couple of them doojanks. Yeah. Alright, we don't need the 455 Scarab Husk. I can go. We need to consolidate our Magic Find equipment so we can figure out what the hell we're doing with that. I've got like several Magic Find rings and amulets and such that like there's a 17, there's a 28%er. Just pick out the Magic Find stuff that's actually worth hanging on to. That can go. That's my Magic Find amulet. That can go. Hang on to the 15% IAS jewels. We might need those. Honestly, Saigons can go now too. I don't see any reason to hold on to Saigons. Let's get rid of it. It's just taking up space at this point. This low quality Sacred Tars is taking up too much space too. I'm probably not going to use a quest on the Superior Bone Weave, so I think that's... What the ham biscuit? Am I live in the wrong frickin' video? How the hell did that happen? I am live in the wrong video. Well, that's just doofy. It's not even titled or thumbnailed or anything. What the hell's even going on? I don't even know how that happened. Well, let me see if I can fix that real quick. I have no clue how that actually happened. Doesn't normally mess up like that. I was even on the wrong one. Alright, updated the title, added the thumbnail, don't even know why. What's up, Darkadale? What's up, Hey Fatty? What's up, Brave Enough? What's up, Colin? Sorry, I didn't even see you guys, because apparently I messed up the do-jank. There we go. Re-up the poll, too. What's up, JDN? Alright, so this is obviously one of the better pieces of my Magic Find equipment. Let's get this kind of on its own. So we've got a 10% ring. The 28% amulet can go the way of the dinosaur. I've got 117% ring, which is meh. I have an all-res ring, which is not set up for magic find. That could go. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, hang on to the Angelic's Halo just to hang on to it. I'm gonna sell the Superior Bone Weave. I don't think it's worth hanging on to. Alright, there's another Magic Find ring. I got a 14% flat, which my other ring is a 17%er, so it's garbage. So right now we got a 10% and a 17% with a 25% amulet. We also got the mask, which goes with the set, obviously. So let's put all the magic find items right here. Oh, Cody's borking at something. Cody's borking at. He's doing a heckin' bork. The borkinest of borks. We don't need that anymore. Let's take all the runes and fill this one. We'll sort them later. I need organization. I'm going crazy. My inventory is just not organized. Gotta be organized and news. My organization is terrible. Alright, I like to put my magic find equipment in a special place. So let's take all the MF gear. Put it over here with the gems. It works out. Because it's special equipment. That's where it gets to come. Oh. Alright, let's sell all these doojanks real quick.
I am overburdened.
What's up, Hyperion? How's it going? Welcome back to the party. The party hearty. Am I bummed after the ladder reset news? I mean, the ladder reset's coming, at least. I don't really know what else to say about it. I mean, I'm kind of excited to get back into Diablo 2. I had hope for changes. I had high hopes for changes. I still have high hopes for changes. Even despite all the horribleness. Even though they tell me otherwise. They're like, just give it up, man. Just give it up. Poison Nova Necro start, huh? I don't know about that, JP. I mean, it's a relatively low point cost, so you could max out all three relatively easily. I've played around, I think, with it several times. I don't know if I did a ladder start specifically, but it's a little difficult because early on you pretty much just have to dump all your points into Poison Dagger, and you don't really have much of a choice. It's pretty much just put your points in the Poison Dagger. And then once you finally get Poison Dagger maxed out, then you can start working on Poison Explosion. And neither Poison Dagger nor Poison Explosion are really all that great of skills, to be perfectly honest. And then once you get a Nova, well, Nova kind of sucks too. Nova doesn't really start to shine until you get like max points in all three. You need like 20 points in all three of them, and then you need lots of plus to skills, too. On top of that, to really make it shine. So it ends up being kind of an odd build to start with, because you end up being like a melee character in the beginning, and then you convert over to a not melee character later. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's a little strange. I'm probably not going to use this either. It's a nice build, but I'm probably not going to use that. Let's go ahead and pull out all the jewelies. And let's stack these in here. Except for the important ones. This is all the junk jewels. 15%er goes with the others. There you are. These are all extra charms that I plan to use if I get into specific situations, like when I'm doing Ubers and things like that. They can come in handy for helping shear up resistances, depending on what kind of equipment I end up with. I don't know what equipment I will end up with, but the general gist of it is figure that out, right? So once I know exactly what equipment I'm going to end up with for Ubers, I can use those resistance charms and things like that to shore up my resistances later. Which is kind of what I'm looking at. So, you know what? Maybe I'd not put these in here. Maybe throw these in here instead, next to the charms. Oof! Now I gotta resort all these doojanks. Oh, sorting my runes, that's what we do. We gotta sort the runes or we take a poo. Sorting my runes, got to sort all of my runes. All my runes, yeah. It's crazy how many freaking co-runes I have. I like to go by this very interesting method, which is when the runes touch the other side, you transmute them up. It's a silly method, but it works. And that way I always have room for the runes that I'm looking for. And as each rune fills its particular side and starts to collapse into the other side, I just do a little up transmuting, you know, and get things in order. So if I have too many of a specific rune, then that rune just simply gets up transmuted. And then I move on from there. Like right now I have too many eth runes, so we're going to up transmute the eths to iths. And that's fine, because it looks like we're completely out of iths. Put our lumber in right there. Yeah, lots of hell runes. Kind of surprising. Yeah, look at that. Nice and organized now, like some sort of person that actually has some organizational sense in his brain. Organizing. Organization, organized. Organizazo, organizways. Organizoozy, organizi. Organizazo. Zizo. Organizazo. I don't like having my socketed items on the regular tab, and I can tell you guys why in just a second here. So if you ever have noticed that I generally try to keep my socketed items not on the personal tab, the reason why I try to keep my socketed items not on the personal tab is because anything that's on the personal tab can in fact be socketed. So if you accidentally put something into the personal tab, if you accidentally socket something, you will in fact actually put something in the socket. So I generally just don't like to store socketable items like this Archon plate right here on this tab. I like to store them on other tabs instead. That way I'm not worried about socketing the item by accident. So for instance, in this case, I'll take the Archon plate and put it onto the shared tab so that in the future, if I accidentally place something on top of another item in that tab, I'll accidentally, that way I won't accidentally lose a rune, something important that I might need, or accidentally mess up an armor by putting a gem in there that doesn't belong, etc. I have not. Somebody was telling me about it. It seems ridiculously difficult for no reason. Sounds like torture to me. They were telling me all about it, and I was like, "Oh, okay. So you have chosen torture." I was like, "Okay." Yes, torture. That sounds very torturous. Quite torturous indeed. Yes, very torturous. Yes. I'm not even joking. Like, and the more they told me, I was like, wow, torture. Okay, all right. Well, ooh, yeah, yep, torture. Lots of torture. Okay, all right. Rakanishu is terrorized. Ooh, a gem shred. Let's go grab a gem. Season 5 patch notes. Where's Season 5 patch note? You're gonna get me excited. Where's Season 5 patch notes? No patch notes. Don't do that to me. Don't come in here and tease. Don't tease. Teasing. No teasing. Wow, 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 wow. Don't be excited. 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 You beat the campaign in Diablo 2 some time ago. What do you mean? Did you beat it on normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, or hell difficulty, Gamer D? Because the campaign is literally a continuation. So if you beat the game on normal, you haven't really beaten the game. If you beat the game on nightmare, you haven't really beaten the game. If you beat the game on hell difficulty, then you've done something. And then there's also the Ubers and Pan, Uber Tristram and Uber Diablo that can be done as well. And then honestly, the real fun of Diablo 2 begins when, actually, in my opinion, later, which is, oh, it's not Stonyfield, it's Tristram. Never mind then. Ooh, them zombies though. We should go say hello to Grizzy Bears while we're here. I mean, we're in the neighborhood. It would be impolite not to pop by and say hi. It would be impolite if we didn't stop by and say hi. It would be impolite. I think so. I think it would be impolite. Let's go. Let's at least go say hi. Yeah, normal difficulty is basically like the tutorial for Diablo 2. It's kind of how the game's set up. So much cursing this. Probably better off with the amp on this one. He got amp. I can get amp too. How about that? Now we both got amp. I'm gonna be honest. I played around with Uber Lilith one day, and it's not that she's unkillable. She's totally killable. I mean, if you want to do it, you can do it. It's gonna take you time. It's gonna take you a lot of effort. But I ain't ever seen a fight that was more unfair than the Uber Lilith fight. I mean, you either cheese it.
Yes.
Literally, you either cheese it, or you do the mechanics. All right. Now, if you try to do the mechanics,
Hello.
I really just don't know how to talk about how horribly stupid the mechanics are in that fight. I think everything is a one-shot in that stupid fight. I don't even. It's like I'm playing a Mario game and there's spikes everywhere. And on top of that, there's a whole thing going on with something about like the way the spikes hitboxes are way bigger than what they actually represent. So even if you play perfectly, like pixel perfect, you still end up getting hit by the spikes anyway because the spikes are bigger than what they're actually supposed to be. That whole Uber Lilith fight is stupid, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know who set that fight up, but I think it's dumb. Might just sound like I'm salty because I don't want to go in there and grind my head against the sandpaper wall that is the Uber Lilith fight, but every single time I go in there and play around with the mechanics, all I come out with is, why are the mechanics so poorly implemented? Most of the people who've beaten that fight have done it in some sort of cheesy way. There's very few people that actually beat that fight like doing the mechanics the whole way through. There's almost always some sort of phase skip involved, or dish out as much damage as you can to force her into this phase, or whatever. And there's very little people who are actually sitting there going mechanic by mechanic and actually doing the fight the way that it was intended. Because the fight is garbage. There's just one-shots. It's like the entire fight is just filled with one-shots. It's not, oh, you're not tanky enough. No, it's literally they're one-shots. So if you get hit at any time by any of these attacks that are one-shots, you're just dead. There is no surviving it. There's no hitting a cooldown and getting through it. You're just dead. So like there's like the little blisters, and if they pop, they kill you. You're dead. There's the spikes. If the spikes hit you, you're dead. You know, it's the blisters are constant, never ending. Like they're just they spawn literally all the time, the whole time while you're fighting her. So you just constantly have to keep stopping and hitting the blisters. Because if you don't kill the blister, if you miss even one blister and the blister pops, you just die along with the blister. So. And it's really unfair for certain classes because some classes are much better at single target than others. And the blisters have to be burst down in a short period of time. I think it's like 9 seconds. And once the blister spawns, you got 9 seconds to kill it. Not everybody's that good at killing something that quickly in 9 seconds. And they're not exactly easy to kill. So they got a decent amount of HP. They're a little bit of a pain in the butt. No. So the one-shot abilities will go through the majority of all defensive mechanics. The only defensive mechanic that seems to work against her one-shots is the Sorceress Fire Shield. The Sorceress Fire Shield will save you once. But the Sorceress Fire Shield also has a long delay, so... Yeah, well, we should not expect a lot of new stuff at all. None, and what he meant by that was nothing, apparently. Let's just put it this way. The Necromancer has an ability called Blood Mist, which literally makes him invulnerable, right? So during the time period when he's using Blood Mist, he is invulnerable during that time, right? Well, impossible. When you use Blood Mist and you get hit by the spikes, you still die anyway. If you use Blood Mist and you get hit by the blister, you still die anyway. There's things in that fight that are just, they're guaranteed one-shots. Doesn't matter how much defense you have. Doesn't matter how much HP you have. There is no way to tank through them. You're just that's it. You just die. Oh, also the red wall, the red circle. If you step outside the red circle, it's an instantaneous one shot.
What can I do for you?
Good day.
Like I said, most people that have been beating Lilith have just been cheesing it. They've just been doing as much damage as they possibly can, as quickly as they possibly can, to avoid doing the mechanics entirely. And that way they don't have to worry about the blisters killing them. They don't have to worry about the spikes killing them. They just basically burst through all the mechanics, forcing her to phase shift relatively quickly, which means she ends up going into her phases really fast, to the point where they're killing Lilith in like a couple seconds. It's really the best way to kill her, to be perfectly honest, because skipping all the one-shot mechanics is honestly, it saves you a whole lot of heartache, because you could literally play correctly for like 30 minutes fighting her. Like, let's just say it took you 30 minutes to kill her, not saying that that's how long it takes. But let's say you were fighting her for 30 minutes and you almost kill her, and then you make one mistake, and then that's one shot, and then you got to start all over again, right? So, you know, it's much less heartache to just cheese it. Any keys found so far? Well, I've only been going for 48 minutes, and most of that was gear check and talking about some other doojanks. So, we'll give it a pass for right now. But no key so far in the couple times I've killed the Countess. Come on, give me that juicy burr rune. No juicy burr rune? That's sad. A Zweihander and a Dacian Palace. Oh, hello, Power Rangers. Go, go, Power Rangers! Dang. Freaking, I just burned a juvie, and they just took it right out my freaking hand. They were like, oh, yeah, yeah. I know you just burned a juvie and all, but...
I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
Ooh, Hyperion shield. That's worth some doojanks. That's worth a couple doojanks. Check this large charm, could be good. 23 life with 63 attack rating. Or 67 attack rating. Not super enthused there, but let's take these doojanks back and make some cash. I forgot to grab a gem for the shrine. I did. That was in Stony Field, right?
Yes.
That was in Stony Field. Which one am I gonna grab? Let's grab a emerald. Where was that shrine? It was like right by the Stony Field entrance, wasn't it? Or was it our waypoint? Wasn't it? Am I imagining things? No, because I already left. Oh, get on. I think I already left and came back, so I don't know, it's good. It reset. That's what happened. Can you join the kinship on Xbox? Yes, but Diablo 2 doesn't have cross compatibility, so you won't be able to play with us. We do have kind of like an Xbox faction. I'm not exactly sure how many of those are going to show up for Season 5, though, so that's going to be up in the air. We do have an Xbox channel, though, if you'd like to hop on the Discord and go into the Xbox channel. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of people who have their Xbox tags in there, so you could send out some friend requests. We can broker trades if we have the right people between Xbox and PC, though. You can. There is cross. What is it? Not cross play, but cross progression. So there's cross progression with. Oh wow! +3 Mind Blast, +3 Blade Fury. What? There's cross progression, which means that you do actually get to keep your progression across consoles. So when you log into your account on, say, a PC, you get to keep all your stuff, right? So you can actually have somebody who can broker trades in between PC and Xbox, but you won't be able to play with us. Uh-oh. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Banished. Did you hear that? She even said it this time. Banished. Oh. Why don't you do right like some other dogs do? Why don't you do right? Kubis or boobus, you are the baddest dog and that there ever was. Why don't you do right like some other dogs do? Oh, thank you for the $9.99, Gamer D. Appreciate it. I actually like the theme of D2 and the character design's better. I heard that people play this game for 20 years because there's always new items that drop. I mean, honestly, you could play this game for a really long time and not find some of the more rare items, yeah. But at least the Mank Song's lesson isn't as rare as a Harlequin Cresciaco in Diablo 4. Good luck ever finding a Harlequin Cresciaco in Diablo 4. I don't even know if it's possible. I'm starting to doubt that it's actually possible to find a Harlequin Cresciaco. I know people have technically found one, quote unquote, found one, but my personal opinion has started to change. More people have won the lottery than have found a Harlequin Cresciaco. If it was really just a drop odds thing, people would have found it. Like, there would be more people that have found it since, you know. But it's, I think it's a conspiracy. Like, I'm on the conspiracy side of things now. I literally think that the Harlequin Cresciaco in Diablo 4 is a conspiracy item. I'm gonna say it every single time I get a chance. I think that Blizzard is deliberately controlling those drops. I don't think they're actually random chances. I think they're actually controlling the drops, maybe even controlling who gets the drop. That's some bold accusations. For there to be less of those items, or let me put this another way, because I want to make sure I state it correctly. For there to be more people that have won the lottery in a year, 1 year, than the number of people that have found Harlequin Cresciacos is literally a travesty. I don't know who decided what the drop odds were going to be for the Harlequin Cresciaco and the Grandfather Sword and all that other stuff, but I think as of this point, there's like maybe been a handful, like maybe 2 or 3 of each of those items has fallen. Do you know how many people have won the lottery in a year? Like 51 people win the lottery in a year. 51 people haven't even found super unique items yet, except for those 142 that was part of a bug. We're not counting the 142 that was part of a bug. One they shut down really, really fast, by the way. Yeah. I'm starting to think conspiracy here. I think it's a conspiracy, sirs. We need conspiracy posters We need like some conspiracy shirts. I mean, Mang Songs, Griffin's Eye Diadem, Tyrael's Might, things like that. You could potentially never find one in 19 years of playing, yeah, but you could also find like 3. I mean, at least we know for a fact that in Diablo 2, it's down to pure random chance. We know it's a pure random chance. And yes, it might be rare, but a lot of the rarity of the Diablo 2 items came down to needing to be TC87 monsters. So a lot of people just were never farming TC87 monsters. They were farming TC85 monsters. They were farming, you know, like TC83 monsters and stuff like that. But they weren't farming TC85 monsters. And that was the problem, right? So when Terror Zones came out, a lot of those really rare items started to become less rare. Because once people started doing Terror Zones, they started fighting monsters that were TC87 plus, which means they had more chances for the items to actually drop. But I don't know, that is not the case with Diablo 4. I think those items just don't drop. I think they're programmed not to drop. And I think the only time they actually drop is when the developers press a little button in their office to make one drop. That's my personal opinion. Because there's no way that the Shaco is more rare than literally someone winning the lottery. It's not. There's no way. Okay? If you're telling me that there's a better chance that I'm going to win the lottery than find a Harlequin Crest Shaco, then we've got some issues. We got some issues, buddy. Well, and I think that's the thing that's really got me on the conspiracy train, is exactly that statement, Raphael. That's exactly that statement. Okay, let's analyze that statement for a second. Okay, you might not find it, but someone does, right? You know, like say if you're inside of a kinship like we are, right? So you got a big group of people, 1,000 people playing a game, right? And in 1,000 people, somebody's gonna find it, right? Somebody's gonna post that they found it, right? Somebody is gonna post that they found it. However, with Diablo 4, nobody has posted that they found it. We have over 1,000 people in the kinship, and I ain't ever seen not a single person post that they found any super unique items. Not a single one. Oh, thanks for becoming a member, Brave Enough. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. And now you got access to the Chonker emote, so. Anti-woke, anti-commie. Let's analyze that statement for a second, all right? Winning a lottery is a 1 in 17 million chance. However, there are millions of people participating. However, you buy a ticket, okay? So let's analyze this for a second, shall we? So with the lottery, you buy one ticket, right? Or maybe you buy multiple tickets, but you have a ticket. Each ticket is a chance, right? So if you have 1 million people buying one ticket each, that's 1 million tickets. And if somebody wins, then you have that's one person in 1 million tickets won, right? In Diablo 4, every time you kill a monster equals a ticket. So if you have 1 million players, which if I remember correctly, we were actually at 1 million players in the beginning when the game launched, although it's nowhere near that now. But if you have 1 million players all killing monsters for 8 hours a day, that's literally hundreds of thousands of tickets. You're talking about a person has tons and tons of chances for this item to fall. If you're going to make the comparison of, okay, there's millions of people buying the lottery ticket and that's why that somebody wins, well, there's millions of tickets that are being punched every single day in Diablo 4 and you're still not seeing the item fall. So we have people who are playing, you know, anywhere between like an hour a day to sometimes even 12 hours a day like me. And there was millions of us, and we still only had like 6 super unique items fall total. Every single monster in the game, as far as I understand it, that is level 85 plus and in tier 4 has a possibility of dropping the item, because unique items can drop from basically any monster inside of a Nightmare Sigil, including at the end of the Sigil, including the boss, and including the reward to the boss on the Sigil. It's been confirmed that they don't drop from Whispering Keys, and it's also been confirmed that they don't drop in World Tier 3. It's been confirmed that they don't drop from level 85 and level 84 in lower monsters, but it was confirmed that it was 85 plus and anywhere that drop unique items is what they said, with the exception of the Whispering Tree. The Whispering Tree does not drop the unique items, apparently. It was literally confirmed. My point is that when you have that many people all looking for an item, it's gonna fall. All right, and it's probably gonna fall with much greater frequency than a lottery winner, right? So if I think I looked it up earlier, it was per state. It was about 50 lottery winners per year per state. So 50 lottery winners per year per state. I don't even think we've had 50 of those items fall yet. I'm pretty sure we're nowhere close. I think we're at like 10 or 12 or something of those super unique items in total. My point is that I think that the ones that fell, because they're so small in number, I think they were faked. I'll even write it down. I think the drops that happened were faked by Blizzard. In other words, they plan the drops. They picked a person. They say, this guy's getting the item. They drop the item for that guy. Plain and simple. How many Zod runes have I found? About 3. There's a video of me finding a Zod rune on this channel. I mean, if we want to talk about rare items and which ones I've found, I have found about 3 Tyrael Smites. I've found 2 Mangsong Lessons. I've found 3 Griffin's Eye Diadems. I've found 3 Zod runes. I've found several Ohms, several Jaws, several Burrs. 1 Cham. A little bit more of a rare one for me. I don't know why. I don't really seem to find very many Chams. Most of these have happened on stream, so 100% verifiable if you want to go back and look through my streams. I usually clip them too. Like when I find something really good, I usually clip it. Most of them happened since Diablo 2 Resurrected. The majority of the stuff that I found and that I'm counting is Diablo 2 Resurrected finds. So not even 20 years. So however long Diablo 2 Resurrected has been out. That's what I'm counting. Rune, thank you for my runes. Oh yeah, 4015 jewel. That was my first 4015 jewel. I hadn't found a 4015 before that. I found a bunch of other ones like 3915s, and I found some you know, like 3815s and 3715s and stuff, and I found some other 15s, you know, 15% IIS with like other good stuff on them. But I had never found a perfect 1540. That was the first perfect 1540 that I had found. Those are insanely rare, and honestly, I don't even understand how people get like full, you know, like a full freaking like like 3-socketed tiara or whatever with them in there or whatever. You know, like people like to fill up an item with them, and I'm just like, I found one. Like the entire time I've been playing, these things are insane. Yeah. No, Diablo 2 Resurrected doesn't have improved drop rates. I was just talking about this. So the majority of the items that were super duper 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 ridiculously rare were TC87 items, which could only drop from TC87 monsters. And up until the point where terror zones were created, TC87 items would still only drop from TC87 monsters. There are very few areas in the game that were TC85 plus, and even in the 85 plus areas, you still had to fight the champions and elites to get a TC87 monster, because all the regular monsters in that zone were only 85 and couldn't drop those items. But when the terror zones came around, they changed that dynamic, and now you have more TC87 areas, which means there are more TC87 items dropping. So you're seeing more things like Griffin's Eye Diadem, Mangsong's Lessons, Tyrael's Might, etc., because you're actually in the right area for those things to drop, and there's more monsters that can potentially drop them. It goes right back to my Diablo 4 example of punching tickets, right? Every single monster you kill now in the Terror Zone is a ticket. That's one lottery ticket, your chance at something to fall, right? And that's what I mean by Diablo 4 is a lot more tickets than you think, because every single monster should be a ticket. Just like in Diablo 2, every single monster is a ticket. Yes, most of the time with the lottery you lose. That's how tickets work. And occasionally somebody wins, right? But the thing is that the sheer number of tickets increased dramatically with Diablo 2 Resurrected, because the sheer number of monsters that could potentially drop those items also increased, because the level of the monsters were higher. You should farm TZs. TZs are the best. As far as loot goes, freaking love TZs. Especially like freaking Chaos Sanctuary, like Arcane Sanctuary. There's a couple really good TZs to farm. Depending on what kind of class you are too. Having those really high level monsters makes a big difference in what actually falls on the ground. I click on the chest as I ride by. I mean, Diablo doesn't really work that way. You can't force an item to fall. It's one of the things that I've really kind of love about the game. Is that those are super rare items. I mean, you're more likely to find just about anything. Not necessarily the item that you want, but you could find pretty much anything. You know, you might be hunting for a Griffin's Eye and find a Tyrael's. You might be hunting for a Tyrael's and find a freaking Mangsongs. I mean, since they all drop from basically the same monsters. You never really know quite what you're gonna get your hands on. It's all honestly, it's a little bit frustrating in Diablo 2 to go for a specific item. It's been my experience anyway that trying to find a specific, ridiculously hard to find item like Griffin's Eye, if you're farming specifically for Griffin's Eye, it tends to elude you. But most of the time when I found Griffin's Eye, I wasn't looking for it. First one I found was in Ancient Tunnels. I wasn't even playing a lightning character at that particular time. Ended up going to one of the kinship members. Second time was Halls of Pain, believe it or not. It was from an urn. One of the clickable urns. The monster that popped out of the clickable urn dropped it, which was pretty cool. And I got one from Andariel during that whole bug thing. Apparently Andariel was bugged and was dropping a lot of frickin' Griffin's Eye diadem. I got one from her during that time. I'm pretty sure I gave away all 3 of them, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I did anyway. Well, I mean, I basically gave them away. And I think one of them I traded for some stuff within the kinship, and then took everything that I got and then made like Chains of Honor and some other things and an Enigma and like handed them out to the kinship. Just basically gave it all away to the kinship. How many years for a similar game like this? Why D2 guys are not making any new games? Not really quite sure what you're asking, man. You do know that Blizzard North, which is the company that made Diablo 2, doesn't exist anymore, right? Blizzard North made Diablo 2, not Blizzard. Blizzard North got disbanded. All the members of Blizzard North went to the 4 winds of time and space, and there's very few of them actually left in a cohesive nature to make a game. Diablo 2 isn't a Blizzard product. Blizzard doesn't know what the hell to do with it. They're quite honestly, I think they're kind of confused. But yeah, it's not a product made by Blizzard. That's the thing. The people who did make Diablo 2, though, have banded together under the name Moonbeast. And apparently they're trying to put together a game themselves. I have put out a couple videos on Moonbeast. It's not all the members. But if you want to take a look at my Moonbeast videos, I've been going over the development cycle of Moonbeast and going over kind of like what they're talking about. And it's actually really interesting to go over this kind of stuff. If you guys haven't taken a look at the Moonbeast dev videos, I have them right here. They're not particularly that long, and it's something fun that you could listen to while you're at work. It's interesting to get a perspective from the developers that made Diablo 2 of what they're doing and what they think of kind of like the future of the franchise. I mean, it's going to be from the Diablo 2 creators, so I would assume that means it would be similar to Diablo 2, yes. But you're talking about, like, one of the guys that's involved in the creation of this is literally the guy that created Seasons. Like, he's the guy that literally made up the idea for Seasons in Diablo 2. So, I mean, of course, he may have more ideas. More than just simply an idea for Seasons. The newest video that I posted, he actually has an idea of something to replace Seasons. And it's kind of an interesting idea, I have to admit. It's an idea that he has called World Shards. And you have to check out the video if you want to get some more information on it, because it's a little complicated to explain. But if you watch the video, I'm sure you'll get a good feel for it. It's an interesting idea. I'd love to see how it actually turns out in practice. I was thinking about it from my perspective as a clan, too. Because there's like ways that clans can get involved in the world shards as well, which sounds very interesting. Try to make sure I don't miss any good loot clicking on these chests. Sometimes I click on them and I go away a little bit too fast to see what's actually dropping. Dropped a cracked crown shield. Pretty garbage. Night Shifter, that's a cool name. I think Diablo 1 definitely is the darker game, yeah. I would agree with that. Ring and an Amrin. Ring a ding ding dang dong. Ring a ding ding dang ding. Ring a ding ding. Ring a ding dong. Ring a ding ding dang dong. And it's got 86 mana on it, which is kind of a lot, but other than that, it's kind of garbage. Still no key, by the way. I want my key, my key, my key, my key, my key. Oh, give me a dang key, 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 key. I don't know why I won't give me a dang key. I got a lot of freaking keys that I need, and you won't give me none, so I have 0 keys. I can't believe I've been farming for like, what is it, like 12 hours now? Pretty much, like, including yesterday. I've been farming for about 12 hours for keys, and I've gotten 0 keys. Lilith kills, Summoner kills, Countess kills, not just the Countess, although I did farm the Countess a lot toward the end. I farmed all of them multiple times, did not get a single key from any of them. I think I'm cursed. Dear God, help me. Everybody, if you could put your hands together for me, okay? I want you to put your hands, put them together, all right? I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to pray. I want you to pray that I get a key drop, all right? Maybe with your combined powers. Maybe with your combined powers. By your powers combined, maybe I can get a single key. Okay? See, there's 45 of you in here. All right? Just you know, bow your head. Put your hands together. Close your eyes. Need a key. Alright, terror key. Alright, just one. Alright, I just need to know they exist, and that I'm not crazy. Alright, I just need to know they exist, and that I'm not crazy. Please. Three-socket thresher. Would make a really good malice, I guess, or something along those lines. Why'd it have to be 3-socket? Why couldn't it be 4-socket? That's what I thought yesterday, Juan Greaves, and I went like 11 hours straight with no key drop. So... You know, it's not my first key. It's not my first key farm. All right, I've farmed keys before. I've gone many farms with no keys, but this is the longest streak. This is my longest streak with no keys so far. Look here, punks. Hyperion. Don't mind if I do. What's up, BGM? Flawless Skull. Meow's in here. Yeah, no key for me. Yeah, y'all just come to watch me suffer. That's all of it. Oh, they like to see me suffer. Yeah, they like to see me writhe. Yeah, they like to see me roll and complain. And when I'm finished suffering and I'm probably gonna die, they're gonna take up spit in my eye. They said we didn't like you from the start and we wanted to see you fart, but you never fart direction. So we took it personally and we tried to kill thee with many ways that we can. Oh, we used emotes and tried to distract you. We screamed into the microphone. We hired a guy to join the kinship and curse in the mic, and we even went to your home. Oh, we had some small victories. We got you killed a couple of times. But you shook it off and you seemed to be resilient, yes, and we didn't like that, not at all. So we sought to broke your spirit, and we made you play a boson in Players 8 Hell difficulty. And we thought that you were gonna die, and maybe even cry. But you pulled it off and made us look silly. I got a couple more things to do videos on, Charles. They may be coming up. I want to work on those soon. Okay. One key. I got a key, I got a key. Give me my dang key. You better put the key in my hand. You don't frickin' understand. I got a key. I got a key. I finally got a key. A friggin' key. I got a one key. I got a key. I got a friggin' key. A key of terror. I got one of these. I'm gonna put that key of terror in a special place. Right here next to my heart. To my heart.
I can't.
Now I just need 2 more of them. I just need 2 more keys of terror.
Greetings.
Yes. I got too many gems. I might have to do some rerolls.
Good day.
I'm see if I can get myself a reroller. I need to see if I can get myself a reroller doojank. A doojank, a link, a bank, a link. What's up, Icy Wiener? All gingers are somewhat cursed. Just somewhat? Not like completely cursed, we're just somewhat cursed. I'm trying to fill up all my tabs here. Like this, I'm working on my next tab. Working on my next tab, gonna put the gold dab. Is it against the rules to have a mule? It's actually not. I've just never needed one because I never went past hell difficulty. So I guess maybe I could do a mule on my soul and self-found. I could, I guess. I mean, you're not wrong. Gingers are cursed with knowledge. Look at all those cats in boxes. Of course Meow would find all the cats in boxes. Of course Meow would find all the cats in boxes. All the cats in boxes. You know what? Let's celebrate with a craft, shall we? Let's celebrate with the crafting of a do-jank, a do-jank. Let's celebrate with the do-jank craft. Gone to craft a do-jank for thee. Of course it ended up being a rare do-jank when I wanted a not rare do-jank. Of course. That's exactly how I always envisioned it. Dang it, now I gotta get some more money. Give me $1. That has $1. Am I going to play Diablo 4 Season 2? Oh, yeah. I probably will play Diablo 4 Season 2, actually. I got to go back and see if they fix it. I gotta go back. If I don't go back and see if they fix it, then what kind of dude am I? Alright. Come on, big money, no whammies. Wow, that's a whammy right there. That's definitely what you'd call a whammy. I said big money, no whammies, not big money whammies. Can I do a voice impression of Meow? Yeah, I could do a voice impression of Meow. It goes something like this. It's, like, you what, mate? I'll be right back and get some coffee. Shadow? That's his cat. Shadow, what are you doing, Shadow? Get off the keyboard, Shadow. Well, I gotta get the keys so I can do the Uber run. I can't do the Uber. We get possessed. Get out of here. Get over there. Go in this way. Sit. Yeah, sit in the corner by the candles. Great Marsh. Yuck. That TZ is awful. Oh, there's an ambulance going by. I wonder if Cody's going to sing for us. Trying to see if he howls.
Hello, Governor.
Uh-oh. Hello, Governor! I imagine Meow's character as somewhat of a bender type character. Like at a certain point, I imagine him just like taking taking his knuckles and beating his chest like Bender does. Oh God, that's a booby trap of a door. Like something like this, where he's like I'm 90% coffee. Meow just left the kinship. Oh God.
I didn't. If I'd left the kinship, how would I be in a kinship voice?
A dusk shroud. Hobo armor. I got 1 key.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Finally.
Okay.
I've never been so excited to get a freaking key of terror.
Yeah, when you get a big dry spout, it's horrible.
This is why when we do ladder resets, we generally farm the keys in groups, because there's always the unlucky guy who gets like no keys. Like I've been farming for 7 days, and nah, keys have never dropped. I've seen other people have gotten keys, but I haven't gotten any. I don't even know if they actually exist. I think people are gaslighting me. Boobus, what are you doing? What are you doing, Boobus? Boobus, you want a chip? His head popped up real fast.
What she wants a chip?
He said, what's that? He said, okay, you gotta do shark. Come on. You gotta come do the shark for everybody. You get chip. You do shark. Come on. Let's do shark. Yes. Come do the shark. Shark, shark, shark. The shark, shark, shark. Shark, 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 shark. You seem so unimpressed. This is a Grandma Ut chip. This isn't even just a regular chip. It's the Grandma Ut chip, sir. Come here. Come get it. He's so unimpressed. You don't like these, duh. I guess he doesn't like them. I'll eat it myself then. He has never not gotten up for a snack before. I think that's a first.
Sanity.
He's probably just mad his mama banished him. She literally said it this time. She opened the door and put him in here and said banished. Crack me up. He's probably upset he got banished.
He always gets banished. He should be bloody used to it by now.
No, he's not. He's a dog. He doesn't understand when he did wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. According to him, he didn't do nothing wrong. He was framed. A soul rune and a scythe.
Master's terrible.
Why does he get sent with me all the time? Oh, let me count the ways. First off, he likes to step on toes, and he's really mean, like, about it. So he'll just come into a room and he just bullies his way in. He'll take out legs. So he literally will just, if you're standing in a doorway and he wants to get through the doorway, he has decided that it is unfair that you were standing in the doorway. So he will just bust through and take out your kneecap and knock you on the ground to get through the door, which he can't do with me because I'm big enough that I can stop him. But he can totally still do it with the ladies and knock them down. So knocking people down and stepping on their toes. He also just randomly decides he wants to bark at the cats. They'll be like on top of something, he can't get to them, and he's decided that it's unfair that he can't get to the cat because the cat is on top of the thing. And the only thing I can translate it is it seems to be him barking at the cat, telling the cat to come down, and the cat looks at him like he's an idiot. Like, why would I come down? You can't reach me up here. Like, you're stupid. And he just continually barks at the cat, telling it to come down, and the cat never comes down, of course, because cats don't listen to anybody, let alone especially not dogs. He steals food all the time. Digs in the trash. The list just continues to go on and on forever. Earlier, I brought him out, and there was a slice of pizza left over from a pizza that my girlfriend had made for herself, and I was gonna give it to him, but he ran up and tried to steal it right off the table, and so I picked it up, and I was like, we don't steal. And she's like, well, he can have it. And I was like, that's fine. I was like, but give it to him. Don't just let him steal it, because he's getting used to stealing things. And so I hand it to her so she can give it to him, and he's trying to steal it right out of her hand. Climbs up on the couch and everything, like he's gonna just like manhandle it. He's like, that's my slice of pizza. Anyway, in short, he's bad. He's very bad. And then we have a little kennel that he goes into. It's his house. We don't lock him in there most of the time. We learned a long time ago that you're supposed to give dogs like a place that they can like see as their own. What IO Rune? Kind of like their own house. It's their den, right? So that the house becomes their den. And you know, you can ask them to go to their house, and they like to go to their house because it's their place. It's their place. You know, it's their little outpost. Well, every now and then when he's really bad, he does get locked in the kennel. And when he's in the kennel, he just barks nonstop for however long he's in there. If he's in there for 2 hours, he will bark for 2 hours. He doesn't stop barking ever. So you can't even like punish him by putting him in the kennel, because he just sits in the kennel and he just barks until you let him out. Have I given up on D4? I'm waiting on season 2. If season 2 is not good, like if they don't manage to make some serious improvements with season 2, yeah, it might be the end. This might be the real end there.
It's not looking good. I saw a post that they did a D4 live thing in Korea or something, and like
I saw that. Well, nobody showed up. So there was five. There was 5 people in the audience, and the 5 people in the audience were apparently the contestants.
Oh, that's funny. So
when they started the event, the 5 people that were contestants got up and took their stands in the you know, put the place in the podium, so to speak, and then there was nobody left in the stands. It was because they were the only ones that were in the stands.
Insanity. Yeah, I was laughing at that. I was like, wow. But the problem is they haven't addressed anything. They haven't, you know, people are annoyed because it's not a cheap game.
Oh, they're already talking about multiple expansions.
They need to fix the base stuff first. Why bring out expansions before fixing the things that are the issue? Fix the problems, then think about expansions. Like, my god.
Hello. I am overburdened.
Eh. That cracked war scepter, is that it again? +1 vigor, +1 vengeance. Ooh, scary. I mean, they don't need money. They got plenty of money from us buying the game. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's a lot like a carnival that has tickets, right? They sell the tickets. It doesn't matter if anybody shows up. They still sold you all the tickets. They don't care. Well, what do they care if you actually show up? They already made their money off the tickets. The concession guys will be sad, but... Make sure I click on these weapon racks and stuff. You can get some good items from the weapon racks. I might be able to get a decent sacred tars from the armor rack. Pretty sure they drop from the armor racks anyway.
I think so, yeah.
Also, the weapon racks have the potential of dropping me some
You'll get a Tao's armor.
merc weapons, perhaps, or some other items that could potentially be decent.
Yeah, weapon racks can be pretty decent.
What can I do for you?
The new ladder for Diablo 2 starts on September 28th. I just recently posted a video.
Lovely.
Not a very long video, because there's not a lot of information there. But I turned it into a kinship recruitment video. Man, I think I need to do some re-rolling here soon, because I'm just running out of space for gems. Maybe try and re-roll some, get some P-combs. Good luck.
Give us some life res grand charms would do you good for Ubers.
I mean, honestly, at this point, any charm better than the crap that I got.
Yeah.
+3 energy shield stalagmite staff. Wow. That would have been really nice if I was on a character that's using energy shield. I am not, however, on a character using energy shield. That's a rare. That's the second time I found one of those rare butt items.
Yeah, you found one last time.
Yeah, on the last solo self-found run, I found a +3 energy shield. Those things are exceedingly rare. I'll look for them for a whole season sometimes and never find a +3 energy shield with 4 available sockets. And I find it 2 times in a row on 2 different solo self-founds. Kind of crazy. What's up, Movies in Motion? How's it going? I'm trying to hang on to these gems, like the medium and small size gems, so that I can potentially upgrade runes if I need to for like a specific thing. I don't like getting stuck. You know, it's like if sometimes you end up getting stuck and you don't have what you need to upgrade like a simple rune to something else. Kind of sucks. Released armor. Released armor. I found a freaking trellised armor. Trellised armor. Trellised armor. I sold a trellised armor to the vendor. I'm stupid. Okay. Welcome to the stupid person stream, okay? Which is me, alright? I admit it. Freely. But I got some ridiculously delicious cookies. Check out these jakes. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Maybe Meow knows how to pronounce this since he's European.
Right.
They're delicious though, is what they are.
Barocci? Barocci? They look nice though.
Oh, they're good. They're very good. I got like hazelnut, chocolate spread in the center. Nom, 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 nom.
I'm not sure, Dark. It's an odd one.
They're so good though. I'm not really sure how to explain it. They're good. Very nice texture on the cookie. The cookie's got a good texture. Always like a good texture. I'm a texture person. Not so much about flavor it is about texture.
Well, yeah, if it's like a slimy, soggy cookie, no one's going to enjoy it.
I think texture is more important than flavor, actually. I mean, granted,
Yeah.
if you have something that tastes like dog vomit, I mean, that's a different story entirely, but I think in general, like, texture trumps flavor. Now, if you have something that's good texture and good flavor, then yay. I definitely have a lot of runes. I don't have a lot of like really high runes or anything. I think the Vex is the highest that I've found so far, but
So if there's anything you can make.
I like how everybody's fighting over how to pronounce it. You can always ask Google to pronounce it and then come up with a really bad pronunciation.
That'll just be a ooh, ooh.
Hey, the second key has fallen.
What's going on, Ginger?
Hey, what's up, Bobby Billions?
Chilling, man, chilling.
I
What are
farmed.
you doing right now?
I farmed for 11 hours yesterday and couldn't get one key. I farmed
Ouch.
Lilith, the Countess, and the Summoner. I killed all of them like multiple times for like 11 hours straight, and not a single key drop. And then I just finally got 2 keys, like within, what, 2 hours? I got 2 keys within 2 hours today.
How many runs did you do without keys? And did you do all of them?
For like, it was like literally me doing runs the entire 11 hours. Like, that was all I was doing, was key runs.
Are you walking?
Charging. I mean,
Actually, that's not.
and it's a
Still
single,
not as
and it's
fast as
single,
teleporting.
and it's single player, so I know exactly where they are. It's not like the same as online where you gotta figure it out every time. I can just,
Oh, okay.
I literally
Okay.
just charge through. It's pretty easy to, especially the Summoner. Like, I did a lot of Summoners. Never got one from him either. Old punk.
And you're doing it on P8. That's crazy. That's insane.
Oh yeah, P8.
You got very unlucky.
I'm having a little bit of trouble with Neil Attack on P8, but Neil Attack's kicking my butt on P8. I don't know what to do. I'm still, I'll have to cross that bridge when I come to it, but
You don't
Got a
have a
level
flame
in
redemption, huh?
nah, it's not really about that. Like, some of the monster types down there are just insane.
Yeah.
Well, the witches really hurt down there, to be honest.
I mean, it really depends on what monster types I get. Like, some monster types are obviously a lot easier to handle than others, but the apes down there I can't kill at all. So whenever the apes spawn, I'm just screwed.
The reset's coming.
Yeah, I made a video on the reset. I'll put a Google Doc up for the sign up sheet soon. Probably tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping we get a bunch of Diablo people. Like the new people that came in for Diablo 4.
Oh, duh, I mean, you know me, bro. New ladder. I'll be playing for at least the first 3 weeks. Bare minimum. So. And, oh man. I'm gonna do softcore again because I'm still looking for some stuff. For my duelers.
Did I just?
Not sure what I'm gonna make
I
yet.
just did that, didn't I? I did do that. That is.
You ran all the way there and you've already done it on this one.
Look, okay, I may not be the smartest crayon in the box.
Greetings.
What is my opinion on Mosaic? I think I gave my opinion yesterday. I think Mosaic is not as OP as everybody wants to assume that it is. I feel like the people that are saying that Mosaics are really OP are the ones that haven't played it and haven't dealt with the horrible existential dread that comes along with having to keep your charges up and realizing that as soon as your charges go down, you're dead. I can't count how many times I died building my charges too. You can legit just like you think Mosaic Sins are really strong, right? You walk outside town and you try and build your charges and literally die building your charges because you're like as weak as a baby kitten that hasn't drank from his mama in like 2 weeks when you don't have your charges up. Exactly. I mean it's terrible. And then the pacing is also terrible too. It's just the constant need to move to the next pack, move to the next pack, move to the next pack. You can't even stop and look at items half the time. Because if you stop and look at items,
if you play perfectly.
I mean, you have
That's
to
pretty much it.
you have to literally go from pack to pack to pack to pack to pack. You can't stop. You can't look at items. You know, every single time you stop and lose your charges, you've got to rebuild them, which is a moment.
Enjoyable playstyle.
It's really not as overpowered, I think, as people would like to believe.
No, it's not my type of playstyle. I like to sit there and look at items.
I did it for a full season. I did the Mosaic Sin for a full season, and it's interesting. It is powerful, yes, but it also is extremely weak in some other ways. God forbid if your freaking charges fall off. Cobra Strike half the time bugs out and doesn't steal life, and it's really freaking weird, and you can die from that too, which I totally have many times, which is one of the reasons why I started using Drax for the life tap, because I realized that I couldn't count on Cobra Strike to work all the time, which was a pain in the butt.
Like, it is a good build, but it's that sort of playstyle where if you don't want to look at items, you literally want to be 100% engaged all the time without blinking. It's like you're constantly on edge, and it's just not my playstyle. But
I
some
mean,
people enjoy that.
and yeah, it does have multiple elements, so it can bypass immunities. But I mean, isn't that the goal of every single character, is to build multiple elements so you can bypass immunities? Is there something different about how you would build a character normally? Yeah, you're either doing it one of two ways. Before Sunder Charms, it was always have multiple elements so that you could bypass immunities. And after Sunder Charms, it's make sure that your one element is breaking everything so that you can, like if you're a fire character, so you're dishing out fire damage to any character that is in the game, whether they're immune to fire or not, right? So it's either one of the two. Either you have multiple elements and can bypass the elements, or you have all your eggs into one basket, so to speak, and you've got like massive amount of fire damage or lightning or whatever.
I'm still not sure what I want to make. It depends if there's any updates for new stuff. We'll see.
I mean, I personally like Mosaics. I think they take literally a class, a build that was completely and utterly useless before. I don't think anybody said in their heart, like, hey, I'm going to make an overpowered martial arts sin. No, they never did. You had the occasional person who was like, man, I really want a challenge. I'm going to try the martial arts sin this season. And then they try it, and they're like, wow, that's really rough. And
thing is, people say it's
like
overpowered.
sandpaper on my penis.
The items you need to make it overpowered. Well, you can get a Jarvis on and kill at that speed, a Hammerden and kill at that speed, a Saw can kill at that speed. So it's not overpowered. It's just because people have never seen the martial arts sin do that sort of damage.
No, I think the one thing that does make the the Mosaic sin very powerful though is Dragonflight, because it basically gives them the ability to teleport without Enigma. Although I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I mean, having a character that has a skill and actually gets good use out of it is certainly not a bad thing.
People are just hating on something they're not used to.
Like this character,
go build it, try it, and then you'll realize it's not as easy as you think.
This character gets good use out of their skills. This character's using his skill appropriately. Get him. Ooh, a Sacred Charge. Aw, 32 all res, but it only has one socket. What a troll.
Oh, why couldn't that be zero
what
socket?
A troll.
At least you could have tried to roll it.
What a troll. I told you about checking them frickin' stands though, right? It came right out of the armor stand. That's why I've been checking like every single armor stand.
Such a shame.
It's pretty common for sacred charges and stuff to come out of armor stands.
Oh yeah, you can find loads of good stuff in.
Oh man, first run on unique ring.
It's locked.
Nice.
Oh,
Were you playing PD2?
no.
Somebody came in here and was like, somebody already did P8 Ubers in like 6 hours or something, right? Like a run. It's probably Kano.
Yeah, they were doing
it's probably Kano or whatever, right? And I'm like, really? I was like, good luck doing a freaking Uber run in 6 hours when you spend 12 hours farming keys and not a single one drops.
And they were a kicksin. It's totally different build.
That's got to be one. That would be one of the most frustrating things of doing a speed run for anything with the Ubers, is literally running the Ubers and then just trying to get the keys and they just won't drop.
Yeah. That's one you can re-roll. Got a load of gems.
But of course, in the speedrun world, if he like say the record was 8 hours, if he couldn't get the keys he needed, by the time he hit like 8 hours or whatever, he would just restart the run. Yeah. He wouldn't even bother to keep going. He would just restart the run.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd never know how long. We'd never know how many licks it would take to get to the center of that key pop.
Yeah. That video could have taken 30 attempts. No.
Ow, why are you... Stop shooting me in the face! I just want to live!
Sovereign, no?
Ethereal Great Halberd, 723. Some nice little doojanks there. 723 Great Halberd. That's pretty high, isn't it?
That's not bad.
What's the
I'd try and roll it, because even if it's 2-socket, you can make smoke or whatever.
Well, I mean, my Merc does have a halfway decent armor right now, but I mean, so 501 is the highest defense for a Great Hauberk. I'm blanking here. What is it for Ethereal? It's what is it, 15% plus or something?
50.
50%. That's right, 50. So 501 plus 50. I don't even know why I'm doing the math on this. It's 7 whatever. Yeah, 751. So this is pretty close. That's only like 20 points off of a perfect. I have to hang on to that. I'll roll it for sockets and see what I get. I don't remember what the socket is for armor. What's my Merc using right now? He's using he's dead. I left him dead because when I farmed the Countess, I'm always running through everything and he dies. He's running a 639 at the moment, so that would be a pretty considerable upgrade. That's almost 100 points. I'm trying to hang on to some extra life charms for when I go do the Ubers. P8 Ubers is gonna be it's gonna be nasty. I know it's gonna be nasty. I don't need nobody to tell me. I'm more honestly afraid of getting one shot than anything, because I know for a fact that I'm gonna be light.
Even Izzy's gonna be horrible.
Well, Izzy can easily hit for 1500. If under the right circumstances, he can hit for 1500. It's pretty nasty. So if you don't have about 1500 or higher, there's a very good chance that even with life tap and even spamming at maximum speed, maintaining full HP the entire fight, if he lands one of those crazy crits that he gets sometimes, he can just knock you straight into the dirt. Whatever Charcy will give me for it. Who's Charcy giving what, where? I'm gonna switch to the, now that I'm wearing the Heart of the Oak, I want some more Crushing Blow. Actually, is my fire res? Oh, my fire res is actually pretty low, wow.
You rocking a spirit?
Spirit,
I had a lot of trouble finding a good
yeah,
res shield.
I got a Spirit Sacred Towers. It's really bad res though, and I got a Heart of the Oak.
Nice.
I managed to find a
the
Vex
best one
Rune.
you found was like 8 or 9 res, wasn't it?
8. I got a 8 Sacred Towers right now. It's awful. At least I get the smite damage out of it though.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm checking this Maiden Javelin. It's a
I
220.
haven't played this character in so long.
Yesterday I had like a very slight break because Uber Diablo spawned, and somebody was asking for help, so I hopped on my real North Star Smiter, not my solo self-found North Star Smiter. And I went to polish Uber Diablo in like, I don't even know, it was like 15 seconds. It was fast, and I was just like, so this is what a real power feels like. It was bad. It's so bad.
Try and re-roll that Grand Champ.
Your solo self-found characters are so weak. They really are so weak.
Yeah, unless you invest a lot of time into it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of some of my gems right now. Rerolling. That's 39 life of item.
Might be worth using, depending on your other charms.
I can't really. The grand life ones aren't really that great, especially when you can get 20 on the smalls. because you can get 20-20-20, which is 60. So
Yeah, true.
the grand ones aren't really that amazing.
Yeah, you even need a combat skiller or like 30 life with good res, some type. Use all your diamonds. You don't really use them for crafting.
Yeah, there's some recipes though that I need them for, but I'll keep a couple. I'm managing to get a large number of gems, so I'm not really too worried about it. It seems like the gems are rolling in much faster than I can maintain.
Life, amazing.
I'm keeping the chips too, just in case I want to do recharges.
Yeah, definitely.
If I have to, I might go the cheesy route and use the revive bow.
Yeah, that always works. The problem is once you can't switch, because then they die.
Hi, meow.
Sub Wolfie.
Meow meow meow.
How you doing, Bob?
Chilling.
Who? You ever get your keys yesterday, Ginger?
No,
No.
no,
They're
I didn't. I
like-
never got a single key the entire time.
That was like 12 plus hours, wasn't it?
No key. Yeah, no key for 12 hours. Yeah. I got 2 today though, so
My. Oh, well, that
Not
doesn't make
in
up for it.
no, it doesn't.
Wow. That's
No.
unbelievable.
No.
I thought only
On
I had
P8
that
as
terrible
well.
luck.
It's ridiculous.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Bob's like, you don't have capitalized on that. I know you've had some poor luck too, Bob.
I know the number of runs it took me to get 1 key.
Which is why every single time people are like, I can go farm keys by myself and get my own keys for my own dungeon. And then they get no keys. And I'm like, so do you want to join the key pool or?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's so much better when we have our kinship run keys and we all run keys, and then that way when when you don't have any luck and you're finding like no keys.
Absolutely.
It's not about speed. Like it's not. It doesn't matter how many runs you do. It's all
It is
about
a war of attrition.
it is luck is what it is. Every now and then, what is it like? We got a couple fasty boy like teleporters in here in the kinship, and they'll go off and they'll be like, "Oh, I just did like 300 runs." I'll be like, "How'd you do 300 runs?" Like you were gone like an hour. It's like, "Shut up." Okay, I did 300 runs. How many keys did you get? None. Okay, shut up. None.
It was like when I was trying to farm Andy for the Soj.
And then we go farm.
well,
We go
like,
kill.
last
We go
run.
kill Nilithak like 3 times to get like 3 keys back to back.
God, I forgot how completely ridiculous this build is in this game.
Which one?
It's the do-it-all lightning sword. It's so good.
When Chunks shows up, you gotta tell him about your native Tesladin, because he doesn't believe me that the native Tesladin is just as powerful, if not more powerful than the Dream version.
So I try to explain this to people every time. The aura on the Dream Paladin is better because the tick damage is better.
Yeah, because it's 2 auras.
So you'll do more just running around, and if you just only want to do it on P1 or P3, that one's probably still the better way to go. But if you want to just output damage,
Massive
The
lightning
native-
damage.
the native one is much, much better.
Oh yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's the on hit. And then the other really cool thing is that you can get more negative res with the native, because you can wear griffins and you can't wear griffins with Dream. And you can put a lightning facet in your shield. You can't put a lightning facet in your shield with Dreams, and but between Crescent Moon, your Griffin's Diadem with a lightning facet in it, lightning facet in your shield, like you can get like -70 like easily.
I'm just hoping we get some updates this season. Be nice to try a totally new build.
Oh, come on, now. I'm sure there's builds you haven't tried.
Not many.
Yeah,
I've played
but
since I was a kid.
now you just got to get the BIS. When you make your first character of the ladder, you have to get everything best in slot.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what I want to make.
Instead of almost getting best in slot gear and then switching it up.
True.
Because that's what you do every ladder.
I know. I get bored. Or I see something weird and I'm like, oh, I want to do that. Okay, let's restart.
I know what I'm starting with this next ladder already.
I might do the enchant sword, but I'm not sure yet.
Oh God.
You'll get bored of that super quick. I promise.
I did one before. It was good, but yeah, the bolts sort of annoyed me. Running out of bolts all the time.
Honestly, it's really powerful. I had a lot of fun with it.
No, I'm not too sure what I want to do.
I feel like the enchant sword could be more than just a bow sword, though. I feel like if you set her up right for the enchant port, you know, to fire off the bow, you could probably also set her up for a melee part too.
Yeah, do like a Zele, a Zeal,
You could-
or
you
a
could have like
Nurse, or-
you could have like
It's just expensive.
you could have like an offhand, you know, dojank and play around with that too.
Yeah, it's just the reason that one's so hard is because like the best in slot stuff is super hard to get.
Yeah, and that's why the bow one's cheap, because literally the bow is so
like
easy.
your best in slot armor is a jeweler's dust shroud of the whale
Hello.
with a Cham rune and 3 40-15s. Wait, no, 3 15-15s. IAS and all res.
And that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that build is super expensive.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them, and it's like, I love bow Amazons, but to do a really good physical one to actually kill as fast as other stuff, it's just ridiculously it's too expensive. It's not worth it for the kill speed.
I don't know how I feel about that statement. It's probably the safest character in the game because you literally can off-screen everything. So
I love bow
it
Amazons.
doesn't really matter about your kill speed on that because you literally never see a monster on your screen. You just shoot off screen and
Yeah.
everything dies.
Honestly, kill speed on it is pretty fast if you play the minigame.
I was thinking of trying to strafe
because
some, but
it's just like with the Javazon. If you're playing the minigame and you do it properly, you're gonna get massive amounts of damage.
yeah.
If you don't play the minigame on the Javazon, you're gonna not get massive amount of damage, and then they're all gonna latch.
There's also what the fire traps in. That's really good at the moment.
Fire is very difficult to build.
Traptions period are just good right now.
It's just the minus res for fire is harder to get. Like lightning's so much easier to do because of Crescent Moon.
Yes, it is. Crescent Moon
But I
is
did one
amazing.
last season, so I don't really want to do another lightning trap.
That's why.
No, it's crazy.
That's
Your
why
end game,
that's
your
why-
end game with the traps and isn't even the Crescent Moon. That's just like your mid tier.
Oh no, yeah. Endgame's the dual 6 trap 2 socket facing claws.
Even before that, the what is it? The plague.
Yeah, plague's really nice too.
The dual plague claws are better because the plus the skills is just it outweighs at that point. Finally, it outweighs the negative lightning res.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do as the first character. It's been a long time since I've done a summon or like a bone necro, but I know bone necros are pretty good for PvM.
I mean, Bone Necros can handle the entire game.
They're okay. Yeah, they're good, but
There's never once are you on a Necro and you're like, oh, I can't do that. Well, no. The Bone Necro he does everything. And maybe he's a little slow at it, but like, he has absolutely no trouble doing anything.
don't think I want to do it. Like maybe a wolf druid could be fun, like a fury druid.
No, do fire claw, bro.
Well, yeah, there's Fire Claw as well.
Ow, 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 ow.
Maybe do like a Fire Claw bear, just because I like bears
Whoa.
running around. They're cool. I'd have to think what weapon to use though.
What? Why would you have to
On a
think
Fire
about
Claw.
it? Hand of Justice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Hand of
if you're
Justice
talking-
Phase Blade.
If you're talking about
Yeah.
fire, Hand of Justice is pretty darn good.
And there's a good cheap weapon you can use too. You can use Obedience.
Yeah, start off with Obedience.
Yeah, it has negative fire res inherently on it.
Is Obedience, can you make it in a one hand? Can't remember.
No, you can make it in a two-hander.
Two hand, yeah. So
Well,
you start
two-hand-
out with a...
Two-handers are better for freaking druids anyway.
Oh yeah, but eventually with Fire Claw you'd just go one hand.
I mean,
Yeah, you just get.
Because you'd want a Phoenix.
Yeah, you get Phoenix plus Hand of Justice.
The way you get around using a shield on a druid is you just don't stat for block.
no, it's
Then
not
you're
about.
less likely to
It's not
do
about.
the
It's not about the
recovery
blocking. It's about the
animation.
speed. Base blades are fast,
Yeah.
but two-handers are faster on druids.
Oh, yeah,
I've
yeah.
tested it. You're still gonna need more speed to hit your maximum breakpoint.
Yeah, I'd have to think.
And the Fireclaw is
Could be interesting.
Fireclaw is massive amounts of damage, but when you're hitting that maximum breakpoint with Fireclaw, you're like a friggin' Super Saiyan warrior at a certain point. It's like 1,000 attack.
Yeah, I still have my Wolf Barb.
Wolf Barbs are fun.
Wolf Barbs are ridiculous. They don't die. Ever.
Yeah, that could be an interesting build. Some sort of like Fire Druid, obviously a Fire Claw.
I mean, we always come
Yeah,
across a wolf howl at some point. So I mean, that's definitely not an
Yeah.
issue.
Wolf Barb's fun.
Ow.
The Obedience is such a cheap starter weapon.
Oh yeah, dude, Obedience is awesome.
Yeah, the only problem that I have with Obedience on a Druid, not on a Merc, is low durability. It's very low durability. You're going to be in town repairing it all the time, but you're still going to be
Yeah.
kicking butt.
No, it's not as bad with Fireclaw because you're not swinging multiple times per click. It's still pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not as bad as like a Sealer or a Fury Druid.
Well, it's just there's no good high durability base to put Obedience in because it only goes in
Oh,
what is it? Yeah, that's well,
like
yeah,
Threshers and yeah.
it's just what it goes into. There's not a lot of good high durability bases for Obedience. Obviously, on the Merc, it doesn't matter because the Merc doesn't care. I got 2. Oh, Lord, that's a lot of ghosts.
What other funky builds there are? Like Wolf Barb's fun. Don't really want to do another Item Barb. I did one.
Strider
like
Paladin is interesting. I mean, you're pretty much just a holy X of whatever type you're
Oh,
choosing,
yeah.
and then you just go into the bow section. It's interesting.
It's fun leveling a pally with
And
the
you
fire.
can do both of them. You can do the Holy Fire version, which is basically kind of like the Enchant Sword.
Yeah.
And then the Tesla Den also can be done. There's a very odd one that you can do with the freezing arrow gloves with Holy Freeze.
I'll have to have a thing. It all depends if there's any new items or rune words, and I'm like, oh, that could be funky on this build. But I'll do it. It just depends.
Have you ever actually done a Vengeance Paladin? I mean,
Yes.
they're pretty powerful. Like once you get them all
they're
set
good.
up,
They are good.
just run around one donking everything to death.
I still prefer Zeal because I just love that. I just find it so fun. It's like Fury on the Druid. I just love that multi-hit funkiness. It's
I mean,
great.
yeah, Fury and Zeal are basically the same thing.
I always love that stuff. Yeah, I just need to. It's just waiting to see if there's any updates on, like, even if they've updated some of the old uniques and made them a bit better, like Grandfather made them actually worth finding.
Is that Squiddy on Diablo 2 right now? He's not in chat. He's never gonna fight.
I haven't seen Squiddy in ages. I think it's been a month or so since I've said hi to Squiddy.
I talked
Popped
to him
into
the other
voice
day.
ages ago.
We were talking about Baldur's Gate.
Oh, that game is so good. That game is fantastic.
Absolutely.
Oh, is there anybody watching your stream that needs anything on Ladder right now?
No. Hey, the third key, and now we can move on. By the way, just a disclaimer right now, just for all you guys who are watching. If I like disconnect or something and I lose all these keys, I'm not farming them again. Okay, I'm just gonna cheat the keys in. Like that's not
Well, yeah,
happening.
because the disconnect isn't your fault.
It's like if some freak occurrence happens, or like Kubis like jumps on the keyboard and like ejects me from the game, and I lose my keys. It's not. I am totally cheating the keys back in, and I don't care what you guys gotta say about
It's
it.
different though. It's because you've already found them. Really, you've put in the effort. So.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna put in the effort. I'm gonna get the keys. I'm just saying, if some freak occurrence happens and I lose my keys, I'm totally cheating in another set. It's not like on online where you can leave the game and come back either. So if I screw up and like mess up the portal, like my keys are just gone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, didn't I keep this for a reason? Aren't I at exactly 117 FCR? Yeah, I am. That's great. God, I'm like one away from perfect on literally every piece of gear I'm wearing right now.
I don't even know what I've got on ladder. Not a lot.
All right,
I've
we
kept a few
have 3 keys of
bits.
terror, so we are moving on to Summoner. Salmoner. We're moving on to the Salmoner. We are going to teleport the Salmoner, since I know where he is and everything. Well, we got ourselves a spell steal. We can make it happen. Let's put our spell steal on. Get our teleport skill ready. Let's get our merc with us, since we're going to teleport. He can actually be useful. Alright, I do believe that this is the way.
So I sat thinking, oh, I could do a strafes on, and I'm like, yeah, but when you think about it, it's so much easier just to do like the fire in Chance Walk or something.
Strafes on is it's a good time for strafes ons. They fixed all the attack rating stuff. A lot of the attack rating problems that were plaguing the Amazon for the longest time, that made it very difficult to actually hit stuff. They actually finally did fix a lot of those issues,
Yeah.
which is yeah.
So all you need to do is find a bury, and you're pretty much set until you end game stuff.
I actually can't believe just how bad the attack rating issues were for the Amazon. Like that's so many skills just didn't even they didn't even function like with attack rating. Penetrate was getting canceled out by Blessed Aim. Like Strafe wasn't getting the attack rating bonus.
So I think they should actually do what PD2 did with Strafe and make is it Penetrate the one that gives you attack rating? That is a synergy to Strafe in PD2. It gives like 10%. Like they don't need to make it that high, but I think that is a good one as a synergy.
Well, no, you don't need it anymore now that they fixed it. So
Yeah.
Penetrate actually works properly now, and also the Strafe attack rating bonus actually does work. So
Yeah.
So it actually does do what it's supposed to do now, which is cool.
Strafe could be a fun one, but I'm just gonna wait for the patch notes and then figure out what I'll do. Really hoping we've got some sort of new stuff. I don't expect tons of new stuff, but it would be nice even if it's 1 or 2 new items or rune words or something. Like they made tons of money off the game. I don't see why they can't do a couple of bits each season. That's a fast goose.
Oh God. Get out of here, Merc. Never seen the summoner platform so loaded with monsters. Holy Jesus, that was a lot of monsters on the summoner platform. What? Let's go Burr Rune. Let's go. I mean, if I want to get a Burr Rune, I guess I gotta kill the ghosts.
Have they announced when they're gonna do the patch notes at all?
No.
It's normally
And
like
they-
a week or so.
And we keep getting cryptic messages about basically there not going to be any patch notes, so we don't know.
What?
Yeah, they keep saying things like, "Yeah, don't expect very many changes."
Don't
Maybe
expect
they're
too
playing
much.
us.
We
Don't
pulled everybody
keep
from
your
the D2 stuff to go work on D4.
Keep your expectations low, like this cookie.
See, that suck. Because there's so many opportunities with D2.
Not here, not here. How do I know?
Wait. I'm stealing your seat.
Don't let him steal your seat.
Cats always steal your seat.
But do they look at you funny when they do it?
Yeah. They give you a right face. It's like she'll start clawing something and you tell them to stop and they'll look at you, stare you right in the face, and then they'll slowly start clawing while they're staring at you.
Yeah, that's just an awesome pet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So awesome.
The best kind of pet. That's the kind of pet that disrespects you. Disrespects your
That's
soul.
cats. That's cats in general.
That's just disrespects your soul.
They're just like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Small charm.
Kick him right in the booty.
Bye.
Kick him right in the booty hole. It's right in the booty hole. Actually, something that I like to do is funny with the cats, is they start getting all uppity or whatever, and I don't kick them in the butt. What I do is I put my foot directly underneath of their tummy, and I literally just like the whole foot, like as far as I can get with the foot, and then I just pick up the cat basically with my foot and kind of like move them out of the way. Sometimes they fall off, sometimes they don't, and they just look very offended the entire time while it's happening.
Yeah, cats are not keen with their bellies being mucked about with.
You touched my belly, puny human?
My cat hates it too. Like, I tickle her belly when she's annoying.
Oh. Is this going to be ethereal? Oh my god, it's ethereal.
What is it?
F Jimmer Shred?
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. That's pretty
It's
cool.
actually pretty cool.
That's a good melee weapon.
We'll see, Sean. Like, I don't need tons of stuff every season, but like, it's not hard for them to bring one new rune word each season, or a small update, or fix a few of the old items that aren't ever used but are really hard to find.
I don't even care about anything that has to do with new content, really. Quality of life.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah, quality of life would be nice as well.
Some stackable stuffs would be fantastic.
Yeah, rune and gem tab would be amazing. Even if you can't stack them in like your own inventory, if you could at least stack them in your, in your stash, that'd be nice. Yeah, I just mean it's not hard for them to make new content for it.
Oh, this ground would be crazy. Yeah, it's not. 261 page play? Question mark?
think you can still only make them in ladder, but the ones that were in ladder will go to non-ladder. The mosaics and stuff.
For what? The new ladder, the rune wards?
Yeah.
Most likely they're not moving.
No, I think that, yeah, the old stuff that was already built last ladder will move to non-ladder, but you won't be able to make a rune word in non-ladder still. Which will make them pricey in non-ladder for people that want them.
Yeah, if you already got them.
Oh, them ghosts were evil.
Yeah, they're trying to eat my face. I don't like it. Definitely a lot of face eating going on. That boy is nasty. Bill I the Destroyer. He about to destroy me. Get in. Oof. It was 2 elite packs of ghosts.
Oh.
Why are frickin' the ghouls? Why are the ghouls so frickin' resistant to all damage? I swear it feels like no matter what character I'm on, no matter who I'm fighting them with, they just have like way more HP and survivability than just about every other monster in the game.
I find the same with the towers in the arcane. Them towers are just horrible.
I mean, the towers are immune to 2 elements, and they have a lot of HP, but the ghouls steal life, but even when you stun them and you lock them down with open wounds, it feels like they still are next to impossible to freaking dish out large amounts of damage to. I don't like them. I think they're rude. I don't know if teleporting to the thing is economically viable. I don't know if that's economically viable. I'll just burn through all my cash.
Not in town.
Yeah, if no new rune words are released, they're not going to be pushed to non-ladder. That's what Bez said last time.
Yeah, I'll just wait for the patch notes if they do them. If they don't, I'll figure it out.
Not here. Good day.
Greetings.
What did you say it's coming out 25th?
Ladder? 28.
28. Oh, so exactly 2 weeks. Right. Okay.
Yeah, welcome to the ladder zone. Get in the zone, get in the zone, ladder zone.
Yeah, ladder's gonna be fun.
We'll have to start a sign-up sheet soon, I guess. It's only 2 weeks.
I had one of those fun moments where you don't know if you had a girlfriend and she's got a car, and you ride in her car and her car is terrible and you're all cramped in there and it doesn't feel right and it's not your car and the steering wheel doesn't move the way you like it, and then you finally get back into your car and you're just like this sigh of relief. You're like, oh, finally back in a real car. Oh, yeah. That's how it felt when I hopped back on D2R after I played Diablo 4.
Yeah.
Felt all cramped. Zoomed in. Like,
There's a lot they need to fix on D4. Like, I enjoy the gameplay, but there's a lot they need to do to keep people wanting to play it.
they need to turn that game not into Dance Dance Revolution. That's what they need to do.
They need to not cater the game to consoles, I think.
Yeah.
I don't understand why the game is Dance Dance Revolution. Like, there's so much stuff on the ground that it's literally like I'm playing Dance Dance Revolution, and there's like the little arrows under my feet, and I gotta keep moving, otherwise I die.
And half of it you can't even see what's happening with floor effects, so you die anyway. Because other stuff covers it. It's stupid. Like, if it's all about mechanics, how can you stay alive if you can't see what's coming? Oh, we all hate the zoom in, Charles. None of us like how zoomed in we are on D4.
I don't think there's a single person who played that game and was like, oh man, I love being all zoomed in on my character like this. I'm pretty sure every single one of us on PC was just unconsciously, constantly, like, scrolling back.
1,000,000%.
Like, I literally just all the time, I would be like, am I zoomed out all the way? Let me scroll back like 800 times to make sure I'm zoomed out all the way. Let me zoom in real quick and then zoom back out to make sure that I'm zoomed out all the way. Then I would zoom in, get offended, and then zoom back out.
Yep.
Like, the zoom out when you're doing the boss was really nice. I liked that.
That's
Yeah,
how the whole
it got
game
it
should
got
have
bugged. It got bugged one time on me, and I was like, yay!
Now, hopefully they listen to what people are saying, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, it's not even just an aesthetic thing. It's not even just a feeling thing. I mean, those stupid freaking corpse
things.
bows
Yeah.
that like hang in the back wings of everywhere and literally nuke
can't
you
see
into
'em.
oblivion. You can't see them. You literally just are fighting, and all of a sudden you'll just be dead, and you're like, "What killed me? Oh, it's a corpse bow hiding in the back."
Yep. Ooh, yellow ring. Good, bad, good, bad. Bad. But we'll see. Because I did enjoy the game, and the graphics are decent, you know. But I also want more things where we actually get to kill the small bosses. Like, I want Andariel and all that lot. I like doing that sort of stuff. Like the butcher that comes out, make it, you know, make us have more where Diablo, Bale, and Andariel, and
I'm telling you,
Radam,
I'm just tired of playing Dance Dance Revolution. In Diablo 2, there are so many moments where you can pause. You can just be like, okay, I'm just gonna pause for a second. I'm just gonna stand right here. I'm just gonna, you know, sort out my inventory or whatever, you know, or look at my map or whatever the hell you need to do. There's so many moments where you can pause and like actually have a little bit of a moment, a breather to yourself. You know, you can make safe places yourself by killing a bunch of monsters and then making a safe place. You can't even make safe places in Diablo 4 because they have literally dungeon effects that are just constantly coming after you the entire time, like the shades and the gouts of flame and all the other bull crap. It's like it's just constantly hitting you all the time. While even when you're in a safe place, even when there's no monsters around you, you're still getting like murdered by flames coming out of your anus. Literally.
we'll see if they sort it out.
How may I help you?
Because it is a good game. It just needs work.
Can I kill him?
I just think they released it too early. They weren't ready.
No, they had a deadline to hit.
Yep. Definitely wasn't ready. So I did actually really enjoy doing the whole story, and I wish it had carried on. And I'm guessing that's what the expansions will be.
Ah. They don't deserve any more money from their player base right
But
now.
yeah, that's the thing. I don't really want to spend anything buying it because the way they've not listened to anyone and actually fixed all the problems.
Real talk. If they want us back, which you know they do, and what they need to do is anybody who purchased the game, already, like you could say like from this date forward or whatever, that first expansion better be free.
Yep.
I doubt it will
That
be.
first
It's
expansion
not gonna
better
but
be the welcome back. Please come back and don't hate us. We're sorry
Give
for
us another
effing
try,
up.
sort of thing.
Like, here's my roses and cookies. That first one better be free. If they are smart, then that is the way that they will play this. They
But we know
will
they're
they
not.
will give that expansion, that first expansion, away for free.
Eh?
Because if they do that, they will bring back a huge number of players, and they will get the second chance that they want. But if they charge money for that first expansion, after
gonna kill the
the
game
travesty, they'll kill it themselves. They literally need to give that expansion away for free.
you're not
But we
wrong.
all know how greedy they are, so I just don't see it happening.
I mean, they can put some restrictions on it. They can put a little timer on it or whatever. They can be like only people who pre-ordered the game or whatever or something like that. You know,
Get
like,
it first
you'll
or
get it for
something,
free.
yeah.
Come on back. You know, like make a big deal out of it.
Yep.
And then sell the expansion later to anybody who didn't purchase the game. You know, previously they can still make money off of it. But quite honestly, that's their ticket right there. If they want to get people back, if they really want a second chance, so to speak. Yeah, you know, but that also means that they need to have a product that they're, you know, confident in
Happy with.
actually trying to get us to have a second chance with. You know, it'd be like if you're a drug addict and you know, your girlfriend broke up with you because you were a drug addict, and you're like, oh, give me a second chance, babe, and you're still doing drugs. Like, no, obviously, if you want her to give you a second chance, you're gonna have to lay off the drugs. Like, that's why she broke up with you in the first place.
There was
Like
some
good.
good stuff in the game, but yeah.
Dude, I was a huge skeptic of the game. And I was wrong about the game up until about level 50.
Yeah, and then it just goes downhill.
Maybe level 60. And then the game was just exactly what I thought it was going to be.
A tedious grind
But leading
redoing.
up to it, about that mid level, the game was awesome. It
Yeah,
exceeded my expectations.
But you know what the sad thing is that going from that, you would think that they would leverage the parts of the game that they did well on, right? So, you know, Andariel, Duriel, like stuff like that. That there's part of that part of the game that people enjoyed. But no, like after you kill Andariel and Duriel like the first time, and I think there's like one subsequent quest where you can go fight Andariel again.
Yes.
But after that, you never get to fight her again ever.
And it's like dungeons
Why?
constantly, and it's just like
Like
it's not enjoyable.
But I just don't know why they wouldn't leverage the very things that make the game good. It's like if you knew that, I don't know, vanilla ice cream was like the best flavor of ice cream that you'd sell at your you know, ice cream shop, and then when you set up your ice cream shop, you know, finally you just don't get any vanilla ice cream. You're just like,
Well, they
vanilla
need to
ice
do what
cream
I
is
said.
vanilla ice
Do it
cream
like
is for
Butcher,
losers.
where-
That's for losers.
You know,
Only
where you've
losers
got the
eat vanilla
chance
ice
to have
cream.
them spawn.
How many losers even?
Because I think everything make dungeons more interesting, like random bosses can spawn instead of it just being Butcher.
I don't know. There's also something going on in the background with the way that they're developing the game, which is very anti-consumer. And they pretty much told us that this is what they're doing, right? So they're watching us to see what we're using. So like, say for instance, a specific unique is really popular. I don't know. Let's say Fist of Fate, just as an example. They're like, we've noticed that 97% of the player base has been using Fist of Fate. We don't like this. We don't want a single item to be popular over others. So we nerfed Fist of Fate to make it less popular, so that you guys would use a different item instead of Fist of Fate. And we're like, and it's like, it's almost exactly the kind of sabotage that somebody would do if they just deliberately wanted something to fail. Can you imagine just every single time you tell somebody something? Let me use an analogy. Let's say you had a girlfriend, and every single time your girlfriend came out of her bedroom dressed in whatever clothes, you commented on her clothes, you know, whether you liked it or whether you hated it. And every single time you told your girlfriend you liked something, she just never wore that again. She's like, oh, you like this? All right. And then, like, when she comes home, she just, like, puts it in a trash can and lights it on fire and burns it and just never wears it again. And so very slowly you're basically sabotaging yourself, because every single time you tell your girlfriend that you like something, she just never does that ever again.
I found it insane that they're already looking at Diablo 5, and I'm like, you haven't even fixed this game yet. Why? Like, if they bring out a D5 in the next couple of years, I am not buying it.
I mean, Diablo can't.
had enough.
Diablo can't die. He's not being resurrected. He's immortal. The primevals cannot die. It doesn't matter how many times you put them down. That's literally the whole plot.
It's just how long it takes for them to come
Yeah,
back.
I mean, that's literally the whole plot of the Soul Stones in the first place, is that the Soul Stones were designed to capture them in a way that would not allow them to come back, so they would be stuck in the stones. And
for an increased amount of time.
And it would have worked had Iswal not betrayed them and told the primevals how to corrupt the stones. Although they may have eventually figured out how to corrupt the stones on their own, but it probably would have taken them a lot longer to figure it out if had Iswal not told them everything they needed to know.
I'm just gonna wait with D4, see if they sort things out.
Well, season 2 is their redemption arc, right? They set up the funds, right? They set everything up in advance. They told us. They said, oh yeah, we'll get the resistances fixed in season 2. Oh yeah, we'll get the inventory fixed in season 2. Oh yeah, we'll do this in season 2. Season 2 is literally their redemption arc. If it comes to the point where we're like, oh look, season 2 sucks balls, then they didn't fix anything.
The game will die.
Yeah, it's gonna die. It's yeah. What's up, Chinoel? How's it going, man?
Time for a coffee.
What's up with chat? I don't know. Was it not showing up on the screen or something? Most people are on YouTube. If you want to come over on YouTube and chat over there, but
yeah, we don't see the your Twitch chat or anything popping up.
I don't know why.
And no chats pop up on that side thing that normally pops up.
No, also, his Twitch chat popped up.
I was going to suggest in your settings, can you move that heart?
What heart?
The one that's next to chat. Because it literally
that's literally a heart that you can press. That's nothing that I.
Oh, I know, but it covers part of the writing. It's so annoying.
I don't know. I've seen it before. I don't know what to do with it. I don't even know if I can. I don't even know if I can mess with it.
Moved to the top or something because you can't. It like.
What happens if you press it? Does it go away when you press it?
Nope. No, it just does hearts, and you can hold your mouse over it and like do other things. But that's it. But it covers part of the chat, so it's like really annoying when you're trying to read something. It covers the last word. Boop. But I don't know if you're actually able to modify it.
No, I don't even think that's something that I have access to.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is, to be honest. It's something YouTube's added in.
Kill baby Diablo, that'd be a weird one. I definitely think they need to give us more boss encounters, whether it's in the dungeons or an event of some sort. We enjoy killing Diablo and Mephisto and Andy and all that. They need to bring, because that's the nostalgia, isn't it? So hopefully, I'm just shocked how they made all the same mistakes, and it's like, why not just look at D2 and just look at what succeeded and what didn't?
No, I can understand them not looking at D2 because D2's not their game, right? But what really blows my wig back is that they made some of the same mistakes that were fixed in Diablo 3. Yep. And Diablo 3 is their game.
It's like they haven't learned from anything. It's just a facepalm.
I mean, there's people who don't even play Diablo 2 who were looking at some of the mistakes that they made in Diablo 4. And they're like, and they're even saying, like, we fixed this in Diablo 3 ages ago. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's like they haven't thought about their past games of what went right, what went wrong, and learned from it. They're just doing all the same mistakes. It's like, how stupid can you be? That's like a content creator doing that's like you saying, doing a stream that everyone hates, so you do the exact same stream again. Like, it just makes no sense.
Well, now that you mention that, I actually do. I actually do streams sometimes where it's like, oh look, nobody showed up, and then I just do the same stream again the next day.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, like if people watch it you know, after the stream's ended, but suddenly you realise you get loads of negative votes or something, so you do the same thing again. Like you'd learn, go, oh, okay, I'm getting negatives on this and this, you know, and change it up.
Good Lord.
Well, that's a tanky ghost.
Yeah, he was real tanky. I don't know what mods he had, but he was chonky. He was a chonky boy.
Merce nearly died even with you.
Missed me spamming heals on him, man. He was almost gone. That was poor Merc.
Horrible. And they're fizz immune, so you can't even heal off them. They're horrible.
No, he can't heal off of them. It's sad.
Got some champion ones. They might drop you a bear.
So the champion ones actually have a lower drop rate for runes than the non-champion ones. So ghosts can't drop weapons or armor. It's one of the reasons why they have such high rune drop chance. But the problem is that when they're champions or elites, they can, because then they're pulling from the champion and elite pool, which is a slightly different pool than the ghost pool. So the regular ghosts, the ones that are non-champions and non-elites, actually can't drop weapons, which gives them a much higher rune drop chance. So the champion ones are actually less good for rune droppage.
Explaining that to people who don't know anything about the loot table in Diablo is...
I had one guy literally fight with me. He was like, because he watched my video where I said that ghosts have a higher rune drop chance because they don't drop weapons, and he immediately replies with, "I killed a ghost and he dropped a weapon. You're a liar, you big fat phony."
Was it a champion?
I'm like, was it an elite or a champion? He's like, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not a ghosty. That's an elite ghosty or a champion ghosty.
You think I can? It's in, what is it in, you said? It's in my live reaction. Live reaction is what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Reactions. There we go. Live reactions. Save.
Oh, nice. It's gone.
Did that do it?
Yeah, it's gone. That's so much better. I just don't get why they'd put it right in the bit of chat where you're trying to read.
Okay, but now that I took away the hearts, now I need extra hearts. You guys see, I had to remove hearts, so you guys are gonna have to replace hearts.
I know, man. Never happy easy. Got some food.
Ooh.
Oh, Kubus was banished to the Shadow Zone. Kubus was banished to the Shadow Zone.
I'll be back in a few
He's
minutes.
looking at me with a very smug face right now. What's the matter, Kubus? Would you like a chip? You want a chip? I'm not throwing it to you. You're being lazy today. I'm not doing it. Fine then. No chip then. You don't want chip, I'm not give you chip. I got these hairbow like sour streamers, and if I give it to him, he'll just eat it. So he'll just like, he literally will just like take it into his mouth and just swallow the whole thing. Like he won't even chew it. So he doesn't even get the sour flavor. So I just hold on to one end of it and I don't let it go. And he's just like, he tries to eat it, and he'll try to eat it for like 3 seconds, and then he spits it out. And then he looks at it real funny. And then he does it again, and then he looks at it real funny, and then he does it again, and he looks at it real funny. Cracks me up.
I don't know if I like you.
But then he keeps eating.
You.
But then he keeps going. He's like, I'm gonna keep going. It's He's like, this is sour.
Not here.
Boobus, what's the matter? You won't even get up. How about a jerkum? Will you come over for a beef jerkum? Look at that. I gotta blow the smell over so we can smell it. Coming to get it? Oh, you get up for a beef jerkum, huh? Huh? You gotta shark it. Shark it. Ready? Shark it. He said, I like jerkums. Here, has a chip too. There you go. A beef jerkums and a chip. There you go.
Wow. A 45 life Grand Charm with no skill on it. I am...
Worth hanging on to.
Ugh. That's just so cringe.
Doesn't it? Isn't it if it has 45 life, it's still good for a reroll?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to have 45 life and...
No,
Isn't
it dropped
isn't-
from Diablo.
Oh.
It dropped from Diablo. Yeah, I'm just seal popping some chaos. I'm not even on ladder right now. Like, I'm on my non-ladder, like, goated sorcerers. Having some fun. It's been a while. I don't keep very many builds. This is the one I always like to have.
I keep everything. I need them for YouTube videos.
Anybody in stream on ladder need some help with some key runs? I can kill some Ubers.
These freaking ghoul lords. Yeah, what I wouldn't give for like a, just, I don't know, just a nice +2 helmet right now. Would be nice. I'm stealing all my mana, you dirty ghosts. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that guy, that one that kept arguing with everybody, I banned him. I got tired of his crap.
Oh, what was he arguing about?
The same guy who argued with you about the damage reduction while injured build and a bunch of other stuff. I just got tired of dealing with that guy.
Oh. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
That boy always thought he knew better than everybody else. Tired of listening to him.
I like that at one point he was proven wrong in his own like way of thinking, and I'm like, why wouldn't you just assume that there are other ones? Like, I don't. You were already wrong once. What else needs to be proven to you?
Night Smoke, not a bad find. Night Smoke is such an interesting spider belt because it's all res and it's 50% damage taken goes to mana. I mean, I wouldn't prefer it over like a, you know, obviously like a freaking Verdungos, but like for instance in Ubers, when you're fighting Uber Bale or whatever, and he's using that freaking mana steal thing on you over and over again, and you need to chug mana pots, having a 50% damage taken goes to mana certainly doesn't hurt. And it's 10 all res, and it's got a little bit of extra mana on it, but I'd have to upgrade it.
How may I help you?
If I don't find a better built than this, could be an interesting option. The 10 all res is nice too.
Ah, nectar of the gods.
more coffee, huh?
Yep.
Greetings.
Dude,
What are you planning to make next ladder then?
Night Smoke is way underrated in my opinion. Early
Oh.
Whirlwind Bar, like if you get like an early
Oh
Whirlwind
man,
Bar,
that's so fantastic.
like Night
Yes,
Smoke like
so-
literally fixes your whole character. Like if you put Night Smoke on as an early Whirlwind Bar, you can literally just whirlwind infinitely through monsters. It's great.
Got res on
Yep.
it too, hasn't it? Night Smoke.
Yeah, 10 all res, which is great early
Yeah.
on. It's more than enough to give you a little bump in defense in like normal difficulty and stuff.
Yeah, Night Smoke's amazing. Definitely a very underrated.
I used to use Night
Same
Smoke.
with
I used to use it all the time back in Classic because it's a classic
Same.
item.
same with Cremendulum belt with the res
Cremendum?
strength. of that,
Credendum. Yeah.
That's a very underrated one. Really
That
nice
one's
to
not
start
classic
out.
though.
Oh no.
You know, it's another underrated one. Is Hawanan's belt, which has
Yeah,
it's got prevent monster
light-
heal and damage taken goes to mana on it.
and the lightning damage is nice if you melee, like Zeela or whatever. Bumps up your damage. I still think my favourite belt is what's that really hard low-level belt to find?
Death spell.
Lenimo
No,
Sash.
Lenimo, just because it's such a niche, funky thing. Just one of my favourites. I like the look of it as well. It's like finding an ethereal suicide branch. It's just one of the things that's just cool.
Ethereal spectral shard.
Yeah,
That's some
Spectral
swag
Shard's
points
nice.
right there.
That is swag points.
That is swag points.
Spectral Shard's an amazing find for starting out.
Oh, 100% on any
Oh.
caster.
Yep.
That was literally the setup back in the day was Spectral Shard and Wally Eyeless.
Yep.
So you would just run those two together, get your massive, cast rate.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that people, they're straight away like, oh, Spirit Sword. You know, they don't think of some of the decent things that are out there that are really easy to get.
There you go, take back all these 35K in the banks. 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank.
Hello.
Put these up for the time being.
Not here.
I can carry more Dujaks.
Why are you meowing at me? What do you want?
Your soul.
You are not climbing up there, and you
And
cannot
your
have my soul.
Father's soul and your granny's soul and your daddy's soul. And your mama's soul.
I just fed her, and she's just sat there whining at me. Go get your food. It's in your bowl. She's like, no, I'm going to watch this weird ginger guy on your stream. It's quite funny how cats sit there and watch
I
stuff.
should mess with the cat and put something up here and get her to attack the TV.
Oh, she would like follow my mouse and stuff, but she never actually goes to attack it. Luckily. Yeah, she likes watching cat videos and stuff. Odd one. Still no key from Summoner?
Nope. No key from Summoner yet.
Oh, there's a key. Just not the right time.
Dude, when I was on that like 11-hour binge with the Countess and she wouldn't drop me a key, she dropped me 2 white regular keys.
Yeah, she's just sat there laughing at you.
She was laughing at me the whole time.
It's like, you want a key? Well, here's a key.
Here's 2 of them.
I hate key farming. It's horrible.
Oh man, Amrune. Balrog skin. What? A +2 ethereal? Come on. Come on. Man, that's a nice find though.
Plus 2 ethereal what?
Arcane's Valor?
I thought Arcane's Valor was indestructible.
No.
Oh, I know.
I've never seen an ethereal one.
Yeah, this is the first one I've seen too.
Hey, I'm still trying to find an ethereal Hellslayer. Still never found one. I just think that'd be a pretty fun weapon.
Crap, that was a lot of ghosts. My poor Merc got railroaded.
F. If that was F, that would have been sweet. There were 2 armors that I would have liked to have been F. One armor would have been so much better if it wasn't F, and they all just switched.
It's like when you find Scolders F, it's just such a nice find.
Oh yeah, I got one in my shared stash right now. As soon as I find an Isrune, I'm taking out the P Topaz and putting an Isrune in it, because
I've just never... There's a few things I've never found.
What's the what's the rarest item you ever found?
God.
I know
well,
what mine is. Mine is super.
That blue armor, whatever it's called, materials.
I think the 1540 is the rarest item that I found.
I found ethereal griffins.
Oh, I found a 32020 before. Long time ago. Long time ago, before like D2R and all that, but...
Long time ago.
I think on D2R the best thing was probably that 5 res small charm. That was really nice.
Plain?
Yeah, sadly.
No way, that's the rarest thing you found.
I don't know. There's a few decent others.
Did you find a griffins?
No, I actually have not found a griffins in my whole D2R.
Have you found any of the highest treasure class items in the game? Those are all more rare than a singular 5 res small charm.
I'm trying to think what's the best stuff I found. I found like +2 arcanes and standard stuff. Ethereal Titans was a pretty nice one. I don't know. I haven't found a. Well, I found a Mang Song. They're pretty.
Oh, that yeah, 100%. That's rarer than that small charm. 100%.
But I haven't found the Paliceptor one yet.
Which one?
The really hard one to find, not the amp damage one or whatever the other one.
You a hacker, Jin. Mang Songs is really rare.
Yeah, Mang Songs is. I found one ever.
Yeah.
Found two ever.
I haven't found like a single Griffins. I haven't found a single Maras yet.
Oh,
So
that just takes target farming. You just go farm Mephisto.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I found a perfect Mars. Perfect Mars is probably. I don't know if perfect Mars might actually be more rare than a 4015. I don't know. Mars is not. Mars is not, but perfect Mars might be.
I don't even think perfect Mars would be.
No, I think 4015 is a lot rarer. I've had some decent finds, but
You know, I found a Griffins and a perfect Mars in the same day.
yeah, but you're a hacker, so you know. And you're ginger, so Everyone knows all hackers are gingers.
And my raccoon habits got me a second Griffin's from a random urn.
Ooh, some Marowaks. Nice.
I have found a burr rune from a rock though on the River of Flame, where
Dude,
no,
I
they
found a
always
Jaw
spawn right
rune.
next to it.
I found a Jaw rune from the first elite, the Den of Evil. The first unique.
I love it when stuff like that. Like I literally went to the river waypoint, and the rock that's right next to the waypoint opened it, and it was a burr. I was like, wow.
That's raccoon. You gotta be a raccoon.
Yeah. So I always open everything.
I need to give everybody a raccoon shirt.
But I think my ultimate thing that I want to find is an ethereal Hell Slayer.
I think that's
just
what
think it'd be.
I think that's gonna be my next T-shirt that I design, like a Diablo raccoon or something.
Like the raccoon knows the way or something.
Diablo coon. Ow! He found me.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yes. Some
no.
things are just so hard to find.
F Griffins definitely has to be. Because I found a 15 max 40 ED jewel, but I
And the thing
still
is,
think Ethereal
If Griffins is actually usable now
more rare.
because of the whole Lightning Act 3 merc.
What?
Like, it's
Yeah,
actually.
it's
Like
probably best
beforehand, it
not
would
for-
never have been used.
for Fire Druid as long as you have an Enigma.
But yeah.
Ooh.
Because when you teleport with the Lightning Act 3 Merc, it prioritizes casting Static Field.
Ooh, that's deadly. I'm about to die there. Freaking mighted
Oh.
ghost pack. Blocked both entrances, couldn't get out.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I really want to find. I still want them to change like Grandfather and stuff, make it repair durability so we can find an ethereal one. Like an ethereal Grandfather would be a pretty decent weapon.
Greetings.
Like you're still not going to beat grief and all that, but at least you could actually enjoy it. You know, there's a few things that I think with a simple change like that, it would be really nice. Like Windforce just needs to spawn with 1 to 2 sockets. And then, like, if you get a 2-socket Windforce, it can do really, really well. So, I think they could easily do some updates with, like, very small tweaks. They don't actually have to revamp everything. Like Tyrael's or whatever that blue armor is, just give it 2 sockets. You know, then it's actually, you sort of can use it because you put ED jewels and stuff in it. Then it could be an okay melee armor, or it's still not going to be the best thing ever, but with how rare it is, it should be worth finding. Like, it shouldn't be a, well, I've got no bloody use for this.
It
it's
should
useless.
just not have a level requirement.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
You would just use it while you're leveling characters. Cool.
Yeah, give it
Keep
a
me
random
safe,
1 to 2
Tyrael.
sockets and no level requirement.
No, you don't even need sockets. If you remove the level requirement, it'll be used. Period.
Yeah. Just because it's so rare and you find one, you're like, well, my Enigma's got faster armor and skills and this and that. It's like, it's just not good enough. But it's such a beautiful armor when you wear it, so it's such a shame that it's so rare and so underused. So it's a lot of simple things they could do to some of the, like Doombringer needs repair durability instead of it being indestructible. Then it could be a decent, you know, decent weapon. Yeah, exactly, Sean. I just think, you know, yes, it still won't beat like Breath of the Dying and stuff, but an ethereal Grandfather sword could be a really nice usable weapon. And for style points, you know.
No +1 teleports.
No, I don't want +1 teleport. I think Enigma's enough.
Take Enigma out.
There's some things that I just wish, you know, they would look into and go, okay, you know, this is really hard to find, but no one uses it. Why is that?
Because they made an Enigma.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, just very nice.
I really do feel like some of those later rune words that were added toward the very end, the ones that were in the final patches, were kind of just like desperate attempts to just
Keep getting going.
placate the audience and keep the game going.
Oh yeah, I remember the old days of PvP Fatty where, you know, your average barb was what, Ariat, Storm Shield, Shaft Stop, and a Grandfather, or Doombringer.
Well, there was also a time, which I don't know if you remember, but physical damage reduction wasn't always capped at 50%.
No, it wasn't.
So there was a time when having over 50% physical resistance was very powerful. Like you could, I think it was.
remember the days where
I
Storm
think it
Shield
was
Pavis.
75%, and you could have 75% physical damage reduction, and you were basically just a god.
Yeah, I still remember the days where Storm Shield was that stupid Paris Tower Shield, and where Azure Blade was a Crystal Sword. You know, I used to play back in them days. I had the if bow and stuff like that in 08, and the bugged gaze with 2 sockets. Shadow.
Yeah, Shadow. Bad Shadow.
Just trying to eat one of my socks.
Get it. Eat it.
She's pulling socks out of my drawer because she's an ass.
I mean,
She'll run around the house with a sock and
She's
try
a
and
cat.
hide
Well, let's live in your
places.
house.
she's a cat, so.
Yeah, she likes to hide stuff. So you'll like lift up the sofa to Hoover and there'll be like 20 different socks just randomly under there, and I'm like, for God's sake.
So what you're saying is that we need to kill your cat because she's a sock goblin, and that's where
Hey, it's
all of
still
our
not as
socks
bad
have
as
been
my
going.
Black Lab.
That's
My
where
Black
all
Lab
of
used
our
to
socks
eat-
have been going.
Oh my God. He used to eat the socks and you used to have to pull them out of his butt because he couldn't digest them.
Did you hear about the panty thief?
Panty thief.
Yeah,
Got
so
a panty thief.
apparently this one dog was collecting panties, and it wasn't even the owner's panties. It was
wow.
it was somebody else's. He was sneaking out of the house and going into other people's yards and like taking them from like the laundry poles and stuff.
Oh, that's funny. Could you imagine that? Your
He had
wife
like
gets home and wonders why there's a load of other females' panties.
He had a whole panty collection.
Oh, that's brilliant. Animals do have some weird quirks. What other items would you like to see changed a little bit?
What items would I like to see changed?
Yeah. Like stuff that you think is very, you know, hard to find and just never used.
I mean, out of all the items in the game, there's very few items in the game that are completely useless. I mean, if we're
Well, I don't mean useless,
if
but there's
we're-
always something.
if we're going
that's
for
gonna
that,
be-
like most of the items are useful. They're just not
Yeah.
the most amazing. I think the ones that need the most overhaul, though, like definitely, are anything to do with poison. Like it seems like any
Yeah, that's true.
seems any poison-related item is practically garbage. On top of
Except
that,
that's when.
on top of that, two-handed items in general just always tend to be very lackluster. There's very few good two-handed swords, two-handed axes, two-handed, like it. I don't know what it is about two-handed items in the game, and I think it's because there's very few characters that actually utilize two-handed items. But like with the exception of the druid and the barbarian, which are like the only classes that use two-handed items, like nobody touches them. And even then, most of the two-handed items are kind of just they're kind of worthless. Yeah. So it comes down to a very odd scenario of, okay, well, nobody's using these items, so they need to have some kind of use. Well, a lot of the two-handed items need rework, and a lot of the poison-related items, like the Viper Fork Mancatcher.
Yeah, that one's terrible.
Like there's a whole bunch of two-handed weapons that are just absolutely garbage.
Yeah, there's definitely some.
Like, take Ariok's Needle as an example. I mean, it's got plus 5 to skills on the dang thing. Still nobody uses it.
But one thing I would definitely like to see change is Trang Set. I think it should have like plus 5 to Fire Mastery. To actually make them fire skills that you gain from it do something. And it would
I
also
mean,
help
plus
fire
the
go.
skills works on the fire mastery. You can beef up the fire mastery by
Yeah,
getting.
and that's what I
skills.
mean. Like, it would be a nice boost for that set because you've got like Meteor and Fireball and that, but they're so lackluster without any mastery that no one uses them.
It does have fire
So I think
mastery on it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, the Trank set has fire mastery.
Does it now?
Yeah, you have to wear the entire set though.
I don't remember it ever having fire mastery.
Yeah, you gotta wear the whole set and you get the fire mastery.
Oh, I've never seen it with fire mastery. That must have been a change they made then.
Nah, it's always been that way. But if you wear, you get the pieces. When you wear the pieces, you only get certain benefits for Trangs. So you get the what is it? You get the the plus 18 to Fireball first, and then it's like the plus 18 to Firewall, and then it's the Meteor, and then when you put on the entire set, like if you're wearing the complete set, you get plus 3 to Fire Mastery. And then on top of that, because it's granted to you as a as an O skill, you can actually have plus to skills actually affects it. So your plus to skill equipment does actually affect it, but you need all skills, not Necromancer skills. So an interesting change that they could potentially make to Necromancer that set, which would probably make it a little bit better, since you do have to wear the entire set to get good use out of it.
That's
is
new. It never used to have fire mastery.
No, it's always had fire mastery. My video is old as dirt, and it still talks about it. But the thing is that because it's Necromancer skills, not all skills, it doesn't add to the fire mastery. If they changed it from Necromancer to all, it could be a little more interesting because then it would add to the fire mastery.
It's a very hard set because you can't. You've obviously got the belt that's taken away.
The plus, the potential plus one you could get there.
So
no plus from the shield, no plus from the the helmet, etc., etc., etc. So you're missing out on all the pluses that you could get to the fire mastery, but it is there. I actually built a character around that. I set up a character called the the Elemental Necro, and I built it around the mages, and then I set up the fire skills. And then I also grabbed lore resistance, had a like an infinity merc and whatnot, and set it up so that I was basically spamming fireballs, firewalls, and meteors, and I was actually doing pretty decent damage with it.
I would like mages to get a little bit of a rehaul, or at least like I'd like one where when you're choosing like or summoning mages, you could choose what mages you want to summon. So say you just want to go pure fire mages, you could just tick it to fire. Like there's a little checkbox or something for fire or poison or lightning or cold. Like that would be cool. Because then at least you could build it the way you want. Oh, you're making an insight.
That's a slightly better one than the one I currently had.
See what it rolls.
Oh, nice. It rolled plus 6 crit strike. Yeah,
nice.
Not bad at
That'll
all.
help.
Good day.
Slightly better than the one I had on.
More high-end damage. It'll help keep him alive. That's all that matters.
No, it rolled pretty good. It's a Back to Corbin versus a Bill too. So the Bill is a nightmare, and the Back to Corbin is nightmare. But the Back to Corbin is just a better weapon than the Bill. But that plus 6 crit is the real better one. Because I only had plus 1 crit on the other one. So
Your whole house got sick. Well, that's not good. I hope you all get better soon.
Who's dead? What?
Cheese said their whole house got sick.
Oh, that's how it usually goes, though. The house usually gets sick.
One person gets sick and everyone gets it. That's why I live alone with a cat. Yeah, I don't know what else they could do with. A lot of people keep saying that they want maps and like extra things to do, but I just don't know.
Diablo Maker, I'm telling you, Diablo Maker is the play.
Like, I know a lot of people are not
as
happy with Terror Zones.
You set up some tools. You let people design their own levels. You have a thing set up so that you can upload the levels onto a server. Everybody gets the ability to download the levels. You can then take your existing character and go play the levels. And if you complete the level successfully, you get to put your name on there that you completed it and how long it took you to complete it. And there will be a whole community that will bloom overnight. Everybody will be making levels. Everybody will be frickin' coming up with crazy challenges.
PT2's already got all that sort of stuff in it.
There'll be absolutely silly stuff going on. Like people will make frickin' runs where you have like all dolls in it or all gloams, and you've got to get through the gloam level.
Full dolls and the horror dreams and.
Oh, you guys woke up today and chose violence, huh?
I mean, if it was a challenge level and you could put your name on it, you totally do. Like, let's try these levels that nobody can complete.
I do think it'd be some interesting stuff. Like, I was so shocked with D4 when they were like, we've got no leaderboards. You're like, what? You're doing a ladder or like a season, but there's no leaderboard, so you've got insane.
Well, they never used the word ladder, did they? They used the word
season,
they used the word season instead. It's like a cop out.
But they know that that's their main source of getting streamers to want to do it, because they all go for the fastest round. And
what did they say? Leaderboard wouldn't be there until season 3. Isn't that what they told us?
Like, that's just ridiculous.
Like, season 3? What?
Like most streamers, like the ones that do like the speed ones now, that's their main thing.
I feel like I went back in time to you remember the old days when you'd order something from a catalog or something, and it would say like you know, like shipping like 4 to 16 weeks or something, and you're like 4 to 16. You have to like count it out in your head to figure out what the hell 4 to 16 weeks is.
Yep.
They were like, that's like,
yeah, I'm quite shocked.
that's
at
like
some of
5 months. Like, what's going?
You would think with the amount they made off it, they would have the resources to get things sorted.
Well, especially since apparently they've pulled the Diablo 2 team as well.
Which is insane, because the D2R made a ton of money too.
So I mean, we can't assume anything else at this point. So if there are no changes for Season 5, and this is, we don't know obviously 100% for sure.
Yeah.
But if there are no changes for Season 5, we have to assume at that point that they pulled the entire Diablo 2 team to work on Diablo 4. And that basically means that Diablo 2 has had absolutely nobody.
Which sucks, because it's still, people still buy it. And it's still one of their big ways to get people into their franchise.
A Grand Charm from the Summoner. Well, what's the
that's
M?
a re-roller.
What's the M level of the Summoner? I don't even know.
It should be an 80 something.
He's not ridiculously high, but I don't think he's like really low level either.
Grand Charm from Hell.
Just look up Summoner M level.
Not in town.
All we need to know is what level the Summoner is. I'll hang on to it as a possible re-roller, DG.
I think what level the Summoner is.
Hello.
82.
Oh man, a blue dimensional shard.
PD2 is really, really good. But there's so much content in there, and it dries up very quick as soon as people have played there a couple of weeks. The ladders die off quick, but they've got some very good stuff.
Ooh, Arcane Sanctuary corrupted.
What?
Nice.
You got Arcane Sanctuary?
What I'm running right now.
Lucky. I wish I got Arcane Sanctuary.
Just need a physical sunder. Kill them goose tickets.
Oh, I kill him with the, I just kill him with the friggin' holy bolts. So I don't care. The ghosts aren't the problem. The only thing that gives me an issue in here is the ghoul lords, and I don't know why. I still haven't figured out exactly why the ghoul lords are so resistant to everything.
Oh,
Yeah, they can steal life. Like, okay, yeah, you can steal life. Big whoop. Like, I can also stun you with my shield, and I can also apply open wounds so you're bleeding to death. And somehow they, like, I've seen some really weird situations, and I'm not sure if there's some sort of bug internally in the way that the coding is for the ghoul lords. But literally, while they are stun locked and open wounded, they're still regenerating. And I'm like, how are you still healing? You're literally unconscious.
that's a big pack.
Damn. And Alma Negra.
Hey, Home Negra's nice.
I mean,
Is not.
You would like
it's
that right now.
not. No, I would think I'd rather stick
Oh,
with
no.
the spirit.
Remember,
yeah.
grab that amulet, Ginger. You can craft it.
I'd rather
Just
stick
Terra.
with the spirit.
Terra zone, so you can actually craft them amulets.
Alma
now.
Negra is such a disappointing shield. It's got like one use, and it's people had to fight with me on it too. Like when I made the video and talked about how bad that shield was. Everybody's
Sacram's
like,
just
they were
better.
like, no, it's good, and it's good when you do Zealer versus Zealer. And
Plus
they're
it's still
like,
better.
it's not even PvP. Like, or so it's not good in PvP. It's not good in Zealer versus Zealer PvP. It's only good in Zealer versus Zealer PvP with what is it called when you in PvP when you follow specific rules?
Good mannered.
Good mannered. It's only good in Zealer versus Zealer good mannered PvP.
Yep.
That's the only like some sort of subset within a subset within a subset. It's terrible. It's a terrible shield.
I'd choose Hoz over Alma Negra.
Oh,
Any
Spirit
day.
Spirit is better. I mean, there's like 1,000 better options than that piece of crap.
See, really, Alma Negra just needs
If it was lower level,
2 sockets.
no, all they need to do is lower the level. If they lower the level, it would be useful to characters, you know, like
Yeah,
climbing up the ladder.
Maybe like
Like
make
if you
it level 40.
If you
Or
find it
30.
earlier on, it would be okay. But the level requirement, what is it, like level 80 or something like that, or level 70?
Something.
Yeah, I didn't keep it. I don't
It's
keep that.
it's really high level for no reason, and I was like, yeah, okay. He already threw it away. We're talking about it longer than he kept it in his inventory.
I was like, if somebody, do you need a shield, bro? I'm pretty sure I still got like a
if they
spirit
didn't
builded
lower
shield,
the
like
level.
45 all res chilling somewhere.
Plus
Like, if
one
it rolled
necromancer.
In between 1 to 3 sockets, so it gives you a reason to pick them up, because you'd obviously want a free socket.
Honestly, even if it rolled 2 sockets, I still don't think it would be better than most of the other
No,
options.
but at least it could make it usable. Because you could put like EDIES jewels in it for a melee, or, you know.
The problem with it is that they natively let all shields roll resistances.
Except that one.
And then on top of that, they natively let all shields roll damage and attack rating, right? So the damage and attack rating that's on the shield is not even really better than what you can get on a rolled shield. So just like a
'cause you
white
can make
shield,
seven.
right? So what you can do is you can find yourself a perfectly rolled like Sacred Targe, okay, with the damage modifier on it, and then put a spirit in it, and now you have a +2 shield with resistances and the same damage modifier that's currently on the Alma Negra. If
Well,
that's
break
what
it
you
up,
if
so.
that's what you really want, if you want the damage modifier on the Alma Negra, which is the only reason why you would use that thing in the first place, you can literally get the same thing with a spirit by just using a damage modifier base.
Maybe they should change it so it's based on character level, so it's damage AR based on character level.
Well, no, the only way
That would
anybody's
make
ever going to
sense.
use that thing is if they put the resistances on there that need to be on there.
Yep.
That's the way you make that shield worth something, is you put 45 all res on it. So you just give it the 45 all res, like the perfect roll of a, you know, like a 45 all res base. You just give it the 45 all res, and then you let people put a socket into it, and maybe even throw a Rune in there if they want to. And just putting the all res on it would actually let it compete with some of the other shields. But it still wouldn't have the faster hit recovery, and it still doesn't have the faster cast rate. So it's still gonna lose out in a lot of examples. But if it had the 45 all res, then, you know, people might actually use it for like I could totally see using that on perhaps a Holy Shock Zealer, you know, a native use, because then you could throw a facet in there, and you could get a little bit more negative res along with your +2 skills, etc. As opposed to a spirit, which doesn't have access to the negative res.
This is what I mean by uniques that are just unusable or really not very good, that need a rework.
I mean, Alma Negra is a very poor one. That is definitely one of the like biggest disappointments too, because when you first find it, you look at it and you think it's kind of cool and it's high level, and then you
It's rubbish.
realize it's not good. It's pretty rubbish.
Good day.
I mean, another thing they could do is they could make it +3 pally. If they made it +3 pally, it might be a little bit more interesting. At least then it would be more skills than, you know, potentially another shield.
Hello.
So you would be
there's a
looking.
few things
So
they
you'd
could
be looking at trade-off. You're like, do I want the +1 extra skill, or do I want the resistances, and you know, blah blah blah. And it also doesn't help that paladins get most of their resistances from their shield. So if you're on a paladin, you're usually getting most of your resistances from your shield. So when you put Almanegger on, you're just sacrificing like pretty much all the resistances. And
It
that,
is a strange one that they did that.
and the argument that I usually get from people on the Almanegger video is, well, you know, resistances don't matter in good mannered PvP because we always PvP in normal difficulty, and you're Zealing versus Zealing, so there's no elemental
It's a
damage.
very niche. It's a very niche game style.
And I'm just like, okay, all right.
So how many people do you sit and find every day to actually play that? Not many.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, it also rolls. Doesn't it roll +1?
+1 to 2, yeah.
Yeah, so it's already not even that great of a shield,
Well, should
as
roll
it is.
+2 to 3. So
But
that
then
you've
it-
got that chance.
But then it rolls +1, and you're just like, oh,
Like, great.
look, one that nobody's ever gonna use. Congratulations.
Yeah, mine
Yeah,
was
I
a
think-
+1 and went on the ground immediately.
I think they do need to do something to it.
Oh, and the paladin shields are worth like nothing to sell too. There's like they're for some reason or another, like if you find a white monarchs are worth 35k, but like sacred rondash and stuff like that is basically worth nothing.
My lightning is better than yours, Diablo. Okay, don't stand there and trade with me.
His lightning is half physical, okay.
His lightning looks cooler.
No, it doesn't. That is a false statement, sir, and you will take it back.
I don't know. Red lightning does look pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get some sort of update, even if it's not massive. I got a feeling there's going to be nothing.
Get ready to hug your cat and walk and rock back and forth
I got a
And
feeling there's
cry.
going to be absolutely nothing.
and cry.
I seriously doubt they're doing anything. I think after the review bomb,
But then
The
everyone's going
P4,
to be
they
mad at
pulled
them for that.
everybody.
So it's like they're digging themselves a hole in everything.
It's kind of hard to really get a good grasp on what the hell's even going on, like with Diablo 4 too, because you know maybe some people still enjoy the game. We can't really say everybody hates it, but
Approach and let's trade.
there were so many good releases, video game releases, in between the failure of Diablo 4 basically, and then the like the subsequent them trying to get everybody to come back, right? So like in that time span, what did we have? We had freaking first we had Tears of the Kingdom, which was before Diablo 4, right? So that already took some of the love off of the game right off the bat. People were like diving into TOTK like crazy. And then Diablo 4 launches, and then shortly after Diablo 4 launches, we get friggin' Baldur's Gate 3,
Gate,
which is
Which was
which is
game is
a
fantastic.
masterpiece of a game, and it takes a
Yeah.
lot of time to beat. So it pulled tons of people away from the Diablo franchise. And then on top of that, there was also Armored Core, which I played Armored Core, and I'd like to go back and maybe play some more, but the
And then obviously the game you're currently
honestly,
playing.
that also pulled a lot of people away. And then Starfield was pretty good too. I mean, it does have a lot of flaws, but man, the modding community is going crazy with it. I can already tell. I took a couple peeks over it, like Nexus mods, and there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff over there. I wouldn't pull it up. I wouldn't dare pull it up on stream though, because there's probably some boobies on there. But I mean, let's be honest. Starfield came out too, so that's another like big release. And it's just been a really solid, just amazing set of games just coming out, you know, bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, and Diablo just didn't compete.
And then Starfield brought a whole bunch of attention back to Outer Worlds. I heard Outer Worlds has like, there was some news article said Outer Worlds had something like a peak gaming. They exceeded their peak numbers or something due to Starfield. Apparently, a bunch of people went back and played Outer Worlds because of Starfield.
Makes sense.
I mean, the game finally kind of
that's true, Sean.
fixed itself. So
Season 5 patch notes. There will be a season 5.
Yep, that's what
there
they
will
said.
be a
It
season
will come
5.
out at a point in time. That's what will happen, guys.
Soon, TM trademark.
Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I think Blizzard are they're too concerned about just money, and time, deadlines, and that. It's like, you know, you need to make a good product, otherwise people aren't going to stick around. And slowly people will be like, okay, I've had enough of playing Blizzard games, and they'll just stop supporting your company. Because they'll just get sick and tired of it. Oh, that's a fast ghosty. Run, Ginger.
Oh, I did. I pulled them back. I was trying to make sure they were on the platform. It's the farming Arcane Sanctuary is an art form. Like, you got to know how to manhandle the ghosts. Like, dealing with the AI and getting them to maneuver the way you want them to maneuver is all part of the game.
Yeah, my favorite character to do that with is the Nova Sword. It's just so easy on that character.
I do think a lot of people are slowly getting annoyed with Blizzard because they just make the same mistakes and do the same issues constantly.
I mean,
They never learn.
I hate to say it, but I'm totally ready for them to just get bought out by Microsoft, and let's move. Let's see if Microsoft can do better at the reins, because
Yeah, that's where I actually think it's different, right? It's not a mistake. What they do is intentional to make money.
You know what really kind of made me realize that they have no clue what's going on even in their own community? This is an interesting one. Have you guys ever heard of FextraLife? Do you guys know about the whole FextraLife controversy thing? Basically them legal view botting. How they literally don't have any viewers, but they have thousands of people constantly watching them all the time. You can literally go to their stream at any given point, and it'll say they have like tens of thousands of people watching, and their stream is as dead as a doornail.
Because they're all fake.
Because there's nobody in there. What they do is they have all their stuff like embedded on their website, but nobody actually watches the stream. The embed actually disappears. People have showed it on stream that literally sometimes when you go to the website it just disappears. So you don't even know the embed is there. You can't even like pause it or close it or anything. It's just there, right? But why am I talking about FextraLife? Well, there was a clip of they had like the butcher streamers, and it was like the people, like the streamers that have died to the butcher or something like that, right? Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was a video that they put out. This is a Blizzard PR video.
I do know there are companies that sell views.
And in the Blizzard PR video is freaking FextraLife. Let me go to Blizzard. And the fact that FextraLife was on the list,
thank you for the follow,
made me realize that they don't even know what the hell's going on in their own community. Because there's no way that they would have put FextraLife in there had they actually known that FextraLife doesn't actually have any followers. there's actually this whole controversy where apparently companies will contact FextraLife to purchase advertising. So like for instance, if somebody wanted to advertise on my channel, they could sponsor me, right? And then I would be like, Mulino Bianco cookies, the best cookies that you will ever eat in your entire life. You have to buy the Millennial Bianco cookies. They are the hazelnut, and they are so good. The texture is so light and fluffy. Like it's a whole thing where you're paying for something to show it to other people, right? Well, companies actually approach FextraLife that don't know that FextraLife is basically a fake, and they purchase advertisement on this website or on the Twitch stream for them to do these sponsored things, but they're basically sponsoring nothing. So there's nobody actually there to watch it. So the companies are paying for nothing, right? And once the companies find out what is actually going on, they don't sponsor, they don't spend money on that channel anymore, because they realize it's a waste of money and they're getting hoodwinked. Somebody's pulling the wool over their eyes, right? Well, for Blizzard to put that channel in their video, they obviously don't pay attention to the community and know that FextraLife is literally a fake freaking channel that does fake viewerships. And if you guys don't believe me, Asmongold has actually done a bunch of videos on FextraLife, and he's actually even watched a couple things about FextraLife as well from other streamers. And where are they at? Let me see if I can pull them up real quick.
Maybe the Blizzard devs are just in their own little bubble.
So here it is right here on YouTube, right? So Asmongold versus FextraLife, view botting drama, why Twitch's worst view botter is worse than you think. Apparently, one of the Twitch, apparently FextraLife said F you to Asmongold. There's like a whole thing with FextraLife where apparently all the streamers actually know that FextraLife is fake and are trying to point it out. They even try and save like sponsors sometimes from sponsoring FextraLife and wasting their money, because they literally do. They just, if you sponsor FextraLife, you're literally just wasting all your money that you spend on them, because they're not giving you what they've promised.
It is free of each key.
But
so he's got free from the tower, so he needs free from the summoner. And
three.
From...
It's called a 3x3, so you need 3 of all 3.
Yeah, that's crazy. But it shows that, you'd think Blizzard would have some sort of social team that, does all their Facebook and stuff and researches what's good, bad, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I'm just surprised that they don't know about FextraLife. I feel like everybody knows about FextraLife these days. I still remember when Diablo 2 launched. This is my FextraLife story. So when Diablo 2 launched, Diablo 2 Resurrected, there was a bunch of streamers on that day, and I remember checking to see where I was, because I wanted to know, a big ego head and all. I wanted to see where I was on the list, right? So I went to Twitch and I looked to see where I was on the list, and I was actually pretty good. I think I was like 6th or 7th or something like that, which I think is not bad as far as like Twitch is concerned, because it's still on the front page and everybody can see you, right? Well, number 3 on the list was Llama. Llama was number 3. So out of all the streamers, he was the 3rd person on the list. Can you guys guess who the second person was?
I don't know.
I'll give you a hint. She has red hair.
Yeah, I don't think I know her.
She has red hair, and she doesn't normally play Diablo 2.
No, it's not Dabrowski. Dabrowski doesn't have red hair.
Dabrowski was number 4. Yes, Amaranth was number 2. That's correct.
Who the hell is Amaranth?
Amaranth is a booby streamer, basically. Really popular. A really popular one, though. And she basically has her, like barely covered body, and I'm pretty sure she's got like an OnlyFans and stuff like that. And I'm not really judging her. I don't really care about that. But what I'm saying is that Llama, the number 1 Diablo streamer, was in 3rd place. Amaranth, the
which is
booby
weird.
streamer, was above Llama by quite a margin, by the way, because she was pulling from her own fan base, right? So she had like, I can't remember exactly how many people she had at that time, but I think it was like 8 or 9,000 people watching, which is a pretty hefty amount.
She's the best streamer ever.
Number one was FextraLife at like 20,000 viewers.
Oh god.
Now you tell me in what world FextraLife is beating the number one Diablo streamer in that category, and the booby streamer of that category, both at the same time. You think he actually legitimately beat Amaranth and Llama?
No.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it's like it was so obvious that he didn't belong in the spot that he was taking. I remember hopping in there and I'm like, who is this guy? I'm like, and how is he above Amaranth and Llama? I've never heard of this guy in my life.
Crazy. But there is a lot of that on like streamer stuff. It's like companies that literally will sell you views.
Well, this isn't.
And it's
This
literally like a
isn't.
view bot.
So this isn't illegal. It's it's within the terms of the agreement of Twitch. Is that basically you can take your stream and put it on a website, and you can embed it. So if FextraLife has like a really crappy wiki page, and I say crappy because most of the time they don't even have good information on the page, but basically they have wiki pages for all sorts of subjects. Ooh, a key of hay, nice. They got all sorts of subjects that have wiki pages. They've got Elden Ring wiki pages. They've got Dark Souls wiki pages, and so forth and so on. They take their stream and they put it on every single page. So if you're on the FextraLife website at any time,
It's a view.
you are viewing their stream whether you know it or not. And that's how they're getting all their fake views that nobody's actually watching. Nobody's actually
It's a
watching
good
from
way
the website.
to do it.
Like, let me
but,
ask you a
yeah.
question. If you were watching a football game, and let's say you opened up your phone, and you like pulled up a website, and on the website was a small little thing about the size of a Game Boy screen, because that's about how big it is, like regular Game Boy. It's like a Game Boy screen in size. And you have like a football game. Are you gonna watch the football game on that little Game Boy size screen, or are you gonna pull up the Twitch stream or the TV and actually watch it on the big screen TV? Right? Like that's the way I look at it. Nobody's watching it. Nobody's watching it from the little Game Boy screen. Nobody's paying attention to that stupid little thing.
Dark said who was number 5?
Who was number 5? I don't remember. I think it was I was like a Korean streamer or something. There was a bunch of Korean streamers on that day too.
I watched a stream the other day or a video about how Diablo 4 is competing with like really bad games for views.
Oh, the
It was
Twitch,
quite funny.
the total number of Twitch views for Diablo 4, I think
It's
have
terrible.
tanked really, really bad. I think it's I'd have to take a look.
It's quite low down.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Where's the search button? Diablo 4. Let's go to the category Diablo 4. There it is, categories. So there is currently 834 people watching Diablo 4 right now.
It's terrible.
With 649,000
big.
followers, 834 viewers. Let's try Diablo 2. I'm curious of Diablo 2. So Diablo 2.
Maybe Diablo 2 Resurrected. wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
we're going to take a look at the Diablo 2 Resurrected category. So we're currently at 290 viewers, and I'm guessing I'm 9 of them right now. So, but Diablo 2 Resurrected is also currently off season, which is a big impact. Diablo 2 generally dies out pretty badly off season.
But
So-
Diablo 4 is a lot newer, and it's meant to be their massive title. It's meant to be their biggest title of the last years. You know, like it's done terribly atrocious for
Boom, boom, boom.
as long as we've waited for it and wanted it to be as good as it was meant to be. You know,
Hey, why am I down here with 11 viewers when this guy's got 10? I should be up here in his spot. That's just rude. They put me down lower for what reason? Why am I down here? Why am I down here with the
'Cause you're
4 and the
ginger.
6? Why am I down here with the 4 and the 6?
Cold source makes enemies go.
It's because you're a fake person, troll cheese. Okay. I mean, I'll just go with it. I'll follow you around and go, he's a phony, a big fat
Yeah, he's got
phony.
the 3 from Act 1, he's just got 1 from Summoner, so he needs 2 more from Summoner.
Yep, I just got 1 from the summoner. Once I get my keys, it's literally all about prepping for, yeah.
Yep. Which is going to be the hardest bit.
I think what I'm gonna have to do is do a respec and prioritize HP over everything else. I'm probably gonna have to see if I can get some low strength gear, or a lot of plus strength equipment would also be nice. Because I feel like if I go with low strength equipment, I might be able to pull off a whole lot more vitality, which could bump my HP up to the numbers I need to hit the.
What about like belt and rings
to hit
with a load of
those
strength? Maybe try and make some blood rings or something.
I'm actually
with a load of
wearing
strength on.
I'm actually wearing a strength belt right now with the open wounds.
So blood rings or some sort of ring. Like, see if you can get like strength dex rings and stuff.
This tank's loaded over here. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of Fist of the Heavens in here until everything's dead. It's the beauty of being an FOH paladin. You don't even have to be in there. You just find a monster, do a lock on, and you just hold on to that monster until
Pew pew pew.
you just keep on hitting that monster forever. Just don't even worry about it.
Oh, coffee, man.
Fist
Really
of the, especially if you don't build the lightning damage too, is that what the silly thing is that since the lightning damage doesn't really do very much if you don't build it, it doesn't really kill the monster that you locked onto, so you can just use him as a platform for murdering everything else around him. Alright, everything dead? No, well, most of it's dead. Good enough. Oh, hello, little champion Hell Clans. What's up, buddies? You dropped a Hyperion shield, huh? Man, this whole front category is loaded.
Because it's Terror Zone as well. I think you get more mob spawn in Terror Zones.
I don't think they ever messed with the density on Terror Zones.
I really don't know, but it feels like Terror Zones normally have more packs, especially more elites and more champions and stuff.
I don't know, it's been my experience that sometimes you'll just have all the champions and stuff in one place.
Yeah, true.
So like sometimes they're all spread out across the entire map, but you'll also encounter times when literally all the champions will just be like all in the same room.
Okay, more chance to find some stuff.
Hey, you're just like, oh, hello guys. You guys having a meeting? You guys having a meeting in here or something? Association for the Preservation of of the Iswal.
You might get a nice good drop.
Oh, that's one of the reasons why I'm not tellying it, and instead is why I'm just running it, is because there are some good items that drop in here, and I guess farming the keys, I can at least maybe try and grab something. I might have to eventually do some magic finding though to get some equipment. P8 Ubers.
Yeah, but while you're running it, Arcane, you got like this possibility you find a low room. If you find a low room, it's like really a wrap.
Yeah, but what's he gonna make? He'd need the other ruins.
Yeah, I would need a Mal rune also, unfortunately.
You could even do some chaos farming or something later on or whatever, because that's a brilliant place for you to farm, really.
Honestly, this class is kind of weird. Until I get the good plus to skills, chaos is not as easy I mean, if I went to P1, I would walk through chaos. I know for a fact I would walk through chaos, and I would have no trouble. But P8 chaos is a little more difficult when you don't have like the P combs and the good plus to skill equipment.
True.
Like I don't have an Annie, I don't have a torch, I don't have any of the good plus to skill equipment. I'm missing a huge number of plus to skills. I mean, if you count the Annie, that's 1. The torch is 3. That's 4. No Soj, that's 5. No Arachnid's Mesh, that's 6. I'm only using a +1 helmet, that's 7. I only have a +1 amulet, that's 8. I'm missing all the frickin' P combs, so that's what, another frickin' like, was that 18? I'm missing like my skill would be nearly double what I have right now if I had like the appropriate equipment.
Are you going to do a poll of what torch it's going to be when you go and do the Ubers?
Oh, he's getting a Bally torch. Like that's just.
I think it's going to be a 2019 Necro, just to annoy him.
No, he's definitely getting a Bally torch. Just.
Could you imagine if it's actually a Pally torch?
I did find a Blackthorn's face though, which will come in really handy when I fight Mephisto.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fantasticals.
Yeah, Blackthorn's face
is good.
Is
Very
perfect
underrated.
perfect for fighting
Are
Mephi.
these gonna be ethereal? Come on, F Titans. No, just some regular Titans. Man.
Cause your mom is an F Titans. She's a Titan of a gal. Oh man. Boobus, you look like you need a hug.
Yeah, source torches go very fast. Especially in the kinship. It always goes to the main sources and then... Yeah, they go quick.
Come on. Come on, get a hug. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, dance. You don't want a hug? You look like you're feeling down.
It's because you're not feeding him. He wants to be fed 24/7.
Come on. What you gonna do, big scratch? You big scratch? Come on, silly boy. Come on up here. Let's go. Why are you so lackadaisical today? Oh, God. You got push me, sir.
Oh,
What's the matter
look
with
at that
you,
face.
What's the matter? You upset because you got banished? You're not banished forever. You just gotta be goodest. Okay? You just gotta be goodest.
Oh, he's so beautiful, man.
You be the goodest and then you get unbanished. That's how it works. You gotta be goodest.
He's like, take my big stinky yawn. I just licked my pepperdoodus.
Gotta be goodest. Alright? Gotta be goodest. Alright, go lay down. Goodest.
Oh, he's lovely. No, thanks for the hug. Even though I didn't ask for it.
Big circles.
I was looking so sad for no reason.
Because you don't feed him constantly.
His food bowl is empty, actually. Apparently he's starving to death. That's probably what's wrong.
Yeah, it's been half an hour since he's eaten.
Starving.
I just found the best skiller ever, man.
Oh, yeah?
First
Yeah,
skiller?
it's the bestest, man. For sure.
Sounds like defensive skills to me.
Yeah, pretty much. Masteries, GC.
Wrong with that.
Meh.
Rust Touch the Tainted. Well, dang. That's his college
lovely.
name. He got that name in college. You don't want to know how.
Tainted fingers, huh?
Let's just say it involves the muffler of a 1957 Chevy.
Oh. Oh wow. That puts horrible views into your head. Yeah, definitely get some evil ghost packs. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah. I mean that's what we want though, right? Ghosty packies.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, will you leave my Merc alone? Like, dang. Stop ripping him a new butthole. You don't need a new butthole. He already had a new one installed yesterday. Because I was born to be. Every single one of these dudejanks is all just like clogged up like arteries on a fat man.
Oh, just waiting for a good drop.
I'm hoping for a good drop eventually. I mean, I got a Geeds and 2 7% MF small charms.
I'm just waiting for a Hoz. Just waiting to see it.
I would love to have a Haas.
Upgrading it straight away and be like, yep.
+3
Sucked
volcano helmet?
Go check it.
I think I'm gonna hang on to that one. Corolla flicker and flame in there.
I was born to be a flickering flame. 'Cause at least I know I'm flaming. Oh, the green amulets.
Towels.
Arathas.
Even towels would actually.
Oh, nice. I'm collecting an Arathas set. I wouldn't turn down an Arathas for a P8 Uber run. As far as budget equipment goes, 65 all res and 10% to all resistances certainly isn't terrible.
That's true.
And all I need to do is smite him to death. The one thing that Arathas does do is it turns you into a tank. Which honestly, when it comes to smiting, you don't necessarily need, like when you're smiting Ubers, you don't necessarily need to kill them quickly. They're gonna die eventually. Like, it's gonna happen.
Just imagine if some Drax drop or something.
They're gonna die eventually.
something.
It's just a matter of time and effort.
One key to go.
So if you're a tank and they can't kill you, then, you know. Yep, one more hate key, and then it's on to the Neolithac farming, which is a pain
Which
in
is
my...
going to be horrible.
It's a pain in my tuchus.
It's not going to be an enjoyable one.
Oh man, that would have been nice if I could have just dropped an A-rack. Rare spider sash. That just hurt my feelings.
Not in town.
What's up, Murky? Way better key drops today than yesterday, I tell you what.
Yeah, it's not been too
I'll
bad.
tell you what.
I'll tell you what, boy. I love how Holy Vault is enough to cause the monsters to go into a faster hit recovery state, even in P8.
Holy Bolt's just amazing.
It does enough damage that literally everything just has to pause for a second and go into a faster hit recovery state when you shoot it. I call them micro stuns. Never underestimate the good micro stuns.
I could try doing a full-on Fisher Druid. Fun.
Ija?
Yeah, I like
I
Fisher.
did Fire Druid last season. It's fun.
Yeah.
We can get you.
Prepared to run
We
the
can get you
Stony
a Mang.
Tombs and
We can get
start
you a
with
Mang
it.
song so you can have your best damage.
Another unique ring? I like that. TR is trash. Trash. Oh my god.
Yeah, could be a fun build. I haven't done one in a long, long time.
I mean, you don't really do like one fire skill. They're all linked
No.
together and they all synergize. So you end up doing all of them. There's really no choice.
I'll wait for the patch notes. I'm just trying to think of stuff.
Conviction on amplify damage.
That's an evil ghost. My oh my.
Terror begins to form within Sanctuary?
Oh, you've got
Terror
yourself
spreads?
a.
I mean, I'm gonna stay here. And he's gonna spawn right in Chaos if they pop him.
Your Chinchilla upgraded, King Vicious. Nice. You got
What
the
are the other
chonkers now. You went from the heart to the chonk. I see. The
It's about to
lechonk.
be unleashed.
La chonk.
Whoa! Why couldn't these have IAS?
Not doing anything to.
I just found some assassin claws with fools in 2 sockets. No
Nice.
IAS.
The
There's no
lechonk.
IAS, they're useless. They literally have to have IAS. If they don't have IAS, then
Well, yeah.
it sucks. Damn. And it has lifesteal on it. If they were Eth, I'd probably still just hang on to them, but they're not Eth.
I see a scepter. What scepter?
Keys are wonderful keys, and even dang wonderful, beautiful keys.
Did he actually pop? Oh yeah, he invaded as soon as I popped this. Yeah, there he is. My thunder is still better than yours, bro. Calm down.
Didn't check that was scepter, Ginger.
No, I didn't. I'm trying to prioritize farming these dang keys.
Yeah. At least only one left to go,
GGs.
and then it's a horrible chore of Explodey Boy.
When your lightning sword can smack Uber Diablo.
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to get Uber D. I mean, not Uber D, Nilithak. I gotta figure out a way to get Nilithak. Nilithak's gonna be probably the worst pain in the butt for me.
Maybe I'll get a better Andy right here. That'd be sick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you
My
can do
Andy's
with it.
pretty good, actually. 27. Alright, Kane. What you got for me, bro? Ew. That's a trash Annie.
You could always try Act 1 Merce and put an Insight Bow on her and make her use the freezing arrow stuff. But I don't think it would freeze often enough. Or Act 3 cold.
What am I using that for?
To freeze all of Nilithak's monsters.
Oh, they're
Trying to
Municold.
think
They're
about-
Municold.
Oh yeah, they are, yeah.
They're Municold and they're not demons.
Yeah, this is going to be horrible.
What
It's
just
a,
happened?
it's a long, for me, it's a long drawn out process of baiting the monsters to one side maybe killing a couple of them, depending on what kind of monsters they are. Like if it's a specific type of monster that's like a pain in the butt, sometimes it's not even worth my time. Like I just I was like, you know what, I'm not killing you guys.
Yeah. Well, that's a spicy pack on the summoner.
Yeah, I'm Fist of the Heaven bombing him right
Yeah.
now. Oh god, they got me.
There either.
They got me. That frickin' might aura though. Ah, I was right there on the frickin' summoner too. Ow. Itchy leg.
Just grab your burst with a better. You killed most
Meh.
of it on the way.
Maybe. What kind of paladin this is called? The North Star Smiter. I can shoot you a link to a video.
Called the Ginger Ninja.
This is a solo self-found build though, and it is not complete, so I wouldn't judge the character based off of this.
Yeah, the main North Star is a lot better.
Oh yeah.
And super hardcore viable.
Yep. Very good build.
Solo self-found, things good.
I think any build solo self-found can be a bit tricky. Especially P8 solo self-found. Because it's like, you might have luck, or you might not.
Yes.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes.
Remember to put your Holy Bolt on. Oh, you would.
30% lightning res, ambush jewel.
That. Oh. In your lightning helmet. Oh well, you got the socket better.
Will you get up here and do something, Mark?
Yeah, don't you love it when your merc just goes the opposite way?
Dude was like all the way over in the corner hiding. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna help you at all.
Like, no, I'm gonna aim for the one that I can't even hit.
Oh, okay. What is this, a Leviathan? It is a Leviathan.
Nice polo.
What is this, Black Hades? Yep.
There's a few of them armors that are really underwhelming. There's that free socket one. Is it Black Hades? That's that free socket one? Yeah. That's just not really used for anything.
Well, what it comes down to is, and this is something that I've noticed innately from playing with all the various items in the game, is you know, because I've literally made videos on every item in the entire game, right? So one of the things that I noticed in the development of the items is that I don't think the developers understood the difference between enhanced damage and like enhanced damage to demons and enhanced damage to undead.
Yeah.
And I think they thought in their mind that enhanced damage to demons and undead was going to function very similarly to the way that enhanced damage does, like say on Fortitude. But I think at the end of the day, what ended up happening is that they built all these items under the assumption that the two function the same, and they don't function the same. So, you know, like if you had, say, like a plus 100% enhanced damage on your weapon, you know, that's a big thing. But if you have 100% damage to demons on your weapon, it's not even anywhere near as big of a thing. Because it's completely...
Careful, you picked up a...
I did, I
ranged.
see. Because so, in general, it's like this whole, like, scenario where they're constantly kind of not
That's what I mean, they
understanding
need to
the
fix
way
stuff.
that it works. So when you look at Black Hades, one of the things that Black Hades offers is it offers the... what is it? The additional demon damage, right? It's got like a huge amount of demon damage on it. And the demon damage would be nice if it actually applied like, you know, enhanced damage, but it doesn't apply like enhanced damage. It applies it implies like demon damage, which is nowhere near as good. Or what's called off-weapon AD.
But that's what I mean by they need to look into these items and, you know, sort some of them out, because that could be a really interesting item to use if it actually worked as intended.
Well, if they change the demon damage to on-weapon,
Yeah.
like and to the enhanced damage instead of demon damage, it would be more interesting, more intriguing.
Especially as it's got 3 sockets, it's like it'd be a fun alternative to a fortitude for people starting out. It'd actually be usable. You know, you could put 3 30-ish ED jewels in it, and you got yourself a damage armor to start out with. I also know Black Hades is like 200 something strength, isn't it? So it's pretty.
Oh yeah, some of those armors just have insane strength.
Like they need to add minus requirement to a few extra armors. Yeah, there's a lot of potential. They just need to.
I'd also
go
like
at
to
a time
see
and-
some of the higher, like the heavier armors, the ones that have such high strength requirements. Instead of maybe reducing the strength requirements, I'd like to see them up the defense.
Yes.
So that they
make it
are-
actually
so-
worth having that strength.
Well, yeah. So you're okay. Yeah, it has 220 some odd strength on it, but
It's got
you
a
know.
5k defense or 4k
well,
defense.
it's got like I don't know about 5k, but like maybe like a top end, it can roll like 1,000 base instead of what is it, like 750, which would be a pretty big
Yeah.
difference. And then with modifiers, it would go up quite a bit.
Because really, like, if you want a decent defense armor, just get yourself a Duriel's Shell. Amazing for low strength, good defense, cannot be thrown. It's such a good armor compared to like Black Hades and a lot of them other ones. You know, it's pretty insane. So I do think they need to revamp a lot of things, but if they do it, like they did change that set item, so maybe they're thinking of slowly working on stuff.
Well, I mean, not to brag or anything, but some of the changes they make seem to be almost directly related to comments I make in my videos. I think they watch my videos.
Hello Blizzard, please stop messing up D4. Listen to your community.
Well, I have a video coming out which is literally something along the lines of like how I would fix Diablo 4. Maybe they'll watch it and fix Diablo 4. What's up, Trustworthy?
Hey, trustworthy and good to see you, mate.
He's not really trustworthy though.
Yeah, we'll just call him fella. But yeah, there's definitely stuff they can do to make D2 like just more interesting, because we all love the game, and if you've got more item variety, even if they're not adding new items, just like fixing some of the underused stuff, you know, like, oh, I found a Black Hades, I actually want to use this, you know, make it worth finding things instead of you like finding an Alma Negra and you like really, you know, you just feel bad finding it because it's totally useless. You might have to put a port over there.
Oh, I just gotta
like-
kill this mighted. I gotta kill this mighty
Yeah.
Bell clan first. Otherwise, they'll come up behind me and bop me in the back of the head.
And then you have to do a TP, go in and out, so your merc actually follows.
Oh, he'll follow me because of this portal.
But yeah, I definitely think there's a lot they can do to make D2. Ooh, A-Rex! Ooh, nice. Well done.
Nice. Axe.
Because we all love the game. We love all the skills and stuff. We love the diversity of it. They just need to introduce and change a few items. Like, we're not asking for like, oh, we want a whole new act, this and that. We're just asking for simple stuff.
I would use Spock's line of infinite diversity. Or infinite possibilities, infinite diversity. I mean,
Yeah.
having more items be useful doesn't necessarily invalidate anything. Just makes things more fun on the whole.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you're excited to find something that you used to, you know, like a grandfather or something. It's like you find it and you're like, meh. You know, there's just... So, oh yeah, we all want a new expansion and, like, a new character class, and we know that's, like, a 1% chance or less of actually happening. know. But like items being sort of fixed and reworked a little bit, that's not a incredibly hard thing for them to do.
I can't carry anymore.
Just drop me a Geats.
I can't.
Oh, nice.
I already have a Geats. What are the chances I'd find 2 Geats in the same solo self
But
found?
maybe it's going to be better. Just drop it on the floor. And then you can ID the new one. And if it's rubbish, you can just
You drop
leave it,
yours
'cause they
on
don't
the
sell for
floor.
anything.
You drop yours on the floor. How about that?
It might be a 40 EMF. Pick it up. Come on.
No, there's a very good chance it could be better than mine. Mine's a crappy MF, 15%, 15%er, which means that one could be better for
Do you,
magic
you just
find
use yours
percent.
for the item, for gambling
Yeah, for
and stuff?
gambling, basically. Yeah. It's there's a very good chance it'll be higher magic find than mine.
Yeah. We've just got to hope the devs look at the game and think this game has been around
don't
for
press-
blah years and realise
what?
why we still play it.
Oh, it's a cold thunder. Never mind.
Oh, why couldn't you pick it up then?
I don't know. I don't know why it dropped it back on the ground. That was kind of strange.
I can't.
Weird.
I can't.
Ooh, the ED on that. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I was about to say, check that necro shield. Might be money. There's a key. Oh, okay.
Money,
Ooh,
money, 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 money in the bank. Money, 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 money in the tank.
2 keys in your inventory. Lowers enemies' gold resistance. Yeah, weird that they wouldn't let you pick that up. Kind of strange.
Maybe I was just full. I don't know. I don't think I
Yeah,
was
could
full.
be.
but-
No, I didn't think you were either, but eh. I guess you need to put your geets back on.
Well, I definitely don't want to wear the cold thunder. I don't need it
Oh,
for
God.
any reason, nothing I can think of.
Yeah, it'll just end up killing you.
Only thing I was thinking of, and I don't even know if this is a good idea. I mean, I don't have it. Is that item that lets you spam frozen orbs? Problem is though, is that thing is not very good in P8.
It's not very good. Doesn't do enough damage. Even if you had the cold thunder, it would be like tickling them. Your smite would do more damage than the cold. Sadly,
Who are we tickling?
I don't know. Whoever you're trying to tickle. Gonna make an amulet.
Yeah. Let's get her done.
Remember to sell that Sonder.
Get her done. 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 +1 cold skills.
Ooh, I actually might go do that. Instead of these chaos runs. I might go hit some catacombs.
Catacombs?
Yeah, they're terrorized right now.
Are you gonna coom the catacomb?
Remember to change your Sonder, Ginger. Oh yeah, you doing it.
Sold that jank to the shop, and I ain't looked back not a single bit, nah. Worldstone Chamber. Worldstone Keep.
Oof, that'd be janky though if it souls.
Worldstone. Do I want to take a break from key farming and go to Worldstone? I don't know if I,
Oh,
I
you
don't know if
got
I
it.
do. I don't know if I do.
I keep forgetting the
It's not
stream's
always
a bit
it's
slower.
not always the easiest monsters in Worldstone Keep for me. I'll say if it's like all undead or demons, it's easy. But like if it's
It
souls,
depends, yeah.
oh god, if it's walked in there and got blasted.
Not really. Yeah.
Those souls are like, hey, what's up? We love
like,
you,
kick
what's
up an
up, Paladin?
Good afternoon.
What are you gonna be, Seraphim?
+2 amulet. That wouldn't be terrible right now. I wouldn't turn down a Seraphim.
Yeah, Seraphim, it's not the best, but it's still +2. It's still going to give you an extra skill.
Hubba ba 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 gum. Hubba ba 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 gum. Oh wow, that is a lot of Haradrim.
Yeah, but at least you can kill
You
him.
are so dead, Merc. I barely saved his life. Poor guy. I can kill him, but the snake started charging him and murdering the Merc. I had to get
Just
out
do
of
your
there.
holy bolts on your Merc.
I got out of there to save him.
Poor Merc. He's like, why'd you do this to me? I follow you around. I help you kill stuff.
I follow you right around, baby, right around.
Fairly strong necro last couple of days. Most poison nova dagger and a little bone spear on the side. I've never been keen on poison dagger. Like I wish it had some. I don't know.
I have made poisoned dagger necros
Yeah,
that
I have.
actually do work. But
They do work. But
here's
yeah.
here's the problem: durability. None of the good daggers have good durability. It's so hard to find a dagger that has good durability.
There's just so many better necro builds. That's the problem. But yeah, I think if they made it a bit more interesting.
I think the way you fix poison dagger is you basically take that skill, the one that nobody uses, poison explosion, and you combine it with poison dagger so that anything that dies from poison dagger has the poison explosion, and then on top of that, make the poison explosion bigger because it's way too small.
And make it be able to stack on itself so it does individual ticks instead of refreshing its own ticks.
I mean,
That'd just be stupid.
I don't know if they're ever gonna fix poison, like the actual poison itself, like as a
Which is
an
a shame,
ability,
because
but
rabies used to be
it's
so
ingrained. It's ingrained in the way that poison works, is it doesn't stack on top of other poisons.
good. Rabies was amazing, and nowadays it's like, eh. Or they just need to change poison dagger to be able to use like swords and stuff.
I mean, honestly, I think Diablo 2, one of the big things that Diablo 2 needs is a durability increase across the board on like everything.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I think just
And
about
arrows, bolts.
I didn't say anything about arrows. I said durability, sir.
Oh, I don't care. I don't like them. I have to go back to town to grab arrows.
Durability. I think all the durability of every single item in the game needs to be tripled. I literally just across the board, just triple the durability of everything.
You know, it is horrible when you like a Zealer or a melee and you know, you go to do something, you got to go to town 5 times just to repair one item.
Oh, any speed-based class,
Yeah.
any class that literally
It's not enjoyable.
has like a maximum breakpoint speed. Like you're pretty much
The
just
main
breaking
reason-
your weapon in about 2 seconds. You're like, oh,
The main
weapon's
reason
broken,
why
back down.
people use phase blades, like
Oh,
for
weapon's
grief and
broken,
everything.
go back to town.
Even though it's less damage, it's just better because you don't need to repair it. Chelsea don't need money, she's got boobies.
Her money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. With her hammer, she hits it, and it molds into a necklace. It's cold, and she's gonna wear it.
See,
So
that
she's
would be
old.
a fun poll as well, like if they did some random sort of thing showing how much money Chelsea's made since D2R launched, and, you know, fun little weird things. I would, you know, even though it doesn't impact the game, I would be interested in stuff like that.
I mean, personally, Ormus probably makes more money.
But it would just be fun
People-
to see,
people
like,
love
if they did
farming.
different vendors.
People
and,
love farming Neffy, and Ormus is the go-to NPC in that zone.
like, they could do a poll of like how many griffins have been gambled since D2R launched, and like weird stuff. You know,
I don't know if
people
they keep
find it
track of
fun.
all that.
I have no idea. No idea. Probably not.
Which one is this?
Or even if they did more events like that, you know,
Oh, yeah, Blood Ravens.
like the gamble event and stuff, you know, do more things. Because the game was so popular over that period. It was insane. So it shows, you know, it gets them the people playing.
Well,
Do more.
if they really don't do any changes for season 5, I think we know the answer to
Yep.
to Diablo 2's sudden rise to fame. And it's basically this: they used Diablo 2 to push Diablo 4, and then when Diablo 4 launched, they decided to abandon Diablo 2.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They had no.
Diablo 2's
They
the better game.
basically they had no intention of actually following through with Diablo 2. They were just using it to hype up Diablo 4.
It's a shame though, because D2 they can make so much money off it. Bring in a tab that you can buy for like stacking your runes. Bring in, you know, simple little things. Don't have to be like pay to win or anything. They would make so much money, but they don't seem to have the brains for it. I don't think they realise how many people enjoy D2.
Warfist. Summoner, give me a key shot.
I'm not giving you a key, bugger off. Make me our coffee and I'll think about it.
Don't ask me to make you coffee. I don't even like the smell of coffee. It's terrible. Why would you do that? That's horrible. My brother sent me a text message the other day. He was in the line to get his girlfriend coffee, and he's like, ugh. He's like, I'm in the line to get my wife. I'm in the line to get my wife some coffee. It's disgusting.
Not in town.
So I can't stand it. I gotta hold my nose just to buy coffee.
See, I'd be the type of guy next to him, and I'd be like, "Oh, smell that beautiful coffee," and he'd be like, "Bleh." I'd be like, "Oh, go on, give it a good sniff."
I think you might get punched in the nose. Right in the snoot.
It'd be worth it. I don't know, trustworthy if they're gonna do anything.
Level boost in hardcore ladder.
I definitely think their main, like Ginger said, the main reason they did D2R is because easy money, and it helped them pay for D4. Very easy money, because they made a hell of a lot of it. But I don't think they realised D4 was going to be such a big letdown. I think they were more positive because they don't actually play their own games for long periods. They do little small tests and they're like, oh, this is fun, because they only play it for 10 minutes. They don't actually play it like player would.
You know how all these like videos and stuff are coming out where they like train AI to do something, and then the AI like writes a play, and then they actually like produce the play that the AI wrote, and it's like a disjointed mess of. It kind of resembles a play, but it's not really like a complete coherent, thing, because it wasn't actually put together by human hands. Like that's what it feels. That's what Diablo 4 feels like. Diablo 4 feels like a AI generated game. They were like they told the AI to play Diablo 1. They told the AI to play Diablo 2. They told the AI to play Diablo 3, and then they said, "Make us Diablo 4." And then the AI designed Diablo 4 based on playing the other games.
Well, it's the same thing as like it's like their team didn't communicate. It's like one thing will be good, but the other thing's terrible. Like if their teams communicated with each other on what they're doing, they would have a much easier time. Matter up, but. It was +3.
I mean, another explanation for Diablo 4's failure is that, and some people have said this, I've heard this from a couple people, that they created a game that was the campaign. So whatever the campaign is,
yeah.
And they had nothing else after the campaign, and they just threw something together to be after the campaign. And so the campaign is good. I think a lot of people agree the campaign was fun.
Yeah, but I enjoyed it.
But then after the campaign, they had nothing planned, so they just tossed a bunch of stuff together like a salad. Like, this will work.
Even I don't enjoy just sitting there running dungeons.
No, the Nightmare Dungeons is not fun endgame. I don't know. It's not fun endgame. And honestly I hate all the ground-based effects. I can't stand all the ground-based effects they threw into those dungeons.
There's a
You
lot
want to
they
know the
need to figure
funniest
out.
part? When they first had the dungeons and you couldn't port to them, they were just worse greater rifts.
Yeah. But it's the same,
Literally,
like,
all they
world
were
boss as
were
well.
worse greater rifts. It was.
Like their world boss UI, it's terrible. Like it doesn't tell you when your world boss is. There's no notification. There's nothing. It's like
I mean,
it's
I feel
totally
like as far as greater rifts go, greater rifts are inferior simply because they didn't actually exist within the real world. I think the fact that the dungeons actually do exist within the real world makes them better. Because you can actually go there and you can go to that dungeon and play it even if it's not a, even if it's not one of a Nightmare Sigil.
Yeah.
But, like in Diablo 3, the rifts just didn't exist. Nice, my last key. Alright, so I finally got that key.
I enjoyed the world bosses and stuff, but it's like the amount of times you'd miss one because there's no notifications, no nothing. It's just ridiculous. Like you could be in-game playing and it doesn't pop up, so you just miss it.
You can't say there's no nothing. It literally like shows. The
Have you heard the latest with the world bosses? That basically there's not enough people online. There's not enough people online, so the world bosses are getting what's the term? They're getting like you go to the world boss and there's nobody there, so you have to fight the world boss by yourself. So literally there's not enough people online apparently to populate all the instances of the world boss. So a lot of people are getting like odd man outed, and they're having to fight the world boss solo.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, you have a game that's based off of having enough people online, right? And then you don't have enough people online, then yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You're going to have issues with like events that require a certain number of people, like the Legion events apparently, the world bosses, and some of the other things that require, people to actually be online. Apparently there's just not enough people online to do the events anymore.
Once you've done a couple of world bosses, it's like, what's the point? Like, you don't get anything really from it.
Well, legendaries are basically garbage.
Yeah.
I mean,
so it gets pointless.
It's funny because legendaries are above rares, but you're not even really excited to find rares. You're like, like whatever.
It's annoying.
And it basically has to do with the fact that legendaries are more often than not just worse rares. They're not even good rares. They're just worse versions of the same thing that you already had. Like the number of times that I found a rare item that I would consider good in Diablo 4 was so small. I mean a legendary. The legendary items were almost never good.
It's a shame. They've got a lot to work on.
Where'd I put my AMI right now? I got like 1 million AMs on it. Dang.
Well, now you got the fun of dying to body popper.
I don't want to die to body popper though. I gotta figure out something for him.
World bosses, they need to make it more worth actually doing. Like once you've done it for whatever reward it is, or achievement, it's like, what's the point? Just the same rubbish.
People don't do world bosses anymore. Honestly, the world boss, Helltide, those were two things that people like. Everybody always showed up for the world bosses. I don't think it's a matter of people not doing them anymore. I think it's
just no one there.
I think there's just no one there.
People are fed up. There's better games to play.
Blessings to you.
I'm 100% sure they're feeling the crunch.
I think a lot of people went over to Starfield, Baldur's Gate, and all that lot.
Oh, Starfield's brilliant.
Yeah.
So is Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Both of those games are totally worth your time and effort to go play and have fun with.
And Starfield's got such a massive, like, because you can build your own ships and there's so much that you can do differently. It's,
I can't wait
keeps you entertained.
I can't wait till somebody just mods in like a whole planet. Like, because you got planets in Starfield, right? So you could just you could totally have somebody that just mods in like an additional planet in a solar system and then just like turns it into whatever they want. I totally even think, and this is kind of funny, to even think about this, but if it's possible, you might even have them load in like the whole world of Skyrim or the whole world of Fallout like onto a planet, just like a random planet in the solar system.
That'd be fun. But I like that they're allowing the mods for that game. It's interesting.
I can't carry anymore.
Bone weave and
Money.
kick. Let's go, Merkelurk. We got work to do. We got work to do now. We gotta hit the people in the butt with a big old monster stick and
What do you need?
make them
Yeah,
cry.
D4, it's just not fun to sit and grind dungeons all day. I don't think anyone enjoys it. It's like it's tedious and repetitive. Where you want a game that makes people want to actually play.
I would just like to be able to check chat every now and then. You know how many times I died in Diablo 4 because somebody said something in chat and I looked over to read it, and then when I looked back I was dead? And like, it's not even, I can't even count how many times it happened because that's how many times it happened. It was just like,
Even the map, everything, it's just terrible.
it was like, I died so many times just from distractions.
Well, your dog would jump on you and suddenly you're dead, and we're like, oh, Ginger died. Like, yeah, Kubus. You know,
Attack of the Martian Kubus.
There's a lot they need to fix, but we'll see if they're able to do it. They said season 2, a lot of things will be different, so we'll see.
They better.
If season 2 fails, that game's done.
They better haul some butt to try and make sure season 2 is going to be the best season that it ever existed, because from what I can tell, they put a lot of hopes and dreams on that season 2. They're like, oh, we're gonna fix it in season 2. Don't you worry about it. We gonna get it in season 2. And then they put out that freaking thing that season 2 was coming like 2 months in advance. We had to wait. We had to wait till 2 weeks to get the date for Diablo 2 Resurrected reset, but we got the date for Diablo for Diablo 4 season 2 reset. Literally, what? Like 2 months in advance.
They've got a lot of hopes riding on it, because if it doesn't work, I think people are just gonna give up with it. It's because D2, there's so many different varieties, and you're actually excited to pick up a rare ring and stuff.
So in Diablo 2. The reason why it's not boring to do the same dungeon over and over and over again is because it's not the same dungeon. So number one, when you're online, there's a random generation of the dungeon itself. So the layout of the dungeon is never quite the same, depending on the dungeon. Of course, some areas are like Chaos Sanctuary, but for the most part, the area is always different, right? So the area that you're in is different every single time, but that's not the end of it. So if we want to analyze it even further, another reason why the dungeons are not the same every single time you run the dungeons is because the monsters change. This doesn't happen in Diablo 4. So the dungeons in Diablo 4 have the same monsters no matter what every single time. I mean, I could show you this with like Worldstone Keep or something like that, but when you go into Worldstone Keep, there are always 3 monster types. The 3 monster types pull from a pool. The pool of monster types are always available, but what monster types you get depends on what roles, right? So if I give you an example here, let's say Worldstone Keep, and correct me if I'm wrong here for Worldstone Keep, level 2. So level 2 specifically, not level 3, because they all have different pools. So let's write down what the pool is. So so number 1 is Herodrum. Number 2 is beetles.
Your beetle.
Number 3 is poison skelly mages. Number 4 is snakes. Number 5 is
Glomes.
zombies.
Don't forget the
Number
glomes.
6 is glomes. Number
Also, but-
And
7
you got
is
the explodey
defilers.
shanks.
Defilers. Number
No.
8 is the little
Death Lords.
exploding flare. What are they called?
The
Slayers.
defilers?
They're called slayers or something like that.
Yeah.
Slayers. And I think there's a number 9. I'm missing one.
Yeah, you've got the Death Knights.
Death
Well-
Knights. Okay. So this is the list of monsters that can potentially pull from, right? So there is a pool of monsters that the area can pull from, and then the area is allowed to have 3 from the list above, right? So you could potentially play Worldstone Keep level 2 10, 20 times and still come up with a slightly different variation of the past run through. So you end up with, one time you might end up with Death Knights, Defilers, and Snakes, and the next time it might be Snakes, Beetles, and Herodrum, and then the next time it might be Poison, Skellies, Glomes, and Defilers. The randomness of the level plus the randomness of the monsters equals almost infinite frickin' craziness that goes on, where one time you might end up with Herodrum resurrecting the Glomes and then have, like, I don't know, the Death Knights cursing you the whole time, and you're like, okay, nope, I'm gonna leave, this is death and horrible pain and anguish.
I think also it's that D2 you could have 8 people.
Now, there are some zones that don't have random monster spawns. So Chaos Sanctuary is one of them. It's always the same. It's always Pit Lords, Death Knights / Oblivion Knights, and it's also
Stormcasters.
always Stormcasters. So you always have those 3 types in that particular zone. But most zones within Diablo have a randomized area map and randomized monsters that pull from a specific pool. Now the cool thing is that specific zones have specific pools. So Worldstone Keep level 3 doesn't have the same pool as Worldstone Keep level 2. Worldstone Keep level 3 doesn't have Glomes. So Glomes never spawn in Worldstone Keep level 3. It's actually very interesting. But in the Throne of Darkness, Glomes do spawn. They're back on the list again. So, back on the menu, boys! And so that's really scary. That's why a lot of times when people walk into the throne, they're kind of scared because they got all the Glomes are in there and trying to eat your face. They like to eat faces. They're good at eating faces, actually.
I think that's why I enjoy like the D2 ladder resets too, because you can play with such a big team and it's so much fun. Where D4 is like 3 of you.
I mean,
I want it to be a game where people play together and trying to actually have a decent team.
I do feel like the sportsmanship of playing with other people is definitely limited in Diablo 4. Specifically because of the number 1, the smaller teams. Number 2, the level penalties, which makes it very difficult to play with a character that's higher or lower than yourself. I mean, there's level penalties in Diablo 2 as well, but if I was level 60 and you were level 90, I could probably still hang with you in Chaos Sanctuary. Maybe I'd be fighting for my life, but I wouldn't be like getting one-shot by everything. But on the other hand, in Diablo 4, if you're level 90 and I'm level 60, I mean, we can't even coexist in the same group. Hey, you're just carrying me. That's pretty much all there is to it. You're just carrying me through the zone.
It sucks because people enjoy playing as a team. That's what's fun.
Well, I mean, the worst part is that you're not carrying me through because I suck. You're not carrying me through because my gear's bad. You're not carrying me through because I don't know how to play my character. You're carrying me through because there's a level penalty that says that I can't do anything.
Yeah, it's a shame. So I'd love like an 8-man team in D4. I think it'd be hilarious for fun. But just look at when we do our D2R ladder resets. And that. It's so fun. I love it. It's enjoyable.
Ow.
3 things I like about D4. I enjoyed the campaign.
I mean, I can name 3 things I enjoyed about Diablo 4 too. The campaign was good. I liked the campaign. Number two, the character building. I really felt like they nailed the ingenuity of designing a character, like having fun, picking a skill, and then making a character work based off of that skill. They did a good job with the character building. And the chase for items was there too, but I really wish the itemization itself was better.
They also need to make
although
the
the
uniques not so
although the chase
got
for
more
the
chance to
items
win the
was
lottery.
there, like it really kind of felt like at a certain point all the items were just the same. I was looking for pretty much the same items on every character, which is rather strange to say that I would be looking for the same items on basically every character, but it's kind of really what it was. I mean, it was the same stats basically on every single character, just with some slight variation that made it for that specific character. Like instead of a pair of gloves with +3, +4 whirlwind crit and etc., I was looking for like if I was on a sorceress and I was doing fireball, it would be +4 fireball with crit and etc. Like it was always the same thing pretty much on every single character. And after you played a couple characters, like when you ground out your first character and then went to your second character and you realized you were looking for basically the same exact equipment a second time with just some slight tweaks to it, it didn't really seem as fun the second time around.
Yes, Patrick. They've announced that it's September. What was it?
28th.
20. But we haven't had any patch notes, and we don't know if there's even gonna be patch notes yet.
Your mom's patch notes.
My mum would be a terrible patch. Be like, you were all dead. We've deleted the game. Yeah, one thing I didn't like about D2R is like the Uber uniques. It's like you got more chance of winning the lottery than you do in finding a shape. And I just thought that's just ridiculous. Like things, yes, I get they're meant to be chase items, so they should be somewhat obtained.
Oh, there.
Like if you're not going to obtain one, what's the point in chasing?
I don't think they're obtainable at all.
No, exactly. It's ridiculous. They made them too rare.
I think we're at the point now where honestly they need to disclose the odds. Like I feel like we've gotten to the point where this is basically a lottery situation, and we need the lottery to step in and be like, all right, well, because the odds on this are so rare, we need you to disclose the exact drop odds of these items so that people know what the chances are of them obtaining a Harlequin Crest Shaco in like a 3-month period.
Like, I get it should be hard, but you should have that chance of getting it. Where there's what 5 in the world and 6 in the world. That's ridiculous for the amount of people that played thousands and thousands of hours. Oh,
For the amount of people that were playing, there's absolutely no excuse for like 6.
Exactly.
You gotta think that I think at peak there was probably like 1 million people playing the game.
Exactly.
Out of 1 million, there should probably, in my opinion, be around 10,000. I would say 10,000 would be a fairly good number for 1 million. I mean, what percentage is 10,000 of 1 million? Like, if you actually ran that, what is it like less than? I don't even know. I know it's less than 10%. It's because 10% of 1 million would be 100,000. So it's 1% of the population would have gotten a Shaco, which would have been absolutely fine in my eyes.
It wasn't even
1% would have been fine. I would even say a half. I'd even say 0.5% would be fine. But we're basically talking about like whatever. I don't know what percentage, like 6 items is, but it's not anywhere even close to a whole percentage.
It's like 0.01 or something stupid.
Oh, it's like 0.00001 or something like that. It's
ridiculous.
It's minuscule.
And it shouldn't be like that. You shouldn't have to play a game 10,000 hours to get one item. Like, it's ridiculous. Yes, it should be hard, and it should be like feel like an achievement.
Well, I mean,
but
that's the whole thing. Is that we're not talking about even not making it difficult, but the current drop level that they have is like 20 to 30 times more rare. Actually, you know what? I would even say 100 times more rare than finding a Mang Song's lesson.
Well, people even said you actually have more chance of winning the lottery than you do getting a shape. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, it shouldn't be that, like that. Like, yeah, make it hard, make it a good achievement, but make it obtainable.
No, I looked it up. It's absolutely correct. The amount of people that won the lottery, if you just type into Google, if you just type in how many people won the lottery last year, right? So you just type that. You just type that into the thing, and you go, okay, how many people won the lottery in a year? Right here we have in New York, 53 people won last year. In California, 46 people won. In Indiana, 41 people won. In the lot more people have won the lottery right now in a year than how many people have found a Shaco in the same year.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be like that. It's a game. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to keep people entertained. If it's not fun and not enjoyable, people won't play it. And I think they're forgetting this.
Well, no. What I think is they wanted to set up a chase item, and they did. I think they very, very, aptly did set up a chase item. I think what it is that they made the chase item so rare that they realized nobody could find the damn thing. And the thing about chase items is that if nobody finds the chase item, then the chase item, there's nothing to chase. There's no reason to chase the item, right? Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And honestly, what I think happened is at some point or another, they decided they were going to make the items fall. I don't even think the 6 that fell actually fell. I think the 6.
It was that bug with the.
No, those are the 142. The 142 that fell from the bug. I'm not even counting those because that was clearly a bug. I'm talking about the 6 that actually fell. I think they were deliberately planted by Blizzard to
make it look like it's obtainable.
Yeah, to make it look like it was obtainable, even though they knew it wasn't.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. So if you got to spend that long just to find one item, it's like you're not going to find one in a season.
Freaking Lilith. I cleared the entire room.
He raises
I cleared the entire room, and he ran over to the place where I cleared the monsters. So he's literally got like infinite corpses over there. Whole freaking turd.
I was close.
Oh yeah, he's literally just sitting over there with all the corpses. So he's just
laughing at you.
There's pretty much nothing I can do at this point.
Just run back to beside him and just smite the hell out of him. Oh, cat, really? How does your ass make that smell? That's gross.
I don't think it is possible, Trollseas. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't think it's actually possible.
The amount of streamers and that we all watch, none of us have watched a streamer drop shape. And they play more, it's their job. So how would a normal person that just plays, a couple of hours a day, they're never going to find it. And it's like, well, why will they play if they're never going to get the things they're looking for? And you can't trade them, so that's out the window too.
I just don't like the disparity of how rare the super uber uniques are versus the other items. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any kind of logic or reasoning. In Diablo 2, when you're finding unique items, there are items in the game that would be considered completely, common. Like if I pulled up a little notepad and I was like, okay, let me make like a graph, right? and so we'll just put like super common items, right? And we'll say like Eisenhart's breastplate. It's like super common. You see that thing all the time, right? And then in between super common and super rare, like Mang Songs, there is a whole cacophony of items between these two grades of rarity. So you've got like a semi-common item, like say Whiz and Draw would be somewhere in the center here, which drops often, but not as often as Eisenheart's. And then you'd have an item like String of Ears. String of Ears is more common than more common than most items, but it's less common than Whiz and Draw. And then eventually you would have other items appearing in the middle here, like Templar's Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel is not particularly rare, but it's definitely rarer than String of Ears and so forth and so on. And you have this almost like a step ladder of rarity, where eventually you get to the rarest item in the game. In Diablo 4, there's no step ladder. It's like every single it's like every single unique item in the game is either super common or it's a super uber rare, and there's like nothing in between the two. So you're just like finding unique items hand over fist like all the time, and you just never find the other one because the other one is so rare that you just can't even it doesn't even exist in the realm of men and elves.
I don't know how they're gonna fix D4, to be honest. I just don't see it happening. Like, I hope they do, because I think they've got a good game. They just need to fix the problems. But I just don't see them pulling it off.
I don't think they. This is what really bothers me about D4 is I don't necessarily think that they have any intention of fixing the problems.
No, they've
not
made
because
money.
they don't want to, but because the problems are not problems in their eyes. They are deliberate design choices, like the no overlay map. The no overlay map, when they were confronted about it by several people, including a streamer, the responses that they gave made it almost seem like they knew that not having an overlay map was a problem, but they had deliberately made this choice and they were going to stick with it, and this was the hill that they were going to die on. And I'm just like, wait a minute, why is this the hill that you're going to die on?
Yeah,
why this hill? Why this
I don't
one?
think they're ever going to get... Personally, I think
Like,
Season 2 is going to be a complete flop and the game's just going to die. Sadly, as it is, because the game weren't cheap either. Like, you know, you spend $60 odd, $70 odd dollars.
Well, God knows we're too much of noobs to know to put on fire resistance to protect ourselves against fire damage.
If resistance actually works.
Well, supposedly they're going to fix that in Season 2.
Yeah.
It's on their feature. It's on their feature list. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you saw that when they did the announcement for Season 2, but the resistances are on their feature list. Oh God, I think I'm gonna die. Oh God. Oh God, don't kill me.
It'll get to it and they'll be like, well, we did this, but we couldn't fix this, and
yeah,
this.
I knew that was coming. Stupid snakes and your stupid poison and your stupid, ugly, stupid face. I'm not even gonna waste the time to go get my body.
No, not currently. Not in D4.
Mm.
Yeah, I think they'll fix a few things, but they won't fix enough. People just won't be happy with it.
Yeah, resistances don't work in Diablo 4, and the reason why resistances don't work in Diablo 4 is because of a really weird decision that they made, which was to tie resistances together with the armor, and then the armor also has a penalty for fighting monsters that are higher level than yourself, and then so what ends up happening is you end up with resistances that are basically completely and utterly nerfed to oblivion. And then they also put a penalty on the resistances, which was also just a really weird decision. And the penalty that they put on the resistances completely negates like 99% of all of the yeah, this is not good. It negates like 99% of all of the bonuses that you get, to the point where literally you just have no resistances. So even if you do add more resistances, because the penalty is so severe, it doesn't actually, your additional doojanks don't actually do anything. So you can add like 100% extra fire or poison resistance or whatever, and well, you know, it doesn't actually help you, because
The amount of games they've done, they would have learned this stuff.
It's really freaking strange the way that it works in Diablo 4. So much poison. It's so much poison. Why is there so much poison?
I'll try and get your merc and then go.
The
through
mercenary
your
is
left.
not going to be able to survive. He's going to die.
I just sit
It's
and
just a
holy
waste.
bolt him.
It's just a waste of money. And there's no. I can't holy bolt snakes. They're not undead or
No,
demons.
holy bolt your merc. Just keep him alive and let your merc do the work.
It's not going to work. My only hope is to get to my body.
I don't see that working either. I think you've got more chance of finding a uber
No,
unique.
I'm not. It's just the charge snakes are just one of the worst ones when it comes to nail attack, and I can't get by them. They're not undead, they're not demons, and the charge does so much damage in P8 that it can literally one-shot me. And then the poison on top of that is they can literally just crit poison me to death. And I don't know if the snakes are really even worth fighting.
Yes.
I feel like the snakes are one of those monster types where it's just like, okay, there's snakes here. Alright, I'm gonna hop off. I'll be, peace out.
Meaty stick. These ones. Chicken and liver. Yeah.
Chicken, liver, what?
Chicken and
dinner?
liver chewy stick. For the cat. It's like a chew stick, like what you'd give your dog, but it's for cats.
Razor beasts. I'm not messing with the razor beasts either. Anything that comes down to crit poison, especially when
they're
I
just
can.
not fun.
Well, it's just it drains your HP down to nothing, and it's just like a war of attrition. I can't stand it. The massive poison spam that they apply to you is just insane.
We haven't seen any new changes yet.
I would.
Cantra. That's it, Cantra.
Alright, what do we got here this time? Oh, look, more snakes. Alright, let's try going around the other way. We got these things that are immune to physical. I can kill them relatively easily,
Just not fun.
but they can kill me too. This one might be doable. Ghosts and demons. Well, they're both immune to physical, though. The mercenary's going to have a really hard time here. As for the snakes, I can work it out, but...
Afternoon.
Yeah, Cantra, I don't know if there's been any news except for that when Ladder's starting. We haven't had any sort of notes or anything on any changes. I'm sure as soon as they're out, YouTube will be...
The short answer is they told us there's no changes. The long answer is we don't believe them. That's literally the gist of it. So
Yeah.
we don't. In other words, we don't know. Yeah. I don't know. we don't believe them.
Of course we don't. We want change.
Afternoon.
Don't forget your dagger on the floor.
I mean, very few people are gonna buy that they had all that time, and they didn't do anything.
Thing is, if they haven't done anything, people are just going to be even more annoyed.
I mean, if I gave you 6 months to do a project at school, and then you came to school, and then I asked you what you had done, and you told me you didn't do anything, and I'd be like, you didn't even write your name on a piece of paper. Like, I mean, would you believe me if I said I didn't do anything in 6 months? I mean, they had a long time to work on this game.
He hasn't got bone prison, I don't believe. He hasn't found marrow walks or anything. So sadly, that is not an option.
What do I need bone prison for?
It's good for the snakes because it makes them attack the bone prison instead of you.
Ah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have marrow walks.
At least your Mercy's Hellfire is activated now. That'll help you a little bit versus the poison.
Oh, Sacred Rondash.
So sweet.
I can't carry it.
But yeah, if there's no changes, they're just going to get even more negativity because people are just fed up with them so far. All the problems with the forum and the one game they've actually done right, they don't actually add anything to. People are just going to be like, you what? Not looking good for Blizzard at this point. no one's going to move to D4 until they fix everything. And they already know people aren't going to play D4 until the new season. Like they should know as game creators that off seasons are pretty empty. Because it's like that for most games.
I think the best way to explain Diablo 4 is it's like that girlfriend that you dated for a while, and everything seemed cool at first, and you thought you were going to hit it off great, but things just keep getting, like after you spent some time with her, maybe even you moved in for a little while, maybe you went out for like a year, right, and then you moved in, and then you realized that it just was never going to work out, and like, just
yeah.
like you just slowly came to the realization that it wasn't going to work out. That's Diablo 4. Like, it seemed really fun at first, and you had fun with it, and then the more you stayed, the less fun you had, and then eventually it got to the point where you were like, wait a minute, why am I even in this relationship? I'm leaving.
We've all done that. But we'll see what happens with Season 2, but I'm keeping my hopes pretty low. Because I really enjoyed the campaign. They did well with that, but it's the rest of it. It's like, after the campaign, it's like, what, so you expect me to sit and do dungeons from level 50 to 100?
And then they took they took Rod out of the campfires, and I was mad about that.
I definitely need to sort a lot of it out, but we'll see.
Rod, if you're listening, we need you back in the campfires.
Wouldn't Fist of Heavens be better here because you could off-screen? So
Off-screen what?
Fist of Heavens.
Off-screen what? What am I off-screening? Lilith's not a demon. The Icepawn aren't demons.
Oh yeah, you don't really have lightning damage, do you?
The only one that's a demon, the lightning damage doesn't work unless you target the monster directly anyway, so you have to see it.
Yeah.
You can't Fist of the Heavens unless you can see the monster.
Well, this is going to be interesting to watch you maybe
die horribly and painfully. Well, I'm just dragging as many monsters off the screen as I can, and then I go for Neil attack. That's pretty much all how it works.
I'd still make a portal, just so you don't have to run all the way back through that mess of snake.
Your mom's a portal.
Yeah, well.
You got no faith in me whatsoever.
Your mum's a dirty portal.
A booby trap portal?
A booby trap portal. Could you imagine that? You take a portal and it's like, and suddenly you just die going through. Come out at the end and it's just your body. What you're on for.
Of course my Merc attacks the ghost. Out of all the monsters in the pack, there was one ghost, and there was literally like 1,000 other monsters in that pack, and all of them could have been life-stealed from. But the one monster that he chose to attack out of all of the monsters in the pack was the immune to physical ghost, and he got no lifesteal from it. It's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen in Diablo 2 in my life. The freaking AI literally targeted the freaking ghost first. What the hell is wrong with him?
I haven't tried last
I'm
week.
gonna kick him in the teeth.
Andra.
All he had to do was target anything that was alive and steal life, and he would have stayed alive. I life tapped for him, and he's got lifesteal in his helmet. It literally, he would not have died. But no, he chose the ghost.
But we all know Razan's a bit of a dum-dum.
I don't believe this. I like to believe that he's smarter than he claims.
I don't know. I think he just showed us his real nature.
Okay, let's try this again, my buddy. There you go. Now all you gotta do is stay alive. That's it. That's all you gotta do is stay alive. You don't gotta do nothing else. You got life tap, you're good. You're golden. You're Gucci. You're Gucci, my boy. You're Gucci.
Well, nearly there. Come on, give us a key.
Hey, a key.
Whee.
One of 3.
He's got and an emerald, nice. Just gotta go through this horrible mess. Two more keys.
I don't know. I think it's rather interesting that
What do you need?
the distaste for Diablo 4 comes with age. It's almost like you don't see it until you play it for a while. You have to play it for a certain period of time before you see it. Like in the beginning, it's fine, but it starts to wear on you, and eventually it's just like, yeah, it's like a I don't know.
I was expecting the endgame to be a lot more fun.
I'm 30. What am I 30? Are you trying to guess my age?
I thought Ginger's like 47.
What? Dang, that's just rude.
I'm kidding.
You're not a captain anymore.
Aren't you like 28?
That was rough. That was rough.
Owned.
I don't actually know how old you are.
You want me to put him in timeout, Ginger?
I don't know. He's getting close. He's getting close.
Aren't you like 28, 29, something like that?
I'm not telling you. You're mean.
Hey, I'm 34 soon, so I can't really say that. I'll be 34 in November.
I'm 38, actually.
Really? I thought you were a lot younger.
I always get that. Except for from you, apparently.
You just don't
Mr.
look
47.
38. Oh, I was joking. You don't look 38, though.
Thanks.
Well, we all know Activision, that's never going to be the same. Just look at the people that made D2. You know, they actually wanted to make something that was amazing, and they did. Because it was more about the actual game than what you make from it.
I think it was an accident.
Probably.
I'm a lot more pragmatic, I think, than most people, and I don't give them as much credit as a lot of other people do. Like some people worship the altar of David Brevik and stuff like that, and I'm more on the side of they had a whole lot of talented people, all in the same, like area.
Yeah.
Kind of like
They got lucky.
yeah, they got lucky. Yeah, exactly. And I have proof of this too. So there was the Moonbeast. The Moonbeast stuff is made by the Diablo 2 devs, and one of the Diablo 2 devs is literally like one of the guys who created Seasons. Like he's literally the guy that created Seasons, and all the games that have Seasons afterward were literally come from his decision to add Seasons into the game. And if you pull up his article on Seasons, I actually just a video on this, but if you pull up his article on Seasons, he basically says that he was surprised that Seasons caught on, and that it was really just like a stopgap measure that he had created to fight duping. Apparently, they did it because their duping was so rampant within Diablo 2 during that particular time period that they needed a way to remove the duped items, and that's where Seasons came from. So it wasn't even like on purpose. He didn't think it up or devise it like in some sort of strategic way to make a new system that was going to take off. He says, when I first came up with the concept of a season in Diablo 2 post LOD, I devised it as a quick and dirty way to reset the ladder and the economy after the initial plague of duped and hacked items. I had a day or two on my schedule to implement something, so it had to be real simple. At the time, I had zero clue that it would become an enduring concept that would make its way into other games, and if you had told me that that would be the case, I would have scoffed. Even as I was writing the code for it, I felt like a total hack. Literally, I'm telling you, it's an accident. Diablo 2 was a big, giant accident that got thrown together by mistake. And it worked.
But the crazy thing is, he, just like that post said, he had a day in his schedule to quickly do something. If he could do that in a day where D4 has got hundreds of people working on it and they can't even do anything, it makes you wonder.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty good idea to remove the duped items, and I think maybe that's one of the reasons why Seasons actually caught on, because I think cheating is at the
It's
heart
big.
of why a lot of people kind of get fed up with a game.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it from a standpoint, the season actually does give a standpoint of, hey, everybody's starting from scratch. Even the cheaters are starting from scratch. So at the very least, even from a certain standpoint, everybody's starting at the same point. You know, everybody's starting at the same point at least this time. You know, like at the beginning of this season. And yeah, eventually the season becomes a corrupted, right? And eventually the cheaters take over. But at least for this season, at least for, you know, this particular time period, like I can guarantee that everybody started at the same as me. And and from that standpoint, it actually does exactly what it was designed to do, which is it kind of evens the playing field all the way across the board. No matter how good somebody's gear is or how amazing their skill with the game is, they've got to start back at scratch just like you do. So.
That's true.
Spring chickens? We're spring chickens? Dang, yeah.
I wish I was a spring chicken. Yeah, I think the D2 devs just got very lucky.
I mean, from what I've heard, and I've heard a lot of stories, especially about some of the crazy stuff that Brevik had in mind, that if we had the game that Brevik envisioned, which is kind of like the thing that I laugh at a lot of times, because everybody's like, well, David Brevik was the mastermind behind the entire thing. But and then I look into stuff and I start learning about some of the stuff that David Brevik wanted to do that he got vetoed on. They, like, a bunch of the people within the same, you know, Dujank were like, no, we're not doing that. That's stupid. Apparently there was a lot of things that he wanted to do and hearing about what he wanted to do was like, oh, okay, that's dumb. One of the things was apparently they wanted to make the game entirely hardcore. They had to be talked into making the softcore version. The game was originally going to launch only with hardcore.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good. Like, I get some people enjoy that game style, but
well, it would not have been anywhere near as popular as the current game style. And with all of the things that were hidden inside of the game, it would have been very difficult to be able to figure out the game as a whole when the majority of it was hidden behind, you know, a bunch of doojanks. Like, can you imagine trying to figure out Diablo 2 with the only option is basically permadeath?
Yeah, that would suck.
Oh, he one-shot me. You little frickin' punk.
Oh, amp damage, yeah, no wonder.
They didn't have a portal up.
Oh, man.
Countess.
I'm telling you to start making a portal.
I mean, I don't expect to die. I don't plan to fail, okay?
Well,
I
it happens.
don't plan to fail. I just can't believe he got me with a cheap one-shot. Oh, frickin' punk.
For my homeland.
Oh yeah, that's how you feel, Kubas?
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
I am overburdened. Burdened of the over. He didn't drop me nothing worth selling either. Bunch of jank. Bunch of jank in the bank. Bunch of jank in the bank. You got a bank, got a bank. It's a jank in the bank.
Hello.
Boobus. What's the matter?
Ooh, it smells of dudas.
Do you have... I mean, do you know the Muffin Man
The Muffin Man?
that lives on Mulberry Lane? Do you know the Muffin Man? He
Muffin Man?
makes pretty good muffins. He makes peanut butter muffins. He makes blueberry muffins. He makes bacon muffins. He makes beef jerky muffins. He makes chip muffins. He makes chocolate chip muffins. You can't have those. They got chocolate chips in them. He makes regular muffins. He makes cranberry muffins. Banana muffins. He's really paying attention to me too. And when I hit the good words, he's like, wait a minute, what? He's like, what? The beef jerky muffins? He's like, yeah, I didn't know about the beef jerky muffins.
You're just like, what? Food? Oh, I've got PD2 as well. It's fun. Good game.
Hey, Cody, guess what? You see this knuckle? See this knuckle right here? You see this? G. What if I take my whole fist and just shove it in your mouth like this? Oh no, you bit me! Ah, you bit me! Ah! Boobus. Do you? Where you going? What? Beans, good for your heart. More you eat them, more you fart. I've gotten into a really weird habit lately. So, I get like the frozen pizzas and stuff, you know, like the Red Barons and the Tombstone pizzas and whatnot, and the bruschettas. And I'll get like a can of like red kidney beans. I get the cans. Anyway, I take the kidney beans and I literally just, I don't put the juice on there. Obviously, I rinse them out and I'm like just the bean, and I put like the beans on the pizza, and I bake it, and the beans get all like they get crunchy, and they actually taste pretty darn good on the pizza. I'm not gonna lie. I started putting the beans on the pizza and letting it cook, and then they get all crunchy, and they actually split open. And they look really neat, and they have like a nice texture to them. I don't even know how to explain it. I started putting beans on my pizza, and it's delicious. Ow! Good lord. Cody, do you gotta go pepper do this or something? You gotta go pep us. I think you do gotta go peppers. Okay. The monster dogs gotta go peppers. Ow, freaking Night Lords. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. The key is that obviously you want them nice and crispy. If you don't do it right, you know, I can't be held responsible if you do it the wrong way or something. Alright, you don't. We're not holding me responsible for you guys doing it the wrong way. So many slayers. Alright, Boobas. I know, you gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. Let's go. We will be right back after the Kubus Abubus Pepadudus messages.
Bean pizza? That sounds weird as hell. Don't know if I can get behind that. Only 5 monsters, really? Weird one. Oh, wow. Sounds like a very empty Hellforge. Oh, Lightning Fury is amazing, Cody. Really good build. A lot of fun. Yeah, it's weird, Irene. You got a very odd monster pull on that one. Normally that bit where he's at is full of monsters. Irene's on about her run she did. No, Cody, Javazon's amazing character. Does tons of damage. Yeah, no one wants refried beans on a pizza. It's just weird. Yeah, I'd agree. Act 4 would be a nice one if they finished it. But I don't see it happening. Sadly. It'd be amazing, but yeah. Coming up here? Come on. For a cuddle. Yeah, man. Oh, beautiful. Good girl. Yeah, you good girl. Some cuddles. Yeah, man. Oh, pretty kitty.
Blah, 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 blah.
Weirdo.
What? You know what? What do we know? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cat Nadu. Oh, Night Marauders. I don't know if I can do it with the Night Marauders here. I don't know. Night Marauders are immune to physical and they're beasts. Maybe if I whip out my amp damage dagger.
Amp damage dagger.
Yeah, I got a dagger with amp damage proc on it. I don't know if the amp damage dagger will work, but we'll give it a try. Really slow kill. I'll grab my merc.
Good evening.
Merc's not even with me. There we go.
It's locked. And what is the freaking rune word that has the decrepify spam on it? Can I make it?
That's
Can I make it?
you can make it in swords, free socket swords, I believe. It's it's got a lem in it. Shell. Oh, what is it? Lawbringer. That's it. I think it's two-hand swords or something. Yeah, Lawbringer.
Hello.
Okay, he's gonna get banished.
I left him out there. Amlemco. I do have a phase blade I could try and roll. I like amp obviously better than I like decrepify, but
It's better than nothing.
well, it's just the decrepify from Lawbringer is more.
Well, it's got such a high chance as well. It's like 20-odd%. But it's such a high chance of it proccing. It does it constantly.
I
Yeah, let me just see if I can get a 3 sockets on this phase blade, I guess, real quick. I'm pretty sure. What is it? It's amethyst. I think it's amethyst for weapons. Pretty sure it's amethyst. It's like Ral amethyst. Hey, 3 sockets. What do you know?
Nice.
Alright, so that's Lemco. Let's still have a Lem. Yeah, Lemco.
Not here. It's locked.
Completely useless to me as a smiter, unfortunately, and with the Ubers, because I have to have life tap. But
Yeah, but you can put it on your Act 5 Merc. Just get an Act 5 Merc. Why not?
nah, because it'll overwrite my life tap and it'll kill me.
True. I don't know what my cat's eating, but my god, her butt. Seriously, cat. You're like cute and fluffy, but wow.
Oh my god, Becky, look at her butt. It's
I don't know how that smell comes out of something so adorable.
probably
like
at carnival
death.
bars.
It's like death. Like she's eating a baked bean burrito or something.
A burrito?
Well, I don't know, just some sort of spicy Mexican bean thing that's making her stink.
Beans,
just
beans,
bad.
good for your heart. More you eat, the more you fart. Alright, I like that. The Decrepify spam works good with this particular... Like, the immune to physicals that are in this particular
Yeah,
area.
it's just because it procs so often, it's an easy, useful sort of tool.
Well, also the phase blade helps you hit the max breakpoint for smite
Breakpoint.
relatively easily, so I don't have to worry about increased attack speed during that time.
Well, I think it's got 20 attack speed on it as well, so it's pretty easy. Phase blade.
It's freaking healers.
They love me, huh? Feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Oh. Champion Bloodlords.
Good afternoon.
I mean, this works to deal with the physical immunes. It actually smites pretty good. The additional damage increase that the amp or decrepify adds into the equation is nice.
Slows them all down as well, which is always nice.
I think if I work a better weapon, this will go a hell of a lot faster.
He ain't gonna be able to help me in Ubers, but
Yeah, Ubers is going to be ridiculously hard. P8. Like, even P8 with wood gear is hard.
Sanctuary aura makes it so the ghosts can't get near me.
It's a better weapon than people realise. One of my favourites.
Oh, it's good. It's the problem with the smiter though is that you need the life tap, and decrepify overrides the life tap, so you really don't want that in the equation. But for dealing with some physical immune monsters, the few physical immune monsters that are not undead and not demons, it's nice to have the decrepify.
Yeah.
Ow, nobody can freaking charge me, man. I'll tell you what.
I could be surrounded by monsters and somehow they can still get the charge off.
But when you try and charge, it's like, nope, you got stuck on a rock.
Look, it was long and it was a pointy rock, alright? In that rock's defense. Ooh, narrowly escaped death there. Started blowing up corpses. I guess he's closer than I thought.
Lugo Spear.
I could really use some more potions before I go in there and fight him. Have I played a double throw barbarian? Yeah, I played a double throw barbarian back when they buffed it.
Yeah, it's better than what it
Can't
was.
remember
but
what
it's
season.
Still...
Can't remember what season that was, but I definitely played it back when they buffed it. Very, very fun now. Totally viable. Just
a lot better.
You know, it's like the piercing effect added to it. If you added more piercing, it definitely helps. The search for the perfect weapon though is a little difficult because you need basically what you need is you need like a perfect ethereal fool's cruel's like ridiculousness. The perfect throwing weapon is always going to be like ridiculously hard to come by.
But you can use like a lacerator and war strike.
You can,
Like, them
but
two paired, it will work. But yeah,
like the addition of the regeneration makes it so that you don't need replenish target on the weapon, which means that just finding a really good ethereal throwing weapon, like elite version, can be top of the line for your character. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more fun than it used to be. It's actually a viable, and like when you're leveling, you can literally sit and do throw potions, dual wield throw potions, and you can just throw them and they'll regenerate. It's so funny.
I also recommend that you, if you're going to do a throw barb, that you grab the totem, the Grim totem, because you can also run your find item too, which basically how it works now, because they found out about the passive, is you level up what is it, find potion, the maximum,
it's the
which is the synergy for find item, and the find potion is also the synergy for your find item. So then you basically have your full synergy for your Grim Totem and your full synergy for your find item. So you can be a throw barb / find item barb relatively easily with max Grim Totem. And it works out really nicely.
Definitely a fun build. Like, it's not the quickest clearing speed, but if you want something that's fun and different, yeah, it's good. It's a good giggle. It's definitely worth trying if you've never done it. But it's never going to be like the quickest clearer.
Oh, one shot. Okay. Let me grab my merc.
Good afternoon.
I think if they wanted, if it was going to be a better clear build, they need to add more weapons or like a throwing rune word where it does some like decent AoE damage. Then yeah, it would be pretty cool.
Yes, warrior.
Sort of bugs me that there's no rune words for throwing weapons and no sockets on throwing weapons. It's a bit weird.
Well, I think when it comes to throw barb, an interesting way that you can add in AoE is you could go with a proccing build.
Yeah, like
I'm not exactly 100% sure
stuff.
how you could go with full proccing, but it could be interesting to give it a shot.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to try. I just don't know if it'd do enough damage. But that's also why I like War Strike, because at least it's got like a few AoE bits on it. But yeah, Lacerator isn't needed anymore because you can just use the Fizz Sunder. So it's definitely a lot easier. You could even go with 2 War Strikes, then you wouldn't need a Pierce belt because you'd be a max Pierce. And you'd have the double AoE effects. And then you could go with like a Wisp for the Chain Lightnings or whatever. That could be interesting. Like, there's a lot of options to mess about with.
What are you? Mosaic Cryptic Axe.
Oh, that'd make a nice weapon.
I'm pretty sure that's better than my Back to Corbin.
Yeah, Cryptic Axe is 100% better. No doubt about it. It's also faster, I believe. You'd probably want to roll that a couple of times and get a really good ED roll.
Well, it's not ethereal. It's not ethereal.
But it's still going to be... I highly doubt you're going to find an ethereal one before you finish your run, so it's probably...
It's definitely 534 damage comparatively to mine. It's rolled 4 crit, which is pretty nice. 4 crit.
How many hell runes you got? And like normal
4
runes?
crit is a pretty good roll. That's not bad at all. I'm satisfied with 4 crit. And I guess we'll move. Go ahead and sell our old back to Corbin now. Now my boys got some.
Upgrade.
My boy's packing some heat now.
Hopefully that gets him to the next IAS breakpoint as well.
All I gotta do at this point is find him an ethereal one, and then he'll be like completely maxed out on that. Eth Thresher or Eth Thresher would be nice.
Still a nice find though, because at least it's a good base.
Oh, Cryptic Axe is a good hard hitting like mid
Yeah,
weapon. It's usually
it's not bad.
what is it? What do they call it? It's about half as good as like speed-wise as a Thresher, and it's about half as good damage-wise as like one of the higher damage ones. It's like it's like solid in the middle for speed damage.
Still nice though. Still a nice
Oh
fight.
yeah, he's hitting like a Mack truck now.
I need a key.
Of course, switch targets. No, I never attack the same target as me. That's exactly how I want it. I'm literally trying to like focus fire because these are immune to physical monsters. These are every time I switch targets, he switches to the other one. Punk. Oh yeah, the for the throwing barb also, I totally forgot to mention this. If you're gonna do throwing barb, I really recommend that you check out the throwing spears as opposed to the throwing axes and the daggers. The throwing axes and the daggers have a very short range. They don't go very far at all. They're I don't really know how to explain it. You have to actually go out and play with them and throw both. I would recommend.
Go about twice as far.
I think it's a little bit more than twice. I think it's like 2.5 times further. So when you're fighting things like cows, when you're fighting things like big packs, and you want the spears to pierce through and hit as many targets as possible, the axes and the daggers do not go very far at all. They're actually very, very poor distance.
Which is something they should fix, because you'd think you can throw an axe just as far as a spear. But, yeah, the spears are definitely better. Like Wolf Flight, that's always a good one. Like easy to find, good damage. What other stuff is there? Is it the ghosts? Yeah, it is Wolf Flight, isn't it? Something like that.
Wraithflight has tons of mana recovery on it. That's what that one's good for. But it also has a decent distance too. Well, I think one of the problems with the spears is that a lot of the spears are kind of slow. You need a lot of increased attack speed to make them attack faster to hit your breakpoints. I mean, it's not exactly a bad thing. You're just going to have to build more attack speed.
But I think that's why you could also put 1 point in Frenzy, stack up your Frenzies, and then throw.
It's okay.
It's always one way to do it, but yeah.
So that means you got to get into melee range, though.
Yeah. So it just depends. There's loads of different ways to do it.
Personally, I think double swing is far superior. It doesn't give you increased attack speed, but double swing is it's free. First off, mana cost wise, I think it's the synergy for throwing at mastery anyway, or the throwing double throw. So you're gonna build it. It's great to use in combination with it. Mercs do this weird thing sometimes, and it gets them killed. And I don't know exactly why they do it. If you run into a room really fast, they teleport like in front of you or something. And sometimes if the room is small, they teleport on the other side of the wall. So instead of teleporting next to you, they're actually further away from you than they could ever be, because they're literally on the other side of a wall. The furthest that they could possibly be. And then the only thing you can do is run away far enough that they teleport back to you on the other side of the wall. Dang, Lilith just dropped me like 6 piles of gold and 1 arrows.
Lovely, eh?
Well, I mean, I only need 1 more key, so not that bad. And then that's pretty much just prep work for the Ubers. Preppity, beppy, peppity.
That's
Is
gonna
it
be a
1
lot
more
of
key?
work.
Did I already find 2? I don't even remember if I did find 2
I thought you only
keys.
found 1.
Am I getting ahead of myself?
You have to double check when you're next in town, because I thought it was just 1 so far.
It's just 1. I must have dreamed it. Dreamed of keys in my stash. Stash, don't have the keys. Just the ones that I already found. And I need 2 more of these stupid keys. Keys. Oh god, this is a lot. This is a lot. Okay, here. Die. Alright, die. All of you die. You die too. You die, everybody dies. It's good knowing you. I die. I love killing these guys. They're so easy to kill with Fist of the Heavens, even on P8. It's freaking amazing. Just like plow through them. The Fist of the Heavens literally just plows through them. Oh, nice. I overrode. Sweet. Ugh, maggots.
You're a maggot. It's pouring it down out, huh? This weather. Cats and dogs.
Got the undead chargers.
I hate them things because sometimes they can really hit hard.
Oh, they have been. They've been messing me up like crazy. But guess what I have now? Lawbringer.
Yeah, push them out the way.
They're getting pushed back. They're not able to like get in here and actually attack me because they keep getting pushed away. It's great.
Lawbringer's quite a cheap weapon. It's good for the cost of it. Like, I know lems are kind of rare, but compared, you know,
Like
it's
3
pretty good.
lambs.
Yeah, and it's such a good little weapon, and it doesn't actually need a high level. I don't think. Lawbringer. Like, I think you can make it in a lower base and use it at like level. What level's lem? Like 40 something.
It's not very high.
Yeah. Yeah, because the assassin armor's a lem, and you can use that at 42 or something. So yeah. So it's a good weapon for that.
So many slayers. Yeah, I see you, Preserving Dead. I hate to say it, but you guys can't charge me anymore, can you? Nice. A Grandy Chammy. strength +5 with lightning res 12. I ran away too. I should have charged away. Didn't run away fast enough. Boo. Monster disco dance? What's a monster disco dance?
At your service. Afternoon.
Come on, Merc. Let's go. Let's kill some stuff in the halls of pain. Do 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 do. Ah la la ah la la. It's the halls of pain. They're so painful. Oh Lord, my belt is broken. Pain. I cannot hold any more potions. So many potions. Oh Lord, dear Lord, I am poisoned to death. Please do not kill me. No. Stupid corpse explosions. At least my body's safe. Like, I know for a fact that my body is sitting in a relatively safe spot.
It's going to be loads of monsters there. They're all going to jump on you and just be like,
well, the chargers might be there, but other than that, it was a pretty safe spot. I died. I was actually running away from the potential corpse explosion when when I died. I knew it was coming. I got hit by the first one, and I was running away, and then he hit me with the second one. I guess I was a little bit closer than I thought.
I shall keep my end of bail.
It happens.
Oh god, amp? Oh dear Lord Jesus. Where'd the amp come from? I don't even know what amp means. Amp plus corpse explosion equal death. That's what that equals.
Equals one hit death.
Oh yes, one hit. One hit dead. I'm amped again. The hell?
Is it him amping you?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe he's cursed.
Unless there's one of them stupid witches nearby.
Maybe. Maybe that's it.
That's them.
I'm gonna have to deal with the monsters before I kill him. There's no choice. Not with the amp constantly hitting me. It's gotta be him. He must be cursed.
I hate amp. Even for a fully built
I never made it into
character,
the D4 Alpha, Sean. Although I was told that D4 Alpha had runes in it. And I was told that people hated them, and also that they sucked.
I doubt we'll see rune words in D4 for a long time. If they can't even fix simple stuff. Yeah. Just don't see it happening.
You can actually kill them now. Look at him go. Look at him and his freaking little beastly little insight pole arm that I gave him.
Definitely an upgrade.
You
Problem is he can also kill the monsters, which means that Neilthak can corpse explode the monsters, which means that I'll die. He's it's one of the downsides of having a merc that can actually kill things, because what he just did was he got me killed. If you guys go back and you take a look, just real quick, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that had he not killed that monster behind me, which I was ignoring for a reason, I would not have died. And so he killed the monster behind me. It doesn't matter that nature's piece doesn't work on the merc. So
I mean, for you, as long as you do the last hit.
But it doesn't matter, because if he kills the monster, then he can still corpse explode the corpse. But if he hadn't killed the monster, I wouldn't have died. Literally, he killed the monster and then killed me, because he basically gave Neilthak a corpse to use to destroy me with. It was actually quite rude of my mercenary.
It's all your mercy's fault.
It's very rude of him, actually. It's extremely rude. I don't much appreciate it at all.
Bad merc.
Materials is actually a good one to put onto your merc for Neilthak farming. Because if you throw Tyraels on your merc, it has Slay Monsters Rest in Peace on it. And prevents the merc from getting kills. But here's another one for you, and this is one you're not going to learn the easy way. You're going to learn the hard way. So listen to the wise old ginger. Dream Helmet, Dream Shield, Hand of Justice, Dragon Armor, Dragon Shield. There's more. What's the other one? The Holy Freeze one. And Doom and Lawbringer, all of those that have a AoE effect that will do pulse damage. Any of the AoE pulse damage is not affected by Slain Monsters Rest in Peace. So if you're wearing a Nature's Peace and your Dream pulse damage kills a monster, it is fair game, and Neilthak can still explode it.
Kind of crazy, huh?
I found this out the hard way because I was running a Dream Paladin one season, and I went to go run Neilthak's, and I had Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, and my merc had Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, and the pulse aura was killing monsters randomly, and anything that I killed with the on hit was fine. That would be Slain Monsters Rest in Peace. But anything that the pulse aura killed would not count as Slain Monsters Rest in Peace, and Neilthak was killing me from those monsters that were dying from the pulse aura. Not something that you would normally learn.
Yeah, a bit of an odd one, huh?
Hey, as soon as you saw my Season 5 announcement video was like 4 minutes long, you should have immediately known there was nothing in there. Because you know Ginger likes some patch notes, and you know Ginger would have spent like 30-40 minutes on them patch notes, okay?
That is true.
If not longer.
Good afternoon.
I heal my merc and let him do the work.
The only little flare shaman just kept pestering me. Just chase him down through the whole freaking game just to make sure he dies. Using my merc as corpse explosion bait, so he gets to be hit by it and not me. Corpse explosion bait, corpse explosion bait, corpse explosion bait.
I will kill you.
Terrible.
The merc killed a monster again, directly next to me, and got me killed again.
How may I be?
Lilith, I don't even understand what the hell happened either, because we were fighting Lilith. He was fighting Lilith. We were both fighting Lilith. Lilith spawns a monster on the opposite side of me, away from the mercenary, but the mercenary decides that he's going to change targets from Lilith to the monster that's not even near him, and immediately starts attacking the monster on the other side of me, which is a freaking nowhere near the mercenary. Kills the he freaking kills that monster quick too.
Called your mercenary is an idiot.
And then Lilith's just like, ooh, piece of candy.
You could imagine it. Lilith just sat there, ooh, piece of candy.
And then of course he one-shot me. I don't even know how he one-shot me. I didn't have amp up or anything. Really gotta get my HP up.
Yeah, especially if you're planning on PA Ubers, you're definitely gonna need more HP.
Oh, there's that British coming out. The H, that's the HP.
HP thought.
That's that HP. I never knew a H could have so many syllables.
I know. It is what it is.
Bom 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 bom. I found a Shaco, just not the right Shaco. And I was born to be an American, 'cause I was born in America. And that's the thing that you gotta do to be an American. To be born in America. On American soil.
Who started him singing?
Meow doesn't like my singing, guys.
It's not like I don't like his singing. It's that
He's
my ears
rude. What?
bleed. It's that my ears bleed.
Okay, well. Maybe your ears should bleed.
It's like a screeching cat.
Garfield and friends. Hell temptresses are immune to the physical. That's okay, I'll hit you with a hoe. Yeah, ear bleeding has lubrication.
Oh,
It lubricates the Q-tip for later.
Alright, Merc, try not to get me killed for once.
Look says no.
Uh-oh. Amp damage. I think Merc might be going down. Even with my healing, I don't think he's going to survive all those enemies around him in a circle and amp damage. And corpse explosions.
Hello.
We don't know if there's something new. I know. We can't get all hopped up and mad before we even know the answer.
That is true.
I do that with my girlfriend sometimes when she gets mad at me. You didn't even wait for me to finish. What was the answer? No, right? Well, yeah, but you didn't wait to hear my excuse. Yeah, I don't want to hear your excuse.
Killing all the ice spawn from a distance because I don't want to get corpse exploded. Corpse explosion. Corpse explosion. Explosion of the corpses. I'm gonna let Razan take the heat.
Thing is, can you imagine someone just running around and going, "Oh look, there's a corpse. Put a grenade in there. Chip go boom."
I don't think it's a grenade. I think it's just. I like to think of it as a natural byproduct of like the existing things that go on with like decomposition. So when you have a body that decomposes, it naturally starts to generate gases like methane gases and stuff like that. You ever seen a corpse on the side of the road starts to bloat up real big?
Who the fuck is corpse on the front? What? Like,
Roadkill.
come on.
Roadkill.
Well, an animal, yeah, but we're
Yeah,
on
that's
about
what I
human
mean.
corpses.
Okay, so they start to bloat up with gases really quickly, right? So how I see it is the magic is nothing more than two things. Number one, it's a advanced cellular mitosis or whatever, right? So it causes the bacteria to multiply really fast, which in process makes them create gases. So it bloats up the corpse really fast. So basically that's step one, is it just bloats up the corpse. And it's just a natural thing that happens to the corpse anyway over a period of time. The necromancer just figured out a way to accelerate the decomposition, right? And then the second step is a small spark, which is, as we know from the sorceress, who can literally shoot fireballs, a small spark is nothing. So you basically they cause a magical effect which makes the bacteria create gases as quickly as possible by accelerating the decomposition of the body. And then once they accelerate the decomposition of the body fast enough, they get the effect they want, and then they ignite it. And it's not really so far-fetched when you think of it. Like, I mean, magically, they could totally do that. Carcass, yeah, carcass sounds like a good thing too. The only difference is you wouldn't be able to explode any carcass. It would only have to be, for my theory to work, you couldn't do it to skeletons, for instance, because there's no meat on the bone.
So what I find funny is that in Diablo you can make a skeleton bleed, and it's like, but how is a skeleton bleeding?
Hello.
It's kind
They
of
got marrow. There's bone. They got marrow in the bone.
Yeah, but still,
bone
it makes
marrow.
No sense. It makes no sense. It's like, how can you get rid of a skeleton's life if it's already a skeleton?
Well, yeah, you wouldn't even need to use a spark if the gas is so. The thing about gases is that if you ever started a diesel engine, diesel engines don't have spark plugs. They have compression. Well, they do have spark plugs for the initial start, so the initial starting is required, but the compression actually causes the explosion inside the pistons afterwards. So the diesel engine, once it gets going, the piston compresses the gases inside the tube enough that it actually causes the I'm just going to abandon this one. It causes the explosion. So if the gas is built up quickly enough, and they couldn't escape the body quickly enough, then yeah, you might end up with some sort of compression ignition. I was finding bodies on the side of the road. What is this? Stand By Me? Stand by me when Diablo's mean, any pimp slap you green. Somebody to carry on my Uber key runs. I can't make it no. Lilith that keeps hitting me in the frickin' jaw. Come on down, my brother, as we understand that Lilith acts mean and he's really a douche.
You'll do that.
Lilith is such a terrible individual.
Yep.
Can't believe he sold out his people like that. Can't believe he sold out his homies. He sold out all his homies. For what?
Cheeseburger.
Diablo 4 confirmed that Heragraph got destroyed. I'm not sure if you paid attention to that, but there's an armor in the game. It's called the Rage of Heragraph, and it literally says that after the events of basically the finality of Diablo 2, the resulting explosion basically that happened from destroying the World Stone also destroyed Heragraph. So freaking Lilith didn't actually protect Heragraph at all. Not even in the mindset of what he thought he was gonna do. He ain't even protected then. He ain't protected at all, Sam. He ain't protected green eggs and ham. He didn't protect it in the rain. He didn't protect it on the plane. He didn't protect it after his death. He didn't protect it while he was shooting up meth.
Terrible.
I mean, it's the truth. Did I get any keys today? I got lots of keys today. I'm 2 keys shy of a full set, and it's all Lilith keys.
Because he left the fun part till last, obviously.
I didn't leave the fun part till last. I left the debilitating depression till last. Oh, debilitating depression. Alright, come on down here, Merc. We ain't got time for all them corpse explosions up there. All them corpse explosions everywhere. All them corpse explosions in your hair. Come on down, let's see. Why do you have to go pee? Why don't you stop drinking all that liquid after midnight and going to sleep? 'Cause you peed your pants last night. It's really, 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 really gross. All the fun of finding Lilith. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a pain in the butt, but I'll find her.
Lilith? What?
I'm not gonna try and rush to Lilith either. We're gonna walk that thing, and I'm gonna clear the entire frickin' doojank up to her. I ain't gonna take no chances on that stuff.
Yeah, the witches in there are gonna
Especially
be
if
absolutely
Lilith-
horrible.
Well, especially if Lilith ends up killing me, I'm gonna have to recover my body and try again.
Yeah, that's true. That is not going to be a fun fight.
I was actually thinking about a way to cheese her, and I came up with a very ingenious plan. You want to hear my really ingenious plan?
What do you need?
Give her a cake.
Peace armor. So what does peace armor have on it?
Falk.
Ah, yes. And what does a lot of bosses, what do a lot of bosses do before they attack you?
Attack the Val.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm going to be spamming smite on her at like breakneck speed, which is how I'm going to set it up, I could be summoning the Valk over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's going to sound annoying. It's going to sound really annoying, but theoretically, if it works, she'll have to attack the Valk every single time the Valk spawns, which will take a little bit of the heat off of me, potentially saving my life.
Could work. What?
I once stalled Lilith with a Valkyrie, or was it the bear? I think I've done it both actually, which is basically where everybody died and I was the last one alive, and I basically just sat there and spammed the Valkyrie over and over and over again. And yeah, she one-shot the Valkyrie every single time the Valkyrie spawned, but there's something in the AI programming makes her attack the Valkyrie every single time. She's compelled. She's compelled to attack the Valkyrie every single time the Valkyrie spawns.
It keeps you alive, that's all that matters.
These freaking night marauders. Why are there so many of these freaking bullcrap night marauders? Your mom's a night marauder, how about that? Your daddy's a night marauder. Goosey Granny's a night marauder. Stop rezzing everything.
Never.
Okay, what's next? More of these freaking jungle beasts? God dang, how many jungle beasts you got? What the hell is this, a Jungle Book movie? I don't know if I can get this one. This is a lot of freaking jungle beasts. Maybe I can pull them all out of the room. I don't know. Let's do the old swippity swoo. Let's pull them out of the room and let's do a circle. Swip, swip, swippity swoo, swip, swip, swippity swoo. Swip, swip, swippity swoo, swippity swoo, my darling. No key. No key from Lilith. No key again, my friend. Oh no key from Lilith. He's a stingy ass half. Dear Lord Jesus, I will die. Poisons. So much poison. Oh god. What's up back here, boys?
Salutations.
Welcome.
Welcome to the stream. You get to watch Ginger die to bodies exploding.
Pop, 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 like little. Oh, dang it. Ooh, perfect ruby. Okay. Yes, I had a doojank in my. Okay. I vote that we should rename Diablo 3 or Diablo 4 to Everything Explodes. I think it's a good name for that game. Everything Explodes.
No, I think we should rename it to You'll Never Find These Items.
No, Everything Explodes works better. Everything explodes, including you.
I blame it all on Irene.
Dang, Irene. He just did you dirty. He did you dirty. He said it was your fault. He sold you out to the police. Dang, you got a hashtag now? Alrighty, you got a hashtag. That's terrible. It's terrible. It's not the kind of hashtag that you want. They see me amp damage. They see me running. Cause I ain't going down like a punk. Ain't going down like a punk. Ain't going down like a punk.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
I ain't going down like a punk. Ain't going down like a punk.
Afternoon.
Terrible.
I thought you liked your cheats getting clapped.
Dang. What is going on? Right now. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, don't be teleporting away. No, because his body's over there. And you got amp. I ain't playing that game.
Thauk says, I will kill you. I'm sure you will with amp. Discord's great, Irene. You should get it.
Yeah. How else can you make fun of Ginger?
We have a whole great team there and everything.
So many corpses, and he's got half damage. I'm gonna get my butt kicked. I'm gonna get my butt kicked. I'm gonna get my butt kicked.
He's just summoning more stuff.
Yes.
Yes,
yeah,
he is.
Discord's really
He's not
good.
summoning stuff. He's actually resurrecting it. It looks like. I never realized
How
that before.
does he resurrect them?
He's using
when
he's using the
exploding?
bodies that are on the ground. All the bodies that are on the ground, he seems to be using them.
So he explodes them and then still resurrects them. That makes no sense.
Well, that's the even sillier part. Is that literally yes, he will legit use a corpse, send the corpse at you. The corpse explodes, and then he will literally explode the exploded corpse. That was another thing I found out about Lilith that kind of pissed me off. Was
yeah, that's ridiculous.
was his. So when he sends one of those little guys at you, and then they blow up, that doesn't work for slain monsters rest in peace. Rune. So he can blow up his corpses that he blowed up because he's the one that killed them, not you.
Yeah.
But they already blowed up, which really kind of hurts my soul because then he blows them up twice. How you blow up a corpse twice? How you do that 2 times?
I wish I knew.
Two times a corpse explosion?
Guess
I
we
got
should
a
all avoid
freaking
Irene.
cookie. Got a freaking cookie.
Cookies. Now you're making me jealous. Down from them. Don't whine at me. Do as told. Oh, wow. Ginger just got ganked by a snake.
That was a lot of charges. I think I got hit by like 6 charges. That was not a pleasant experience.
Hello, Edward.
Afternoon.
It's not dumb. Not at all. Some people like having all the waypoints. Everyone plays differently. Don't mean it's dumb.
Except for that guy that leached till he was level 90. That guy was dumb.
Who?
He got banned from the kinship.
Oh, Monarch dude.
Nah, different guy.
Yeah.
It was the guy that he was the guy that told me that his way of leveling up his characters was to basically mooch off everybody, get a G rush, continue to mooch off everybody all the way till level 90. And then once he hit level 90, he would play the character from level 90 to 93. Apparently that was the only time he played the character was level 90 to 93.
That sounds really boring.
And then once he got to level 93, then he would finally, or level 90, then he would finally gear out the character at level 90. And he would play it for 3 levels.
Sounds terrible.
3 levels after he mooched the entire game.
See, to me, that's boring.
He wouldn't even put any points into any of the skills. You know, like on an Amazon, like one of the basic skills you put points into is the evades, like dodge, avoid, and evade. He had like a level like 75 Amazon, and he didn't put any points in the evades. None.
See, for me, like the low levels is the most fun. That just sounds really boring. That don't sound enjoyable to me at all.
Oh no, I let that guy have it. He disagreed with me. I banned him.
But to me, the whole enjoyment is playing with everyone and having a laugh. Like, if you're just gonna play for 3 levels, what's the bloody point in even logging in?
But.
Isn't that the reason that tokens exist, so that you can respec if you really need to?
But.
And it's meant to be about teamwork. Like, if you're not even going to help your team, you're useless.
Oh yeah, he was completely useless on all his characters until he got a level 90. He wouldn't even gear them out or skill them or anything, so they were completely useless.
Yeah, it's just sad. Like, the whole point of leveling up together is we all help each other and we work as a team. That's enjoyable. Oh look, your mercenary spawned blue.
Yeah, he's chilly.
Blue dabba dee dabba.
No. The appropriate song is, have you seen the ghost of John? Long white bones with the skin all gone. Ooh, wouldn't it be chilly with no skin on?
Probably, Charles. Wouldn't surprise me. We've all met people like that, though, that constantly ask for help but won't return it.
I mean, there's one thing about getting power leveled. That's one thing. Like, getting power leveled up, I think everybody has gotten power leveled up or G-rushed or whatever you want to call it at some point
But
or
we all
another,
help
right?
each other with it.
And usually when you get to a certain point, a certain level, you're no longer G-rushed. Like, once you get, I would say around 65 would be a fair assessment. Once you hit around 65, you start contributing. It's kind of just how it works. You start putting your points in, you start getting your character set up, you start putting on pieces of equipment that you have available to you. You know, you start working out your build, and you actually start contributing to the fight. You know, around level 65, and even if you want to go a little bit further than that, you could say level 70. But for the most part, once you hit a certain level, you are capable of doing stuff and helping and being an active member of the team, right? So basically, like, mooching up to that point, you know, where you're, like, for instance, before you're capable of actually contributing, That's fine. Mooching up to that point is fine because you know you're not capable of contributing. You're mooching. But when you are capable of contributing and then you don't, I mean, at that point you are a moocher, the bad kind of moocher, and then
And if they get free re-respecs too,
and then
so
what makes it even worse is that it's not just like, you know, he just mooched for a little while after he got to a level where he could possibly, you know, actually help. No. He decided he was just going to be like, okay, you know, if 65 is the level where you can generally be of assistance to higher level players, what is that? 65 to 75, 75 to 85, and then so 85 to 90. So that's 25 levels. So for 25 levels, this boy is just being absolutely useless for no reason other than because he wanted to be.
I would have just sent him a picture of a middle finger and said, there you go.
A middle finger.
I just don't like people that take advantage of others. I think, you know, it's all about the teamwork and working together.
Well, this guy was very proud of the fact that he had like one level 93 character of every class and type.
Yeah, but what's there to be proud of if you've only played them one or two levels? That's just.
Oh, I said that as well. I was like, what are you even like? You didn't even play the characters. Like you just.
Exactly.
I was making fun of him.
You can get G-Rushed and have multiple level 90s. It doesn't mean you put the work in. Someone else did it.
There you go.
6 max damage, 30 AR, 7 gold. Probably not dark. The gold, really, you don't. It's not a lot of gold find, so probably not worth much.
For what?
A 6 max, 30 AR, 7 gold. Large charm.
Large.
I think if a gold find barb wanted max damage and gold find, it'd be a grand charm.
It's not bad. Because what, three is max?
Bad.
3 is max for the small, so 6 max is not bad, and that's got 30 AR.
Yeah.
20 AR is the max on a small, so it's competing, but it's so the
gold find's very low.
Yeah.
It might be worth something,
that's
but
not bad.
selling it's probably gonna take a bit.
It's not bad. I mean, I don't know if what you're gonna get for it, but it's not bad. Larges are hard to fit into your equipment too, though, so which is also an issue.
Like normally, if it's a gold find barb looking for max damage gold find, they'll go for grands because you can get higher gold find. I'll go for 10 plus max with 35 plus gold find.
Good afternoon.
I think I've pushed my luck with the keys as far as I'm gonna go. I managed to get 3, 6, 7. So I managed to get 7 keys so far. I still need 2 more. I mean, I still got to do extra farming and get ready for the Ubers tomorrow anyway, so I think I might call it a night. And I will pick this up tomorrow. I will pick this up tomorrow. I mean, honestly, that's really good progress. We are well on our way to an Uber run with 3 keys of hate, 3 terrors. Got the summoner out of the way, got the Countess out of the way. We got 1 just D key, so we just need 2 more Lilith keys. I don't know. Is there any? I think there's a crafted item that has freaking slain monsters rest in peace, doesn't it? I know Tyrael's Might has it, and I know Nature's Peace has it, but I thought there was 1 more.
I'm not sure.
I can't remember. There's not very many. There's actually very few slain monsters rest in peace items in the game. Yeah, the third one is Lawbringer. Yeah. The third one is Lawbringer. I totally forgot. So I do have the third one. The third slain monsters rest in peace. It's the only one that's actually easy to come by. Still doesn't help with my merc killing them, but I guess that means that if I kill them, then I don't have to worry about him killing them. Or them blowing up. I just have to pay attention to which ones that I kill and which ones that he kills. Yes, I did get keys, Ronson. I got 7 keys. 3 hate, 3 terror, and 1 destruction key. So I am 2 keys away from starting Ubers. Probably finish that tomorrow, the keys, and then start setting up the equipment we need for Ubers. I'm not exactly sure what equipment we're going to use for Ubers, but we do have a treachery for pre-buff. I mean, I have a smoke for lots of extra resistances. I do have a life tap wand already, so I've got a level 5 life tap wand, so we'll use that. I also have a crush flange mace, which honestly will probably work better than black.
I think you just need to craft some blood rings or something, get a bit more lifesteal.
Smiters can't lifesteal.
That's the whole point of life tap.
Yes, that's right.
But you also want some rings that give you a load of strength and dex, so that you can put more into vitality.
I'm probably going to want to respec too. Try and put more points into vitality that way. Now that I have
You don't
maximum...
really want the dwarf star, so I'm thinking change the dwarf star out for like a strength ring with res.
I don't know. The dwarf star might be the go-to if I can't find a better life ring. Maybe crafting some blood rings to try and get life out of them, like high amounts of life.
Life strength or something, yeah.
I really just need to up my life as much as possible, so I'm not really 100% sure. Like, one thing I could possibly do is try and find myself a nice, well, a better 2-socket plate that has lower strength requirement. I don't know. I'm probably going to end up using Blackthorn's face for Uber Mephisto, which is the lightning resistance, absorption. That'll help out a ton for Uber Mephisto. And that gives me the slowest target, which is also kind of nice. I do lose really +1 skill, but I mean, for the most part, I don't see that one as being an issue.
You just keep it in your inventory for a bit.
One thing I could do, and this is just an idea on my part for the Ubers, is instead of running a Spirit Sacred Tars, I could just remove this. The runes for Spirit are pretty easy to come by, and it's not like the roll even matters. And just put 4 diamonds, yeah. I mean, 4 diamonds is what, 1919, 1919, so it's more resistances than what I'm currently running. 19 times 4, yeah. So 76 all res versus 43.
Plus the 8 that's on your shield, so...
Which would be better than...
81.
Yeah, so that would be 81 all res if I just threw that in there. And then didn't worry about the ladder.
Yeah, which at least would stop Miffy one-shotting you. Hopefully.
You need help with the Uber run? What's your game name, Genuine Bud King? What's your game name?
Bow 11, 1, 2, 3.
Might need a couple potions here. Always run out of mana when fighting Vale. Always like to grab a couple extras just in case.
Wow, they're all there. Yeah, that Uber's a bit sketchy. Still already dead. Drop a torch, or is Miffy still alive?
Seems like Meppy's still alive. Not that I can't just wipe out all his skeletons in one hit, which is hilarious. He literally spawned his skeletons around me and I just... That was pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see Meppy anywhere, I don't know where he is.
Is he in the corner?
I'm looking. Yeah, Meppy's definitely alive. He's doing that infinite skeleton spawn thing that he does.
Yeah, he's got to be close enough though to see you to spawn him. Is he stuck in the house or something?
Oh, there he is.
There him is. Him's cute. Oh god, he killed me.
That totally wasn't paying attention. I wasn't close enough. He hit me with his full lightning gambit in one hit. That was pretty cute. Get my dead body in. Get my dead body back. Let's try that again.
Now that's a cheek clap.
That's what I got waiting for me with my run. Oh my god, will you get out of here? There's still Pit Lords alive. Diablo's dead.
Need your life tap.
I need to go get some potions real quick. Ah, fire burn. I mean, we killed 2 of them already. I don't worry about it. I must not have enough lightning resistance to counter his conviction. I might have to just go ahead and throw salvation up.
Not in town.
For him specifically, just to make sure that he doesn't freaking annihilate me with the lightning. It's not really, it really hurts anything. I just attack a little bit slower, and it turns me into a tank. If I can get the life tap up on him quickly enough. There we go. God, he's stacking the frickin' skeletons around me so thick I can't even move.
It's nearly done at least. Yay!
That was a good way to end the stream.
Good luck on the torch roll.
Yeah, well, North Star Smiter's OP is all crap, so you got lucky. North Star Smiter could handle P8 by himself. I mean, he don't care. But this is like a fully set up North Star Smiter, and with freaking Astrion's Iron Ward, freaking up to Herald of Zachariah with an Rune, freaking +2 with a Pally crafted amulet with all res, Principal armor, which is freaking sick for this build. Combat skillers out the wazoo. He's got a freaking 2019 Annihilus, a 1920 freaking Pally torch. Ain't got none of that on my freaking boy. Drax.
Oh, I'll be playing Jesse.
Want an ID for you? Yeah, I can ID it for you, sure. Sure. Let me put mine
Put
up.
your torch in his stashy stash.
And the survey says, oh, nice. Pretty good roll, actually. Yeah, you
You can get your pick of the litter with that. An 1816 Sork torch. Oh yeah. You definitely got a good one for trading. You can pretty much get whatever torch you want with that thing.
Congrats, dude.
That's a solid trader torch. You can just trade that for a bunch of runes and then get whatever torch you want.
Congrats. Very nice.
My poor little North Star. Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. And, yeah.
Have a lovely night, Ginger.
And as for you guys, thanks for watching. And, keep watching.